border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right, everyone. From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
And Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya, general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula dun sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals, and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
Các រៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ខ្លាចជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងជាអាប៉ាម៉ាក់ក៏អត់សូវ support មកនេះប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាក់យើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់បន្ថែមទៀតបង
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama at saka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin yun. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigute para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami, kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RG para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and defense, let the courage pour. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on new ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Boundary and chain, ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. just on hold.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Selamat datang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Black M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada 1 role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapun digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you only play gold lane. Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Chiku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga, where you're trying to make the opponent fight you, and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out, like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Kemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin, and ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
Players MVP is Chico, guys!
So I've known Chiku before he entered TODAK. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least, very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fast hand main. Tapi bagi saya, benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan TODAK meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar TODAK, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar TODAK apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang sendiri dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet who?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
okay,
that's what we're here for.
You out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Cheers. Cheers.
Hello, we're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, give it up there. Welcome in. Come on.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like mainly I would say is because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga build. Booga booga build.
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and main. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
Karl from Echo Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Echo Philippines.
I am Raime from EVO Esports.
The heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to song. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice. That is this match. Yes, we are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice. That is this match. Yes, we are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. the courage roar, reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim.
Welcome to MSC 2023. Hello everyone, my name is Harada Nikki and I will be your host on MSC 2023 today. And I'm here with my partner, the handsome one is Rafael from Malaysia.
Annyeonghaseyo minasan.
Did you
Is that not correct?
What?
No, that's correct, right? That's how you Cambodians see it?
Say again, please.
안녕하세요, minasan.
That's Korean.
Oh, that's Korean?
Yeah.
Jumpin' Sir! Hello,
Yes! Nice. Okay. How do you like Cambodia so far?
everyone. Oh, dude, I love it. Hoi Mei Mao! Yes!
Yeah.
Yes! Shout out to Donut, by the way.
Wow. So Cambodia is the best, right?
Oh, dude, Cambodia is absolutely the best. You guys have been great so far. I absolutely love it.
Wow. Okay. So do you have anything to say to Cambodia fans?
Oh, I just love all of you. And here's the thing, you know what, Mickey? Here's the thing. I know you've been helping out all of the other hosts, right?
Yes.
Today, I'm gonna help you out.
Really?
I know how to speak Khmer, so you will say, and then I will translate it to English.
Really?
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm so good. You don't have to worry about it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be an amazing day.
អញ្ចឹងដល់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានដឹងហើយថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃ final របស់ group stage របស់យើងថ្ងៃទី4 yes ប៉ុន្តែយើងនៅមានជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ knock out បន្ទាប់ទៀតសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃស្អែកដូចគ្នាហើយថ្ងៃហ្នឹងគឺជាថ្ងៃពិសេសដែលយើងនឹងដឹងថាតើក្រុមមួយណានឹងធ្វើការចាក់ចេញពីការប្រកួត MSC 2023
That was too fast, but she said that today is the final day of the group stage. 2 teams will be eliminated for today. The winners will go on to the knockout stage. Am I correct?
Yes.
Whoa, thank you very much.
How did you know?
Hoi Mei Mao!
But how did you know?
How do I
did you?
know?
Yes.
Dude, I spend so much time here that I roughly understand what you guys are saying. Nyam ai nal?
Nhâm ai nal.
Nyam ai nal?
Yeah, so you can ask to them. Nhâm ai nal.
Nyam ai nal? That means no.
Yeah.
Okay, after this you guys go eat. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. So អញ្ចឹងដល់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានដឹងថាសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះគូបើកឆាកក៏មានជាមួយនឹងក្រុមកម្ពុជារបស់យើងដូចគ្នាសុំសម្លេងហោឲ្យបានឲ្យ flash មួយមក Wow.
I think what she said is today Burn X Flash will be fighting and we will have to see if they win they will go to the knockout stages. Can we hear all of you cheer? Hold my mouth.
Wow. Okay. អញ្ចឹងការប្រកួតសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងអ្នកដែលចាញ់នឹងត្រូវធ្វើការចាក់ចេញហើយសម្រាប់អ្នកដែលឈ្នះនឹងធ្វើការឡើងទៅលេងជាមួយនឹងវគ្គបន្ទាប់ជាមួយនឹងវគ្គ knock out ថ្ងៃទី1សម្រាប់ថ្ងៃស្អែកដូចគ្នាហើយអ្វីដែលសំខាន់យើងក៏ចង់ដឹងថាតើក្រុមណានឹងធ្វើការប៉ះជាមួយនឹង EVO ក៏ដូចជា RSG ជាមួយនឹង Onyx ដូចគ្នា
What she said is after today there will be an offline draw where we will draw all of the teams where the number 1 seed will be moving on and then the second seed will be moving on to the other team. So top of each group will be facing second place in another random group, meaning if you are Echo, then the top in group A and you'll be facing either group B, C or D. And if it's the same group, you'll be moving on to a different group.
Yes. ហើយសម្រាប់ថ្ងៃនេះយើងក៏មានជាមួយនឹងការចាប់ bracket ដូចគ្នា Yes អញ្ចឹងចង់ដឹងថាតើក្រុមណានឹងធ្វើការប៉ះជាមួយនឹងពួកគាត់កុំភ្លេចធ្វើការរងចាំតាមដានទស្សនាទាំងអស់គ្នា
By the way, let me just say you look absolutely amazing today. I forgot to say that, but dude, you look great.
Really?
Yeah, you look amazing, guys. Come on, give a round of applause for Mickey. She looks beautiful today.
Thank
Hoi
you.
Mei Mao!
Oh,
you look great.
Just only today, right?
Yeah, just today.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, now, here's the thing. Right now, Mickey, I'm feeling excited. Make sure for all the top teams, you guys follow their social media because, again, I gotta say, during this MSC, all of the teams have been performing so well.
Yes, of course. And today is the last of the group stage. So I think all of them will try their best. Yes.
Yeah, so before we move on to the casters, I just want to feel the energy in here. Can everyone in here say, Yas?
អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាយល់គាត់និយាយអត់នៅពេលដែលមុននឹងគាត់បោះទៅ caster គាត់ចង់ឲ្យអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានិយាយពាក្យញ៉ា for this someone teach គាត់ that ចឹងឥឡូវសុំសំឡេងដល់មួយមក There's no.
All right, either ways again. Last shout out to Donut, and now I kind of feel like we can throw to the casters.
Yes, of course. So, okay, so it's time to start the tournament. Everyone, are you ready? The crowd is ready. So let's pass the floor to the caster. Hashtag see the world.
Yeah.
Soom Swakum Nong and Mabuhay. You're tuned in to MSC 2023 Group Stages, Day 4. At your service, my name is Leo, here on the desk with my boys, Gideon Q and Abstract.
It's good to have everybody here on the desk, especially since we're going to be joined here today from a Singaporean representative. Finally, he made it here in Phnom Penh. introduce yourself, good sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Abstract. Super excited to see what all of the teams today is gonna, present themselves. And of course, I finally got a chance to cast together with Leo and Gideon. Boy, biggest fans of you guys. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe that I'm here in Phnom Penh MSC 2023.
The OG from SG finally joins us. Real quick, let me remind everybody who's making all of this possible. We would like to give a shout out to Moonton. All of this is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. We'd also like to thank all the fans that are tuning in to watch the tournament from all around the world. Do tell us who you're supporting in the comment section, and let's hype up this MSC 2023. And to those who are in the arena right now, y'all know that the Kamai fans are amazing. You're gonna wanna be here. If you're watching from home, make your way to Aeon 3 Mian Chai. You can't believe the atmosphere and the energy we have.
MSC 2023, after all, is coming in full swing from the 6th until from the 5th until the 18th. You can purchase the MSC pass to get all new skin Atlas Rune Sentinel. So all you gotta do is complete the pass daily tasks to obtain lots of MSC coins and pretty much just exchange them for returned MSC skins like Jawhead Space Explorer, Lancelot's Triumph Eagle, and of course Claude's Earth Mightiest. Other rich rewards awaits you too.
Aside from these, you can also participate in events like the MSC Support Chest and Champion Guest. What are you waiting for? Join the MSC 2023 event now, and make sure you're using that hashtag See the World, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and hashtag MSC 2023 so that we know what you guys are feeling about everything happening today, and that way I can report to the Republic. Wait, is that what I think it is? I thought that was the drop phone.
It's the ROG Phone 7 in Phantom Black. I was just double checking if I sent in my guest coins. My guest coins for today. They're in, they're secure. I hope you did too.
Oh man, you don't need those. You already have the Rune Sentinel.
No, but I want to get that last one I missed out on, the Claude. I found out I don't have the Claude. I don't have the Claude skin.
Okay.
I need that, but rolling back. Today is the last set of BO3s, and we still don't know what the final stay are for the remaining two groups. You already have a top 1 and 2 for 2 of them, so we'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and check out what happened, though, yesterday as we go in for our daily recap. What went down in day 3 of groups here at MSC 2023.
Christmas comes early at MSC 2023 with a non-stop supply of impressive gameplay and drama. RSG Slate SG refused to succumb to EVO Legends' dominance in Game 1.
Goes ham in the back. Dreams will fall as well. Lucia's still chasing Ijuman with a desperate real-world inflation. But look at Diablo.
With a surprise alpha and Badang combo, the White Tigers were taken down.
RSG select Singapore. Rocky with a maniac.
Leaving the Kings of Singapore with the top spot in Group B. The Sky Kings are here to soar, matching the aggression of the North American representatives.
Finally down, the shutdown, but it goes away. White out for Onyx.
Simply put, Onyx outplayed Outplay to top Group C. Blacklist International asserted dominance in their first MSC match by eliminating Team Occupy. It will be the last day of the group stage. Which team will advance and which will be left behind? It is time to see the world.
Looking back, yesterday was quite action-packed, but it dares to be mentioned, it went faster than usual.
Most of the, right now we have seen quite a lot of 3-game series every now and then, but yesterday is probably the only time where we are looking at, 2 games all the way?
Well, pretty much 2 games all the way, but for me personally, I have to admit it was a huge day for EXP laners. I can think of 2 plays in mind right off the bat. I'll save one just for you, Abstract, but definitely Sanford on that Terizla. It feels good that the penalty zone landed.
Oh, okay. Do I even have to know or tell people what am I going to be talking about? We're talking about Badang's Diablo, okay? At this point in time, it's Badang's Diablo, no longer about Diablo's Badang or whatsoever. He's been rocking the Khalid and the Badang. Whenever we are looking at him laughing, we pretty much know that he's just going around with those very weird picks, but weird, it works.
Here we go. One more time, another look at the group stage standings. We've already said goodbye to a couple of teams from groups, but in Group A today we're going to find out who is going home as Echo sits right on top, while in Group B, surprisingly, it's RSG on top, and I see the biggest smile on Abstract's face.
I can't take this away. I can't take this smile away for now.
Absolutely. Today's games are going to be associated with Group A, Group C, as well as Group D. These are going to be very important matches. Number one, it's going to be about positioning, but for some of these groups, it's going to be whether they continue the ride all the way to the knockout stage.
Yep, and as per the math, we have confirmed that tiebreakers are nay. They're not going to be happening, but things are swingy, all right? Specifically for Group A and C. If between Flux and EVO, a sweep happens, that confirms your slot in the knockout. Same with Group C. Between Outplay and Burnex Flash, that confirms your entry. You're going to be joining Onyx and Echo in the knockouts. But for today, we're starting it up with Turkey versus Laos.
Well, Turkey versus Laos is the first game for today. I'm expecting to see big plays coming up. Of course, a lot of us has been looking at Turkey's games and looking at the fact that they don't have what we want to see, Rosa. I think that they do have quite a bit of a hurdle in front of them against EVO.
I mean, we say hurdle in terms of EVO, but then look at we just look at Outplayed versus Burnex Flash and the way that Burnex Flash played against Onyx in comparison to Outplayed. That's already one argument that can be made. But after that, the biggest hurdle. Literally the tallest jump rope I've ever seen in my life. TODAK versus Blacklist.
Langgar versus Lakad Matatag. One half of the Filipino representatives going up against arguably the biggest gambit in all of MLBB. No team is as swingy as TODAK in the history of MLBB Esports.
I would love to see what TODAK has got for us. I did all my statistics, I did all my research, and I came to one, but only one conclusion is the fact that TODAK just don't have matters. They will play whatever that they want, and yet sometimes it works. Grok in the goal lane. Good thing we want to be able to see that, right? For now. I'm glad.
But that's only for now. Today's match, keep in mind, is going to be FIMP versus EVO. The final ticket to the knockout stage. A very big match ahead of us. It maybe not for you guys at home, but if you are a fan of one of these two teams, expect to see them playing at their tip-top shape.
And here's what's difficult, right? You're talking about EVO, the new champion from the Mekong region. They're going up against the Turkish giant. That is Flux Impunity. Here's what's crazy, all right? Pundits and analysts will say the Southeast Asian team is the underdog. How crazy is that? Let's take a look at what the metagame is looking like, because we're going to be talking about heroes here. Every day we try to update what is currently the metagame. And here is what stands out. You're looking at Cho in Rome, the even mid, the Yuzhong in the XP lane, the Kaja as well, a roamer, and of course Claude in the gold. What does this say about what's absent? Our junglers. The junglers seem to be a toss-up right now.
Honestly, when it comes down to the junglers, we are definitely at least for me, right? I do want to see more alpha jungles. We have been looking at a couple of Banes here and there. But so far, when it comes down to statistics, Bane has only been picked up once. Fortunately, it was a win. So, to be honest, the pick ban rate so far is like 15%. Didn't really go too far, unfortunately.
Exactly. There's not enough data to really start including these junglers here. But if we're looking at these particular roles, look at those win rates. 100% win rate on Cho so far, which is already insane. But then we focus down by the gold. The quad has always been great. And I have to talk about Sunshine here. A man who has been playing so long, especially in a community considerably smaller than the rest of the world. He's been putting out some decent performances.
Yep. You would say that compared to his colleagues here, his contemporaries in MSC, that KDA ain't so good. But if you're playing for your team, especially with the situation that Flux Impunity is in right now, missing their main mid laner, Sunshine is doing great. Sunshine is a miracle worker at this point.
His time in MSC, he played quite a lot of heroes, but the one that really shined so far and a lot is the fact that he played Beatrix 7 times, and 6 of which was a win.
We got to compare them. especially against their opponents, Team EVO, this Dawn. Right now, this is going to be a big matchup between the two. The stats obviously aren't going to reflect exactly what they wanted to do because they had to face off against a huge team, the world champions in Echo, and that's why we see a little bit of the skew. However, if we are looking at specifically Sunshine, where is he winning out? It's going to be in terms of just overall game win rate. The average kills ever so slightly, those quick 2 points, but the lore control and turtle control is the main point for FIMP. So keep that in mind as we move into the game. It's not only the roamers and as well as the EXP laners moving down to converge on that neutral, it's also going to be Sunshine.
And here's what you have to consider. Again, Gideon mentioned it, they both faced off against Echo. I wonder how both will reset. That's what's going to be important here, and we're going to be seeing it in their faces as they make their way on stage. How about we get the show started? Let's welcome EVO and Fireflux.
To officiate the first series of MSC 2023, we have our marshals here to facilitate the game. They are here to ensure fair play and esports integrity. And of course, when it comes down to FIMP, representing Turkey, the inaugural champions of the MTC Turkey Championship Season 1 have sharpened their senses and are ready to go to war. It's fire! Flux Impunity!
They look menacing despite not having Rosa here with them.
On the other end of the hall, the Laotian Stallions are known to be resilient and stubborn. They will give it all today. Here comes Team EVO!
They've improved a lot since their recent appearance in SEA Games. They were still experimenting with their roamer positions in the previous match. But rumors has it that they are set and ready to battle with the strongest lineup.
Now we introduce the masterminds of both teams. Coach Flash Oni with Bumblebee as the analyst and Coach Bargades and the analyst Osprey.
So I'm hoping that these minds decide on a winning lineup game one because both of them want to sweep. If anything, it's a little looser for Fireflux, but either way, you want to come out of this with a sweep.
No, you want to do a little bit more than that because imagine the pressure that these teams are feeling knowing that one of them are going home if they don't win the overall series. Now, let's look at the team lineups here, starting off with FIMP, Sunshine, Kazooie, Alien, Cura, and as well as Apex.
Oh no, this is not the lunar mid we were expecting. They've sent Cura once more, also known as Atienzi, back in mid with Kazuo in the jungle. I don't know. I'm thinking they're saving it for game 2 when it's really down the wire.
Here's the thing, right? When we are looking at the kind of changes between Cura and Luna, I think that what Fireflux Impunity have got to offer for us really comes down to EXP lane viable heroes that can play in mid, and I think that that creates a whole little dynamics for the team.
And on the other side, it's like they're mirroring each other. They're sticking to Numinim in the roam, joining Agi, Oper, Your Name, and Biston. Where's 20 August?
I think exact same explanation, right? They're waiting to go right down to the wire to start whipping out these strats. They do want to limit test each other first, and I think for both sides, they understand momentum might not necessarily be what they're playing for.
I think the main idea of pitting Nunim right now is the fact that there really isn't any information on them whenever they are playing in their Mekong qualifiers. Maybe they would want to use this as leverage against their opponents.
That's actually a really good thought here, because when we're talking about preparations, we saw yesterday teams that have respected heroes, others that decide, you know what, I've done my research, but I'm still not going to ban it out.
It looks like the dark horses, literally, those stallions from Laos, are playing off of shock value. I wonder how it's going to benefit them here, especially given that it's do or die. There's only one last slot left in the knockout stage coming out of Group A. And if anything, if my math is correct, EVO also just want to sweep. They have to.
I don't know. I feel like I am empathizing a lot with both of these teams. Maybe they know a lot more than I do, because if I was their coach, I'd be like, right off the gate, we need to win game number 1, alleviate a bit of pressure.
And of course, we're going to have to consider the fact that Turkey has got a lot of pressure on their heads, right? They are still in the infancy stage when it comes down to MLBB Esports. But you can pretty much hear it. We do have our talent prediction here, and As talents, all of us are sweeping over to Team EVO.
And this is off of two things. Number one, I am assuming it was 20 August to start, right? That's where I'm coming from. And number two is, I think they need the positive reinforcement. There have been a lot of talk about EVO after coming from the SEA Games. It wasn't so good, but here, maybe they just need one person, nay, 2-3 persons on the desk to say, you can do it.
There's also one thing, if you realize, Team EVO's logo is literally a dark horse.
Exactly.
And we all love that kind of narrative, storyline to build up. Someone that doesn't really stand a lot of big chance, relatively neck and neck, to really bust through in the first game.
I don't know, because based on what I'm seeing here, the two people who have a completely different opinion than us here at the desk in terms of predictions, the Khmer talents, right? They're leaning into FIMP, and I can definitely understand. They were one of the teams that were able to take down a game against Echo. That's already a statement piece of its own. But it comes down to that draft. The Esmeralda mid, something that has really bugged me and haunted me till this day.
That was a lunar thing. All right, Apex, what is that? I don't understand Turkish.
Cardi Git time?
That's Turkish.
That's Turkish?
That's Turkish. I caught Fireflux on the way out, right? Remember from the shuttle the other night. And I posted that up on social media, and I started getting DMs in Turkish. Fox, I'm Filipino, I speak English, I don't speak Turkish. I'm gonna have to show this to one of our friends, our translators from Turkey, but now we no longer have the dilly-dally. How about we get down to brass tacks? Let's get into the draft. Let's see what the dynamics between blue and red are. Again, quoting Coach Zico yesterday, red side should be the winning side, and oh no, Fireflux is there. Fireflux might get the winning draft.
Okay, so right off the bat, we are starting to see bands that are pretty much in the ordinary. We still have quite a lot of bands that can pretty much go on the way. When it comes down to all the probably win conditions that we want to look out for, I don't think that they would want to go for any marksman band this early. Junglers is probably what I want to look out for.
I'm expecting at some point maybe Lancelot to be a consideration, but Phobius, so we know for a fact that Team EVO are setting up for a first pick Wanwan, which is great for FIMP because now they don't have to ban out the Valentina.
Coach Bad Gal Seth waving that finger, no, 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 not in my house. But just the same, they open up the Kaja, and this Diggy Band, what it says is Apex might pick up the Minnow. I can see it coming.
Right? I was going to bring that up. Valentina and Minnow are looking like super hot picks right now, and especially with Valentina being able to steal Divine Judgment to add on that extra layer, we still could say, all right, you know what? Let's take a safer route. Let's go with the Farmist instead with the Call Altar to make it all work.
So pretty much what they would want to look out for is more towards like a team fight composition, but we're still pretty much on the blind side. They don't really have a very general idea I don't have a general idea as to what they're really going to be looking out for, but just based on the fact that they went out for a ban onto the Diggy, they might pretty much just play all on team fight front to back.
I'm expecting that as well. Last 6 seconds here, all of the Flux Impunity, all 3 of them, and Team EVO, 2 of their games are on second pick. So it's a very hot standing between the two. Now, FIMP, as much as we would like to see them start setting up for the Minotaur, revealing it early may not necessarily be the play. There's still some hot picks. For an example, they want to bait out the Farmist from the side of Team EVO, but Team EVO don't fall for it at all. The Glue and Valentina goes over to FIMP with Redrin as well as Yuzong being the hot picks here for Team EVO.
I'm wondering if it's worth it to pick up the carry here. If not the carry, maybe the Claude. They want to give Sunshine something good, but then again, the Beatrix also open. No marksmen were banned save for 1-1. I'm thinking maybe Fireflux might keep it up for the second phase. They might pick up their marksman in the second phase.
The second phase would probably make a good idea for me, unless they really do not want Team EVO to snag away or ban out the carry. Because right now, looking at the fact that Team EVO is very much frontline heavy for now with the Fredrin as well as the Yuzong, they probably need an idea as to how they would really want to burst that frontline down.
Personally, for me, I think if they want to do exactly that, Beatrix is going to be great, but instead they're going to go with the carry, knowing with how tanky the lineup from Team EVO already currently is. My main issue with this is the fact that Yuzong is going to chase her down.
But that's just one. So I think, given that 50-50, Coach Bad Yosef consulted the young Sunshine, consulted their marksman and said, you know what, are you okay with that? You okay? Just the Yuzhong? As long as you cover up, coach, as long as you cover up. So that's what we can expect here in the bands.
Very likely we'll be expecting a support room from the side of Flux Impunity. That way they will be able to bolster the defenses of Carry as much as possible to keep him alive in the fight as much as possible, right? You wouldn't want to have your, you as a team, right? You wouldn't want Yuzhong to just jump in onto the Carry when he still have got a cult altar on him.
I agree with that. I can definitely agree with that. I would expect first, consider getting rid of the Farsa, right? Artillery mages are a little annoying to deal with, but instead they're going to go with the Farmers first, get rid of the insurance policy from the side of Team EVO, but it's not the ult that they want to steal. At the end of the day, Minotaur could go to either side.
As is, I think there's no more room for a roamer for Team EVO. They already have the Kaja. So they're still setting up Flux Impunity. Right. But there's one thing I have to note here. It looks like Flux Impunity are happy to just steal the Black Dragon form in the Kaja. That's it. All right? Looking at how Team EVO has no mid lane hero just yet, how about a quote from their mid laner? We will try our best in the group stage. We believe in our teamwork and hard work. If we get a good draft, we can do well. And so far, they're doing all right. I'd say closer to good than anything.
Considering that TODAK is going to be playing today, I was, maybe my mindset is thinking, what if they go a little bit wild? And I said Minotaur is on both sides, and obviously the roamer has already been selected, but have you considered throwing Fredrin in towards that EXP side, throwing Minotaur back into the jungle, and maybe holding on to a mid lane Yuzhong?
Like a lane bully.
Exactly. I'm really going out of the box here.
If you're going Dark Horse style and we just need a sweep just to make it a knockouts, I'm with you. That's possible. You know, as crazy as it is to not let 20 August play first, why not?
Right, well that's why I'm thinking they've got to really start throwing something at the wall and see what it sticks here. Melissa going to get banned out by the side of FIMP, coming back over to Team EVO. They've already gotten rid of the Franco. They're probably looking for something else to kind of stop the overall glue from getting in towards that back line, but how exactly is that going to be possible, right? A lot of their abilities are very much single target.
It doesn't seem like they have a lot of options when it comes down to looking at Apex 47's current hero pool. Not a lot of left out heroes, right? Where Kaja has already been picked out, Franco already been taken away. If you're looking at more of a lockdown basis, Lolita is definitely one of the things that they can look out for, especially since that is not a marksman picked out yet. They still have some flexibility to play on to the last pick.
Abstract, you mentioned the Lolita. That might be the consolation prize for Fireflux now, given that coach Flashonian, their analyst Bumblebee, who was a former player for the Team Laos team in SEA Games, they said, you know what? We see you coming, Apex. We know what you're up to. Take that Mino out of here.
What does that leave FIMP to work with? This early Diggy ban as well has been hinted many times that Minotaur was probably going to be a priority, but not picking up within the very first phase itself, trying to set it up for this very first pick in the second phase. That leaves FIMP with a couple of options. It's hard to call Lolita right now, but an Atlas, a debut pick, finally!
Atlas has been sitting right in the middle of the stage all this time, and now he makes it into the Land of Dawn, finally! Oh, well, this is a good secondary pick. I mean, we called Lolita consolation prize, but this is pretty good.
Okay, so for now, Team EVO is working out onto the Farsa, so they're not necessarily too concerned about the fact that the Valentina can take that Farsa's Feathered Airstrike away. Now, the thing is, they were, when it comes down to Flux Impunity, they already have got the Atlas when they want to look for pickoff. If they want to go for double pickoff from the Kaja plus their own Atlas, it will be tough.
Ooh. I like this. This is another answer to the Atlas because they understood they're going in deep. So why not we oblige? You want to come pull us over? Get through the Zaman Force first.
Really interesting. They really want to make sure that at least for Vista dominate this lane, right? Because we're talking about overall, we mentioned it yesterday, coverage of damage, right? So much magic damage, and as well, it pairs well with the Kaja at the same time.
Do note that it does seem as though Team EVO is just waiting for the point in time where Flux Impunity picks out the Atlas, since we can expect Apex to actually play the Mincetar.
Well,
this is genius.
That being said, ain't no Mincetar here, so that Harith, you can expect it to go roughshod, go unsupervised, as the small child that he is. Looking at the predictions, wow, the world is split, except for maybe Turkey. Of course.
Of course, right? Understandable.
As you will. Now, that being said, I like the Bane pickup here because just between the Kari and the Valentina, there wasn't much burst. There wasn't enough damage. So this Bane here, I'm not so sure if he's going to build it hybrid or at least much more sustained the way Kaltizi did earlier in the groups, but I hope there's much damage here. I want that deadly catch to truly be deadly. I just don't want it to be a catch.
Magic, right?
That's right.
Magic?
Or even physical, I don't care.
I think I think physical is the way to go this time. Clock of Destinies, it's going to take too long for you to scale, but at the end of the day, I was worried about disengage, and they found a way to disengage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go as we land into the land of dawn between Team EVO versus Fire Flux Impunity.
Nothing out of the ordinary here.
Oh, look at that skin.
Bargain Hunter on Bistone, and yes, the Rune Sentinel skin making its debut here in the hands of Apex 47. Last we saw him play this in M4. Boy, oh boy, was that a revelation. But now, nothing out of the ordinary. It's a man-to-man laning phase here. The laners are sticking to where they need to be.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, of course, but you can definitely see that they want to walk up a little bit. Wait, hold on.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Doesn't seem like Fire Flux Impunity would want to get into this fight. EVO, they're wanting to go for a little more of the early game tempo and momentum in order to drive Fire Flux Impunity away.
Kazuya with the steal, you saw that?
I'm pretty sure it looked initially like they wanted to do a fast 4, but instead, they just wanted to make sure they had litho priority. This means that Your Name is going to have a slight EXP lead, and especially for Bane, he's going to show up here on top side.
Hello!
Now Kura, deadly catch down onto Opa, almost bring him down, but Opa is just surviving based on the shot residue, and only 1 minute and 20 seconds, first blood down onto Opa.
He missed out the opportunity to weave in an auto attack while he was already slowed by the Ale, and if he procced his shot residue, he might have been able to survive because Alien was a little far away, and maybe he could have gotten a battle spell, but at the very least, that's going to be first blood over, and a lot of pressure on that top side. So keep in mind, the FIMP, this is going to be a team composition that's designed about wombo comboing with each other.
Good news, bad news, that's going to be at least Opa coming back in time for this first turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. Bad news is Fire Flux already going in with a 1k gold lead. You can call it 1k here, especially since you're looking at a Bane. And I'm thinking this Bane is very definitely different from Kaltizi's.
A 1,500 gold economy onto Kura based on the fact that they pretty much brought down all the energy turrets at the top. But in the meantime, as well, we are immediately going to be looking at the whole FIB running down onto Team EVO as Opa was just pretty much hoping to get himself away from everything against Kura. But the shot residue is just stacking up. He's still going to be alive. Numinim comes in from behind and he's still managing to bring everyone down. It's Aki. And so Numinim is going to be left 2v2. Alien tries to back himself off. Numinim and Aki still wants to hope for the best for their team as the mid lane duel still gonna be dragging out as long as we can. Alien goes on to the split. Kazu joins in and Apex just pretty much gonna be here as Nunim goes down. The entirety of Fire Flux Impunity reigns in that fight.
Scrappy, messy, and all the more favorable for Fire Flux.
Fire Flux, even though they tried to escalate it. Personally, for me, they need to be a little bit more disciplined. Calm down for a second here, Kazuya.
A big Todd right on top of Kazu as they immediately bring the mid laner down, definitely helping Team EVO situation.
Is this not what you were saying? They just needed to take it slow?
Yeah.
And then they overextended. They weren't done.
I mean, technically, Kazuya, he was greedy out. He had the flicker. He had an opportunity to use it. Didn't want to, was willing to die for it, and didn't expect to be followed up upon by Your Name, which is a little unfortunate.
Oh, fun fact, since Atlas is making his debut, it is of Greek origin, that name, and it means to carry. I wonder if Apex is going to carry Fire Flux to a victory here, given this, I don't know, messy start, because now they're going to be pressuring bottom lane. Here comes the Z-Force.
Immediately, Sunshine's HP is not looking good. Biston did have to use his Summon Force, but in the meantime, looking all the way up north, we can pretty much tell that FIB is trying to put more pressure onto the EXP lane, forcing Open to run it down with his ultimate.
Top to bottom, that's a DD, double disengage, unless Alien's looking for more. Nope. No dice here, but what is this? Second turtle coming up.
Yep, second turtle coming up, and the way that Alien is managing this wave is great. They're trying to show that FIB ain't some limp biscuits here. They're going to be able to walk away from the time being. But again, combo components, I'm seeing the ultimates.
Alien starting the fight off onto Your Name. Pretty much it's just going to be stick right on top of Your Name. With, of course, with the ultimate. As the fatal lanes connect, Nunim flickers himself away and will be able to successfully disengage. But unfortunately, Kazu joins in with a black dragon form, whittles him down, and FIB still even running it down to Opa. Doesn't seem like they would want to let him run away. The Petrify is pretty much used. Opa completely under fire, even under the turret's nose. In the meantime, Biston loses his fight against Sunshine down in the bottom.
The Turkish take everything from that turtle into the purple, down bottom. They are barreling on forward, way ahead of EVO. About 2K, 2.5K now.
How did Biston lose his 1v1 against Sunshine there? Something must have happened. Biston might have taken a really terrible trade, and you can see that even Sunshine flickered for it, so he really capitalized on it.
Quantum step? Question mark, but now 3v2 down bottom.
Apex 47 and Sunshine understands that most of the members from the side of EVO is pretty much gone. It's a dark side in their map, and they at least managed to get away completely unscathed.
I understand what EVO is doing here. They're protecting their last safe lane. They lost the XP lane tier 1, and down bottom is their last chance to give Biston that ramp up into the mid game. He already has his Calamity Reaper.
Ooh, Calamity Reaper purchase is going to allow him to get a lot more damage in these fights. But keep in mind,
Noonim, big ultimate, and of course following it up with Aki. 3-man fatal link, but unfortunately not a lot of followers are going to be joined up here. The Deadly Catch is going to be tossed out from the side of Cura, and he brings Noonim down. But joins in the mid fight and tries to go over to the back line, but Alien is himself is going to be holding down the rest of the 3 from the back and effectively helping them to disengage. But EVO still have 4, and they might actually just want to take this time to take over the opponent's jungle.
Is that not unfortunate? On 2 levels. Number 1, the damage from Flux Impunity came a little too late, and number 2, Alien couldn't bite down on anybody. I saw him trying to get that split on like 2 or 3 different people, and they're like, nobody just wouldn't bite. Oh wait!
Feather has struck down! But unfortunately, most of the members coming from the side of Team EVO is not going to go down just yet. Fimb as well as EVO, they would want to be committal, but it just sometimes doesn't work.
It doesn't work. It's all about the combo components, right? The execution is going to be extremely key here. You got to take a step back, breathe a little bit. For FIMP, it's all about making sure that once you find that initial catch, that you can follow it up with specifically Cura, and then things will start falling into place. But on the opposite side, EVO side, especially for Opera, it's about disrupting, trying to stagger them as much as they can. Now, it's a little difficult, and yes, they do have a couple of Purifies, and hopefully that's going to be able to turn the tides, but at the end of the day, it's about timing and execution, not just for FIMP, but also for EVO.
Between the 2 of them right now, I think Flux Impunity is still ahead of the game, maybe a step and a half ahead, given that they just traded that last turtle for a turret down bottom. So you can expect that Biston is going to find farm elsewhere. I'd say as long as there's a 3 or 4-man presence in the gold lane here in the bottom, then this is how he wants to go. But that aside, I think there's a smart from Fireflux to send Sunshine down there to take down that tier 1, and then eventually it's the long lane from the First Lord. I don't know if they saw this coming.
And eventually, Fimb didn't even care about the bottom lane, and just nice the timing for Atlas to go down to go for the defense. Kaja is nowhere to be seen as well as Harif. So at least is in Fimb's idea, they can't see anyone from the side of EVO except for the Fredrin and the Farsa that was last seen in middle.
And this is the first time in a while, in the groups at least of MSC, that we've seen a dive against a dive comp.
Yeah, and it's great, but the problem is that at least with Atlas, he's able to table flip it so easily, right? You don't know when exactly he's going to be able to use his ultimate to completely turn that fight around. And the question is whether Opera, if he comes out too early from Black Dragon form, he could be in a lot of danger and bait the rest of his team into these fights. But notice that even the Deadly Catch is utilized to chunk down tier 2s.
The tier 2 went down so quickly, and EVO didn't really have a response to that. As we see the conceal, as Apex goes for 2-man fatal legs, follow down with Aki, dropping down with a feather airstrike, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do much with that from that point onwards. Alien went over to the back lines, and Opa flying around the Blood Dragon form. Fimb eventually have to make all the way back and retreat.
Oh, wait.
Doesn't seem like the fight is going to be ended just yet. Opa finds himself right in the face of Cura as he makes his retreat. Alien not able to land down any of those goos onto the front lines of EVO, but fight continues on. Alien can't go down, and Fimb may want to look at another avenue.
I like the term, all those glues. Globules are very difficult to say, so glues are going to be the way to go. At the end of the day, these neutral objectives is going to be hard, especially for FIMP. They don't have a majority of their ultimate, big ticket ultimates just yet. Cura just got his Deadly Catch, and now he's waiting for Apex, who just got it online.
And Apex threatening
with a single man fatal links, I suppose, but they would want to bring down your name as soon as possible, so no more retribution from the side of Team EVO. Fimb takes the Lord that easily with no challenge.
That was a little bit awkward. It kind of felt like Team EVO kind of let it happen. They looked at him and was like, sorry, buddy. Just now.
full-on retreat.
Okay, so I think that's just a byproduct of the fact that, yes, Flux Impunity is very ult-reliant, but EVO is as well. Here's how the 50-50, both teams playing the dive comp. You'll see that the team that has the better micro, or rather the better macro, will do much better. And then right now you're seeing that that's Flux Impunity as they're barreling on ahead. 5.5k ahead, 10 minutes in.
Oh my god. Alien. Look at him, he's just taking the damage. Wait.
Oh, that is very premature when it comes down to the fact that Airstrike, Kira is forced to use the deadly catch as well, but none of the ultimates amounted to anything.
Here we'll see, 10 minutes in, I think we're going on full Turkish Delight. This is their version of the Ube, and they've been together for what, the past 2 to 3 minutes? We haven't seen much split map play. They're going for what they want!
Scouted, but unfortunately only down onto your name. They toss everything out onto this Fredrin and trying to do whatever they can, such as still respecting this distance as far as possible. But he did manage to bring Opus down to an all-time low, in fact, half HP. From this point on, Fimp is pretty much going to be chowing down like a hungry toddler as they are knocking the doors on the front base of EVO. The Lord just going to be marching in with half HP left. Fimp is not exactly going to be diving in to extend the health of the Lord as much as possible, but what they can do is to whittle down the bottom lane health and the top lane second tier.
That just means that all the outer tier turrets are gone, and now with a clean 7.7k lead for the side of Fimp, they're going to hit their next item, Power Spike, to try and start threatening inhibitors. Now, EVO, on the other hand, right, keep your eyes on the two main players that are going to change the tide of the fight. And you're expecting Neomnim to try to make something happen, especially with the Divine Judgment, but when we look at the items as well, they're significantly behind, so the only people they can reasonably rely on is going to be Agi, and as well as Opper. Opper to open up the map, try to bait up a couple of spells, but Agi must come from a flank angle and not a traditional front-to-front, because the deadly catch is pointed in his direction.
And as soon as we started the game with a Bane in the jungle in the hands of Kura, we did say this is going to be a very different Bane from the Kai and Carl TZ showed, and already it is. Yes, he's building more towards hybrid, and yes, it's physical hybrid. There's the War Axe, maybe on his way to a Hunter Strike. He did commit first to the Athena's Shield, so they're showing respect to the Farsa, showing respect to the Harith. I'm loving, I like that this is the way that Fireflux has gone in with their Bane jungle. Now 8.4k ahead, 8.6, oh!
Yep.
They're outgunning EVO.
That's my favorite part. Whenever I see a team not decide, you know what, I'm going to greed out with my items, I'm going to go all damage, I'm going to make sure that they never have an opportunity, but actually going defensive when you're ahead is the better play. You want to minimize how much gold you give over to EVO, even if it goes wrong.
The small little margin of error now became a larger margin of error, so they don't really have to care too much about making small little tiny minute mistakes, especially since the Lord and the objectives is ultimately gonna be big, and they're gonna have to really watch out for Noomnim's ultimate.
This is a good angle coming in from EVO. This is what they need to do. And look at the spacing, look at Oprah as well, but Apex spots him out.
Once again, they are always after the heads of Apex, locking him down with no chance at all to fight for this game. Oprah still relentlessly goes in with the Black Dragon form as he's already committed to it. Now that fact that they don't have your name, they know they're gonna have to back off and give this Lord over to Fimp.
Clean, luminous Lord take here. This is a Lord that crashes on in, and they're not done!
Apparently, as now Fimp is just gonna be right onto the purple buff. The entirety of EVO respects the distance with Fimp and wants to hold it on within the bases of their walls.
Yep, that's 2 deadly catches we see in a very short period of time. Kura, he's got more than enough CDR to be spamming this ability. And again, it's just tough. It's really, really tough for EVO to actually come back behind because somebody needs to be brave. And in this case, it's got to be Biston. He needs to walk up and show like, yes, I do want to fight. I am willing to sacrifice, because at the end of this day, his damage is single target.
Yes.
Agi needs an opening.
Biston needs to be a big boy.
He needs to be a big boy right now.
He needs to stand up, put on a big boy pants, and stand right in front of Fimp, who is so far ahead that they're allowing Kazue to stand as a front line. Can you believe it? I saw that Lord take. The Valentino was standing right in front of everybody.
A 2-way roll split down onto the lane from the side of EVO. They're trying to defend this 2-take, or rather 3-way take, with the top lane inhibitor turret already taken down. Fimp relentlessly goes down onto EVO with all of the inhibitor turrets destroyed. Fimp have got all their avenues and all of their arsenals ahead to bring EVO down whenever the possibility rises.
Oh, the Turkish are in your house, EVO. What are you going to do about it? Oh, they're taking their time, though. This is good, I think. Again, as you mentioned, playing defensively or at least taking it slow is the right thing to do when you're this far ahead.
And especially with the timings as well. We're like 14 minutes into this game. Like, they're not going to do something crazy here, are they? It might be a cast the curse moment. Okay, they're going to back away slowly. No, not yet.
That was a wee bit off timing. Oh, wait!
Big ultimate as well. The finger coming from the side of Union, but unfortunately there's not a lot of followers coming from their side. Sunshine is still going to be respecting this, and as you go will be with Cura as well as Apex. The entirety of Fib is still not going to be taken down just as the alien runs away with just a slipper of hell. However, EVO, they can't hold it down. They still would want to push all of their advantages. Fib backs it off a little bit and realizes that, hey, No-Name doesn't have a lot of HP left. We are just going to whittle down all of the lanes and keep our throne intact.
Okay, 2 for 1. But they did get Sunshine, so that's some shutdown gold going over. This did buy EVO time.
No, this doesn't buy that much time because, again, it's going to be quite a coin toss, right? Let's look at the replay one more time. How exactly did they catch Sunshine? Because they pulled Apex first and then the turnaround. So, breaking it down, we see Nunam, he finds Apex initially, but that feathered airstrike, especially with the mass chaos that they had, Sunshine gets out of range, thinking that he's going to be safe, but in that back line, he's not exactly the most comfortable. He jumps back into that fight and falls into range of Agi.
Sunshine is trying to look for some value despite throwing himself right into the pool.
It was clear that the call for Fireflux was to go all in. I think they embraced the fact that EVO was being aggressive, but they missed out on the point that, yeah, you're still inside EVO's base. You are down 11K, but it's still EVO's base, and they are very pick-off reliant. Again, that's what the Kaja buys for you.
Yep. Remember what we talked about earlier, big boy pants. Kind of ironic because Bislan is playing a Leon and generally don't really have the biggest pants in the world, but at the end of the day, they need to bait something out of FIMP. And if he's enough of a threat, and if he finds the right targets to force it out of FIMP, they might have a chance.
Piston haven't really found much dividends, but Fib have a very good idea. They're constantly looking out for your name time and time again. And EVO's positioning just doesn't work out so well for them. The Lord goes down to the hands of Fib, and they are ready for this Lord push that will potentially end the game.
From minute 3 to minute 16:45, how ironic and how poetic is it that Fimp still stays ahead, maybe now 2 steps ahead. This is difficult. You saw how Oper tried to save the day, but no, they know exactly what's going on. Fireflux finds your name, and now it's a 4-man defense.
Oh, No-Name went straight on over to the back line, but we will be able to bring Kazu down. The Lord is holding it on, but the rest of the members from Fib finishes off the throne, don't even care about the players.
Woo! We gotta slow down here. We gotta slow down. There's so many. I'm expecting this game to go even further, maybe even all 3 of these games, because let's remember, both of these teams wanted to be on second pick. So it's one team at a time. Let the Turkish take this first game. Maybe EVO are able to bounce back once they get that second pick.
Looking at how Flux Impunity have walked back to their player rooms. It looks like it's just business as usual, stone cold.
Literally stone cold. I'm hoping to see a bit of emotion of like, yes, that's a nice one, but they understand that they're not out of the deep end just yet.
Yep, they're still gonna have to go for another game, and let's just hope that they will be able to keep their momentum straight and just continue with what they have learned and of course played so far.
All right, this is the first Kazuya Kazuya jungle lineup for the Turkish squad to win at MSC.
Yes.
So this is, there is no precedent to this. This is good for Flux Impunity to build up their confidence going into knockouts. If they do make it to knockouts, they are 1 game away from confirming that slot. They could stay in Cambodia for much longer. As for EVO though, you gotta admit, this is not a good place to be in. This is tough.
It doesn't seem like the entire fight so far for their composition is that no one is really there for Frederick, constantly being caught out. But I believe that is also the reason why they would want to leave him alone, is to really respect the Atlas pick. They wouldn't want to go all in and lose the Purifier in their process.
And that's why we were hoping to see the big boy pants come out from the Harith, right? He's the only person who's going to be able to scale and as well as be a positive threat to make the roamer think, you know what, this is a high value target. And I would imagine that Apex, and especially with the way that they've been playing this game, to focus down on neutral objectives to close it out, because again, combo-reliant ultimates are always going to have the issue of how do we close out the game.
Let's award our MVP, and of course, with the debut pick of Atlas, it's Apex 47.
Huge. He was playing huge this time. The execution was looking very, very clean. If we needed a textbook answer of how exactly are we going to make this game work, how does the combo components work, what does it look like, this would be the game.
It's all about pickoff. If they can't get the Franco, they can't get the Kaja, the one thing that really works out here is going to be the Atlas. And of course, consolation, if you get more than one, that would be great.
It's hook, line, and sinker. He is the hook and the line.
And the sinker?
The Bane is the sinker.
Right, okay.
Right? There were team fights that allowed for 2 or 3 deadly catches to happen.
Yes.
And a lot of them came off of the back of minimum 1-man Fatal Links. And it's worth it at some point, right? So that comes off of the back of Apex 47's wisdom, his experience with the Atlas. You know that 6 months back, he played this same hero in Jakarta to bring glory and pride to Turkish MLBB. And here, he's showing it in Phnom Penh.
I actually want to highlight Alien for just a moment, because the way that he's playing it, he's so darn tanky in these fights. Like, even though the combo didn't work out as well, look at Alien in the back. He's looking at holding your name for as long as possible, and more importantly, he is just a secondary line to make sure that even if you do try to disengage or re-engage, I'll slow you down.
Alien is the line. You can spell line with Alien's letters, by the way.
L-I-N-A-L.
You got an extra letter, too.
I can't English right now.
Just saying. But yeah, no, you're right. In addition to Apex's efforts, there is the glue that spaces you out, so you're afraid of both Fatal Links and the lethal grab.
Right. So no matter what, you can't really just go all out and disrespect the space of Flux Impunity. They're gonna have to find a proper way, and this is their way of dealing with it. Constantly having the Fredrin alone, but always at the same place.
They're keeping Biston away from his big boy pants.
Yeah,
right.
It's frustrating to see, because again, they're overvaluing their battle spell here. Purify is generally a lot lower cooldown compared to something like a Flicker. I can understand if it's a Flicker, but if it's a Purify, you gotta utilize it at some point of time, and that's what I was hoping to see from Biston. And finally, when he gets at max items, he basically won a 1v1 essentially against the Valentina towards the end.
And here in the item builds, this is not a stat line you want to see on a Fredrin, and this is an item build that was compromised. It's so difficult to be your name in this game, given that he only has a blade armor. When you're looking at a damage Bane.
Physical, yeah.
Right, look what the deadly catch is packing. Oh, there you go, see Hunter Strike penetration, plus the War Axe with the stats. I get it, and as well, the carry, we didn't even mention Sunshine.
Yeah, we didn't even mention Sunshine. He was just having the time of his life, having, one of his mistakes being like, oh, the team, it's time to back away. Sunshine's like, wait, one more auto attack, just one more, just one more.
I can do it.
Just one more. And that auto attack pretty much brings your team a long, long way. We've seen that Sunshine constantly tries to stick on top of team fights as much as he can, and even losing his own deal life for one, but at least he found a couple of values out of that.
Let's have a look at the post-game stats now, because again, whoa, it's super skewed here. It may be a 7-16 kill score overall, but the Monster Gold stolen, damage to turrets. EVO was unable to kind of break through against FIMP.
Not a nick to a turret?
Nope. Again, that's how high octane and high velocity Fireflux was playing. They were just everywhere all the time, and EVO was forced to clog up those holes in their sinking ship.
I'm not sure whether damage to turret is 100% correct, because I do remember a little bit of damage coming down to the bottom turret, if I remember correctly.
At least.
At the very least, right? Like, I understand like maybe 5 or like 100 or something.
Right.
That makes a little bit more sense, but complete 0 seems a bit of an overstatement here.
But overall picture-wise, this is what happened, right? EVO could not get to the turrets, given how aggressive Fireflux was with just dominating the map.
Ultimately, Flux Impunity, they had their game plan and they knew exactly what they would want to go out for. Your name just stood absolutely no chance, as there was just way too much lockdown. And I would suppose that they, like you said, were overvaluing the fact that they do have a Purify and they're just using it as an insurance policy. In fact, I don't exactly remember Harif using the Purify like twice.
Well, maybe not as often as we would have liked to see, but definitely this escape a couple of dangerous moments against Apex 47. Although the entire story of this game, and especially with your name, I mean, there is a literal movie about it. The entire synopsis summarizes this perfectly. Left out to dry half the time, forced to do God's work, and especially when you're unable to achieve it, the rest of your team just has to wave goodbye and step backwards.
Also known as Kimi no Nawa. It was a smash hit all around the world. Came out in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. 2016 worldwide release.
Yeah, 16, yes.
Yep. My cinephile is showing. But yes, let's talk about how...
that, though.
let's talk about how EVO can bounce back, all right? Step one. How about we get 20 August in there? I know it's June, but how about we get 20 August in there?
Sorry, I couldn't help but chuckle on that one.
Wind the time, guys. Wind the time.
I don't necessarily think 20 August would make too much of a difference, especially in that game.
Nothing against Numnim. Nothing against Numnim.
It's nothing against Numnim. It's just the overall, the way that you're kind of thinking about the game. You gotta get creative, right? Especially when you're in a losing matchup, especially when you're in a deficit. Gambits need to be made. You have to make some sacrificial play to try and even out the score. Because remember, even if you are 10,000 behind, if you trade 2 for 2, especially if a team is that far ahead, you're winning out overall in the economy.
And that's what I'm getting at. 20 August is an anchor for EVO. He was the star player in their qualifiers from Mekong, and a lot hedges on him. So how do you go for a Gambit without your star player, without that confidence booster, without your anchor? So with that being said, I think that's step one. Step two, is there anything to fix in the draft? I think they drafted pretty okay here. It's just they might have bumped the wrong kind of dive comp. It might have been the wrong tool for the wrong job.
Personally, for me, I think the overall draft, it was interesting, especially with the way FIMP were kind of setting it up. Even I fell for the, oh yeah, they're definitely going to play Minotaur at some point of time, and then we get into the second phase, it's like, where did the Minotaur go?
They banned it. They saw it coming.
Eventually, Team EVO decided, you know what, we cannot let this through. They have that first pick on the second phase. Might as well get rid of it now rather than later.
No shenanigans.
No shenanigans.
How about positionings, though? Because so far, what I've always been looking out for is really just about your name's positioning. Constantly being picked out and constantly being melted down before he even have a chance to dance with his opponents. So would it be that your name should have, backed off a little bit and respect their space, or should the whole team, kind of support it?
Think about it this way, right? I think even for your name, he's still being extremely considerate to the rest of his teammates. Every time he approaches this lore pit, he's coming in from not exactly the oddest angle, but he's not taking the main pathway. He's not beelining it towards that turtle pit. He's always going through Tribrush just to make sure even if Apex tries to go towards him, which he knows he's going to be the target of, at least it's a little further away from the rest of his team.
All right. Just to defend what your name was doing, looking at the lineup again in hindsight, he was the only real peel for Team EVO. He's playing with a Harith, a Farsa, Kaja, and a Yuzhong. And Opper was doing the right thing, right? That's what you do as a Yuzhong. You come in late and you catch the softest target you can with your full Petrify combo.
You got to follow up.
Yeah, your name really was just doing his best here, but it just wasn't enough.
I'm telling you, the synopsis of the movie really relates to this story almost 1-to-1. It's pretty crazy. It's like it's telling the future in a matter of fact. But that's why the Gambits need to come in play as soon as possible. I mean, I would say that Team EVO was a little late to adapt to it when they start to recognize, oh wait, this is actually a legitimate problem. But now we need to start thinking outside of the box, not just about the laning phase, but the overall style of composition, and more importantly, getting into the finer details of how do you approach neutrals.
Especially since this kind of lineup like we are talking about, Fredrin is the main peel, yet he's also the one with the most important battle spells doing this kind of objective securing situation.
It's a double-edged sword, right?
Right.
It's like Retribution is so important, but he really wishes he had Purify in a lot of these moments.
So it's kind of like a tough spot. If I were to be in your name, right? You gotta have to be close enough to the Lord to dance. You gotta have to peel for your team as well. If you are tanky enough, you take so much of these skills, and your team can fight back, and you are still alive. But it just doesn't seem like your name has found that point in time whereby he's still alive.
Your Name, released August 26, 2016, directed by Makoto Shinkai, as distributed by Toho. So yes, we were quite on the dot. We haven't yet quite gotten the specifics of if Fireflux will switch up, if we're going to see Lunar come in, or if EVO will bring in 20 August.
We'll see. We'll see in a little bit once we get into the draft, because the last time... Oh, wait. That's the info right there. Thank you so much to our producer. 20 August is coming in.
So what should we expect here now that 20 August is in?
This is dependent on who is going to be first pick and second pick, right? I'm expecting to see Team EVO go on to that second pick.
That's right.
And the main problem in game number 1 was the fact that they didn't pose enough questions within that first phase and gave tempo over in the draft itself.
They were reactive from minute 0.
Right, on first pick, which is not what you want.
There was a lot of flexibility options that they can pretty much go for, but they pretty much stacked up the first 3 picks and they pretty much showed that who's going to go over to the EXP, Roam, and pretty much, what was the other one again? Jungle.
And
That's
the
right.
jungle, yes.
Yep. So they were way honest, they were reactive, and they were forced to already, again, minute 0, close up those gaps. Cover up those holes that Flux Impunity were putting right into their sinking ship. The game hasn't even started, so yeah, that's a great start. That'll allow Coach Flash Oni, their analyst Bumblebee, to reset and maybe play from a winning angle from the draft themselves. So yes, expect that EVO will go red side and that they'll try to present threats starting from there.
Can we also just commend the fact that Flux Impunity, the way that they draft, I would say that they're also evolving the way the draft needs to be thought about, right? In terms of priority, in terms of things that come down as it trickles down the line, they don't necessarily want to get their immediate game plan off the board. Their plan Bs, if no Minotaur, we got the Atlas still. There's only 5 bans, and with the meta being so diverse as we are seeing before our eyes, I think people need to take a step back and really reevaluate how they assess the situation.
So ultimately, well, we gotta have to look out for what Fimp have got to say, especially from Apex 47 himself. No matter who our opponent is, we will respect them and give our best. No matter what they throw at us, we will manage it. And they did. They managed it.
You know, it's funny enough that it's a Turkish squad that has the most Southeast Asian sounding quote. It is just like, yeah, we'll manage it, no problem. This is great. It is great. They are humble to be here, and more importantly, they are showing that actions speak louder than words.
And is that not the most respectful thing to do in the stage that is MSC 2023? We will destroy you. We look at you as equals, and we will do our best. We will end when we can.
They're humble, yet they're confident at the same time. They know what they want to say, and they don't want to, sound overly confident. They don't want to sound too weak at the same time. Pretty much a middle ground.
That's right. The Turkish are amazing. They're lovely, and they're scary.
Yes.
Can be giving them that space and time, as unfortunately Team EVO did in game number 1. As they start preparing for draft number 2, I'm curious to see whether August Swain, after watching game number 1, has he picked up on a couple of habits that Apex the way that he moves around the map specifically, because I felt like Apex wasn't really punished because he kept on doing the same moves again and again and again. The way that he passed, and especially with Atlas, which is a little unique, you expect him to be hopping over walls to maximize the distance for the perfect match, and more importantly, tri-brush control is going to be the name of the game there, if it's going to be a repeat of game number 1.
I'd like to think yes, given that 20 August was in the room while the match was happening. He did see how Apex 47 were catching, 1-man, 2-man, 3-man Fatal Links. But given that, in game 1 alone, that being the Atlas debut game in MSC, Apex didn't have to, again, pull off the crazy stunts just yet. So how can you say that you've seen the limit of this Atlas when that's all the Atlas showed? And the question is, will Atlas even show up here?
That's also a very, very good question. Let's jump into the drafting phase and find out. I'm hoping a lot that Team EVO is able to bounce back here in game number 2.
The show has just begun after all. Ladies and gentlemen, between Fimp versus EVO. Fimp did manage to get himself game number 1, but this drafting stage is going to tell us a little bit more, as we already moved on to 3 picks right off the bat.
Team EVO wanted to be, they're going to do it all over again, right? Same bands coming in from both sides. Nothing has changed. Again, same first picks coming in from both sides. I'm just surprised that Team EVO decided, you know what, being on first pick, maybe not so bad.
This is an approach at iteration. I get it. You want to just change a few things so that you can do the same approach and maybe do better, but I don't think I'd be saying it right if I said game 1 was close. So I don't know if iteration works.
see value in me,
I guess their laning could have been slightly
should.
better. I guess they can technically...
Oh.
Early farmers. This is what I was hoping for.
is to trick.
We deviated from the curve, no longer the same. We were expecting a Yuzhong, but for Ram is here. What does this mean for EVO?
It means in game 1 they didn't like Alien's glue.
Yeah, they're like, stop it, Glue. No more Alien. No more than this. Although I will say that at least with Fredrin being still locked in as a potential flex pick, it still poses that secondary question. It's like, yes, we have the answer, but we also pose you another question. Is your EXP laner going to be able to kind of match up against our Fredrin if we throw it in? And are you even considering banning out the Lancelot now that Farmus has already been picked up? Force back into that corner, you know? Don't want him to get on that neutral.
Yep, this is the answer to your question, Gideon.
No Lance?
Yeah,
Okay.
no Lance because there's no need to rush that jungle. There were no junglers banned except for the Fanny, and I'm thinking Kyura can just do anything he wants. That Bane came out of nowhere last game.
There's a lot of options after all. If they want to go for Lance, being able to weave in between, weave in and out to get the Lord, that will be fine, or the Turtle. I mean, Arkai is a very oppressive jungler as well. Just being able to just push everyone away. I think that could very much be one of the perfect options for Fim, depending on how this banning stage goes.
With this Claude ban, I understand, and I think Coach Bad Galsef and their analyst Osprey saw this coming. Yeah, they're gonna try to repair the situation, pick up the Faramis. Let's get the counter pick up, the Melissa, and then give Sunshine a winning pick.
Yep, and they're gonna really punish this gold lane, right? We see the Claude immediately ban out, and I'm expecting the Beatrix to come out pretty soon after, or even the carry. Personally, I don't mind the carry getting let through in comparison to the Beatrix, but that's a personal preference. We don't know about the team. Coming back to Team EVO, the fact that they banned out the Franco already tells us that, okay, we need to make sure that there's a possibility that there is no possibility that if we lock in Joy for ourselves, at the very least, nobody can stop her, nobody can suppress her.
Oh yeah, there has been an uncanny and uncharacteristic absence of Joy this time around, but the suppress heroes are still high priority. Oh no, Fireflux attacking Biston's hero pool.
As expected, as expected. I'm a little surprised they wanted to get rid of the Harrod this time. I guess there is a level, as the quote said, of respect, but they will manage.
So despite the fact that when it comes down to statistics-wise, Harif didn't seem to do that much in the previous game, but it's pretty much said to be true that the Harif did do something to their either mental or the fact that it did do something to them.
Well, I think it's definitely a lot of respect for sure. Atlas as well. Yep, both FIMP and Team EVO, they look at each other, they're like, all right, eye for an eye, we are equals.
Then this has to be the Minotaur, right?
I mean, sounds like it.
One or the other comes up and then you just win even with a Cult Altar. The Minotaur just says, yes please.
What's worse is that they have a Valentina on their side, so it's going to be Minoan Fury plus Cult Altar, so there's no real reactive response, unless maybe they get like a Farsa somehow.
Not even. They can even steal the Divine Judgment and stop the Cult Altar completely.
Yeah, I don't know, because with Team EVO, like, how are you going to fit more answers? You've already got your lanes locked in. It's like you want some AoE. Farsa looks like a good idea, but it's like, there's no space. There's no space.
I mean, what we can possibly expect, I mean, we've seen in the other previous other regions of MPL, we can see the Fredrin go to EXP, Kaja goes over to the jungle, and Faramis going to the roam. So at least when it comes down to the mage, we can kind of open that avenue.
I mean, that's really pulling a lot of strings to make it happen.
And then you revert to the problem in game 1, wherein you're completely reacting. You're the one who is forced to sit shotgun while Fireflux drives this vehicle on a one-way ticket to the knockout stage. I do like this though. EVO understands that, hey wait, they still have that hero pick for Alien that could just flex, but right now they're looking for a jungler. What is this? Lancelot, Bane? I like the Bane.
Yeah, the Bane
is still good.
Why not, right? I mean, yes, you can technically go for Lancelot, but honestly, with the amount of AoE damage that you have, the AoE setup that you have, the Melissa who's able to hit multiple targets at once with the activated Muddles, might as well, right? A deadly cash to kind of seal the deal.
And just push real quick. That's one of the problems that exacerbated EVO's situation in game 1. EVO's situation in game 1.
So what are we looking for? More damaging jungler or more utility jungler?
Damage
Ling?
How about all the damage?
All the damage, all the chips.
Okay. And Amon, I think that this is the third time that we've seen Amon.
Yep, second time in the hands of Fireflux.
I'm so surprised. I'm very surprised that he decided to do this.
I'm here for it. They're gonna go Death Ball, because if you go for the Bane or something else that is similar, you're attacking objectives, you're honest about it. But this time around, Fireflux says, nah, let's kill them first, and then we go for the objectives.
Oh boy, this is gonna be quite the game, but I think, I have to admit, FIMP, I think they've got this in the bag.
I like
Just like that? Okay.
Just like that, what other responses could you possibly get? Even if you get creative, right? How many 50-50 gambits must you take to get ahead?
Minoan's Fury, we're looking at the Cult's Altar as well. The answers, it's not really presented.
Valentina issues.
That's what's scarier.
That's scary.
You're posing questions while presenting answers as well. Flux Impunity looking to go for the throat here, looking for the sweep. What does EVO have to present to stop them from doing that?
Now, what I'm looking out from the side of him, it kind of seems like it's almost like that that front four that Gideon was talking about. They're just rushing onto the orange buff, albeit a little bit of the flip side, right?
Yes. I call it the fast four.
A fast four.
Exactly.
Family.
Exactly. Because initially, we saw this from Echo. We saw how they abused the fact that Carl PC is walking into Little Wanderer and he's like, I'm about to hit my ultimate. You really want to fight me on this? And we can really turn that momentum very, very quickly. But in terms for Team EVO, this early game is going to be an all or nothing at level 4. 20 August, please don't die.
Aggressive opening, aggressive positioning from 20 August already expended the flicker, trying to get himself away. Luckily...
Wait, one more skill shot.
Is this buying time? Okay.
He's alive.
He's alive, and I think that he did manage to buy a little bit more time and to make sure that Kira is a little bit slow when it comes down to the EXP gains.
If anything, they bought some time. Kira is slightly behind.
I think Kira is actually going to be a lot more behind than we're going to imagine here, right? Your Name should be hitting level 5 off of this gold crab. The fact that he was able to... Wait, did he get the Little Wanderer? It was on top side, so he got the Little Wanderer as well. He should be hitting level 5 very, very soon in comparison to Kira, who's only going to hit level 4 right after this camp. Yep, there we go, level 4. And then as expected, Your Name is going to be walking over to the neutral.
Though early 300 gap between the two junglers, I think that is definitely going to make quite a bit of difference when it comes to the upcoming jungler. Oh, Opa going down that early, not what we want to see.
And this whole time, Alien was buying time. He popped the sprint, but yes, it's another failed rotation. EVO, essentially, they close the gap. Flux Impunity now making a way for the turtle.
And now Alien immediately trying to get more opening down as he grabs onto the side of that Fredrin. He can't get any closer, but Alien trying to bring him closer a little bit. Turtle's HP is still going A-OK as Fimp doesn't really care too much about that. Opa jumped over the back lines, received quite a bit of damage from the side of Amon, but he's gonna be A-OK still. Not a lot of casualty coming from both sides. They are only in for the objective. But Alien, he doesn't seem like he can come down anytime soon as the Black Dragon form merges him.
Nicely done coming in from the side of Team EVO. I like the idea that Alien had. He was trying to pull Your Name outside of the call altar and then look for Kira to throw in the Endless Shards to burst him down before this becomes a 50-50. Unfortunately, at the very least, Agi was like, nope, flicker forward, I'm gonna save my boy and hold him on for as long as possible, and then maybe we can look to turn the fight.
Not just, Oper was also playing man-to-man defense like his life relied on it. And it kind of did. His team's tournament life is relying on it, and that's gonna be key here. Everyone from EVO at this point in the early game, in the laning phase, seems to be on point. They understand, so no huge flubs just yet. This is good. This is a great way to get to game 3.
Apex opens up on the 20 August. Kira jumps over to the back, trying to get a kill on the Biston just by a little bit, and then manages to right under the turret's nose.
This is going to be hard given that Biston needed space. Biston needed to farm up to be able to win that lane against Melissa, against Sunshine, but I don't know how they're going to do it now. Fimp way ahead, 600 gold this early on.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, Eggy's role is so important here, right? Oh, wait, hold on.
Apex 47, close to it. 20 August pop.
Unfortunate. Will they be able to get the time? I don't think so. Kira's trying to make it out of here, but these Endless Shards are starting to really stack up, especially with the momentum that he's getting. He's going with Mystery Shop. He's got 2 kills already. He is starting this snowball early.
The Cult's Altar has already been forced out, so at least for the side of Fimp, they are very confident that they can have their own Cult's Altar. But do they want to push for that? Do they want to just kind of like get all aggressive just because of the fact that Faramis can't get that out?
I mean, there's two ways of looking at it, right? Yes, they can technically get really, really aggressive, but they're still ultimate dependent. Even though the call altar is coming out defensively, it is matching up with the ult-timers of people like Apex and as well as Kazue. But at the end of the day, they have to match up Roamer for their mid laner.
Here we go, quick turtle take by Fireflux. They are going to lose that trade up top unless, do they have an answer? Are they going to make it in time?
Well, all the energy turret is going to be taken down from the top side. The gold laners are pretty darn happy with what they have got. Kazu joins into the fray, terrifies down on the 20th August, brings him down, and Sunshine takes the kill.
They're going to redive this. Apex, he's got them in No Fury. They know they can do this.
Oh, and it does seem as though the proxy did manage to work, but Fim, they don't really want to go for the kills per se. They want to focus on the turrets first, while Alien and Apex, he just hold it down. Grab lands right on top of Agi, and doesn't seem like he will be able to do much at this right now. Opa, all the way on the back. He tries to go for the Dragon's Tail, hoping that he will be able to build up a little bit more shadow residue. As Kazu pops out, he still has the Cult Altar. They bring your name down. 2% down from the side of EVO, while only 1 from the side of Fim. Make that 3 from the side of EVO as Fim continues with this landslide.
They overloaded Oper.
True, that was a beautiful fight coming out of FIMP Apex. My God, let's look at the replay one more time and let me explain to you how insane this was. They hold them hostage underneath the tier 2, in between the tier 1 and tier 2, until they see the full commitment as Alien pulls one back. The Mignon Fury looks great, and Opera, he responds correctly, but Apex delays him ever so slightly. That 1 second could be 1 extra second of him being in this residue. The Dragon Tail doesn't connect on Kazue to secure the kill at the same time. 1 second difference.
I'm not so sure if now it's a Terrified or it's just Oper not finding the right targets, right? Is it him just going, which way, or literally he had no choice?
It's the Terrify. That's the best way to kind of explain it, right? Because at the end of the day, you need to be able to secure these kills, but if you have enough heal, and especially if you have the time being bought by Apex and as well as Kazue, it's even better. Look at this snowball!
This is terrible! Under 7 minutes, Fireflux have already committed Grand Theft Orange. And we're not even to the Lord state just yet. This is the last turtle of the game, and they're barreling on ahead. Almost 5k ahead. They're outgunned, they're outmanned. And look at this Apex!
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. EVO still wants to take the fight onto the Lord, the turtle, but unfortunately they can't bring it down. Your Name takes the first blood, or rather he himself goes down first. Edgy also down. EVO gonna have to go on a full retreat, losing the turtle as well as the middle lane first tier turret.
Abstract, it might as well have been the Lord. At the way Fireflux is going, how quick it is.
It should have been, huh?
Yep. I mean, these next 3 minutes, it's just recovery. It's just trying to stop the bleeding from Team EVO. For FIMP, you have now full access to Team EVO's jungle and Opera.
Oh! The snowball is way too huge at this point in time. EVO finds it hard to come back into this, and they try to defend the second tier. Doesn't quite work. 20 August is all the way in the front lines, and still having some a bit of respect on the side of FIMP.
I don't know, at this point, I feel like FIMP just disrespect them at this point, because it's really hard to lose from this particular position, and knowing that if you are moving as 5, it's very hard to make these minimal mistakes at the end of the day, right? Tier 2s are going to start falling, and you're right, Leo, it's basically like taking the Lord. They're going to take every single outer turret and leave the inhibitors for the Lord to start crashing into.
Say what you will about the next few minutes being recovery, but I don't think Fireflux is going to allow them to do just that. No. I was looking at their inventory earlier on, talking about EVO here. A lot of them built Radiant armor. It costs about 1,800, right?
Right.
But at this point, I think you need an Athena shield. You're going to need the extra instant magic defense plus the HP regen that you get much faster from this point with the Athena shield, but they just don't have the extra 300. No. It's that tight.
They need an instant gratification, right?
That's right.
They can't stack it up any longer. They can't even hold the fight for too long.
Not with the Radiant armor, but wait, what happened there? Four-man attack. Sunshine was a little too confident.
Yeah, but they also got 20 August to use his flicker, which is, Sunshine's going to look at the rest of his team and like, hey, I'll be back in 10 seconds. Don't worry about it. When the Lord spawns, take your time. I'll be there to join the fight, and we got this game in the bag.
I mean, they do have Alien after all. He will be able to create that much amount of space until Sunshine comes back to initiate for the Lord.
Ah, well, there's one time that you're okay with the Radiant Armor, but wait, look, they're in!
It's Apex 47 Minoan's Fury throws everyone else up into the air, and the rest of the members for the side of Fib is pretty much showing the entirety of EVO's like hungry toddlers. They are a man on a mission like possessed, and they want to just go straight in for the inhibitors. It doesn't seem like he would want the game to end right now. Cura finishes him off as he overextends that bit as he wants to hold his team together.
Yeah, and Cura, he's not even doing anything too fancy at this point. He's letting his team do a majority of the work. He doesn't want to stack that Radiant Armor as quickly as possible, so he just throws his ult, lets the rest of his team do all the damage, and he'll collapse and crumple like paper.
This is disconnect, miscommunication across the board, especially from that bottom lane. I think, was I correct to see that it was Eggy who flickered in with a attempted pull?
Yep.
When you're down 10K?
He made a gambit, and and I respect him for that.
All in!
They've got to try. They have to try something. I mean, it's a 10K gold lead, and at this point, you can definitely see the desperation on Team EVO. The fact that Opper is going in with the Black Dragon for pre-lore, they can just let these waves crash into the inhibitor, and then start contesting for neutrals.
It seems like it's mass hysteria.
I mean, I can't imagine seeing them just holding themselves inside the base and clear the waves, but hold on a second. Tony August found one on the Cura, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to bring him down at all just yet, as Cura still hangs on behind. He's gonna be A-okay. The rest of the members coming from the side of FIP just gonna be jumping right on to Biston, but he managed.
Triple kill coming in huge from Kazue to finish off this game. GG, well played, FIMP.
Biston was so close to getting back into the safety of the fountain, but let's be honest here. With all of his team taken down, what can he possibly do against that massive wave?
There was nothing. I'm thinking of answers. I'm thinking of ways things could end up differently, and all roads lead to the same place.
If there's anything that the Lawages have, it's heart. They showed that even when they're down 10K against a perfect game on an Amon that means business, they will still try to look for plays, and that's what may have cost him the game here. You saw that 20 August was outside his base. He had no business being out there. And Apex 47 just again showing massive respect, flickering on in, Minoan's Fury out, and that's all she wrote. You could have blinked and missed it.
I think that at that point in time, they just don't really have a lot of the economy to melt Cura down. They need someone to prioritize.
Kanka, no English, I don't have, sorry.
Okay, congratulations to FIMP! So the first question is to Apex 47, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what was the main reason or the key moment in the game that you got to the win in the last game?
I can hear you with microphone. It's hard for me to hear you with microphone.
Oh, so here's the question. Can you tell us what was the main reason or the key moment in the game that got you the win in the last game?
Geçen oyundaki kazanmamızın nedeni neydi sence
Hangi
diyor.
oyun?
Yok, son maç.
Ya güzel takım oyunu yapıp kazandık.
It was a good team
Makromuz
fight
iyiydi.
with macro
Good team
gaming.
fight. Oh, team fight. Oh, okay. So the next question is, personally, who do you think will win the last match of today between Blacklist International and TODAK? Why?
Sence kiminle eşleşeceksiniz? Blacklist mi, TODAK mı? Neden?
Bence gruptan Blacklist birinci çıkacak. Blacklist'le eşleşeceğiz.
He said that Blacklist is going to be the first on their group, so we will match with Blacklist.
Okay អញ្ចឹងគាត់គិតថាសម្រាប់ Blacklist ដែលនឹងធ្វើការប៉ះជាមួយ TODAK ការគិតរបស់គាត់គឺទៅលើ Blacklist. Okay. So the next question is to Sunshine.
What's her name?
Okay, FIMP will be facing one of the one team, except Eco in the knockout stage. Which team do you think they favor you the most and why?
You asked that which team wants to match with us? Diyor ki Eko dışında bir tane takımla eşleşeceksiniz diyor birinci çıkan gruplarda. Sence hangi takımla eşleşmek istiyorsun ve hangi takım bizimle eşleşmek istiyor sence?
Ben Blacklist'ten eşleşmek istiyorum çünkü geçen senenin bir rövanşı olabilir.
He wanna match with Blacklist. Maybe it can be a rematch of last year.
Really? Blacklist? Chânក្រុមថាគាត់គិតថានឹងចង់ជប់គឺ Blacklist ដោយសារតែគាត់គិតថាគាត់អាចប្រហែលជារបៀប revenge ដូចជាការ31សម្រាប់កាល last year ប្រហែលជាកាលពីឆ្នាំមុនគាត់មានជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតអីដែលគាត់ចាញ់ទៅលើ Blacklist អញ្ចឹងឆ្នាំហ្នឹងគឺគាត់ចង់ធ្វើការសងសឹក So you want to revenge, right? Yeah. Okay. So the next question is to Sunshine also. Do you think the meta is really shifting in this MSC 2023? Can you tell us more?
Kanka niye bana hep soru soruyorlar?
Okay, can I ask what you think about the meta of the MSC?
Okay, sure.
MSC'deki meta hakkında ne düşünüyorsun diyor. MSC'deki meta hakkında ne düşünüyorsun diyor. Turnuva hakkında.
Takım fightları çok güzel geçiyor turnuvada.
The team fights are going pretty well because of the meta.
Okay. ចាំន័យថាការជាមួយនឹង team fight ក៏ដូចជា meta របស់គាត់គឺល្អដូចគ្នា going very well. Okay, so any word to your fans?
Fanlarınıza bir şey söylemek istiyor musunuz diyor. Keep following us.
Okay សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅតែតាមដានពួកគាត់ក៏ដូចជាគ្រប់គ្រងពួកគាត់និង support ពួកគាត់រហូតដល់វគ្គ knock out ដូចគ្នាអរគុណ So now the interview is done, so let's pass the floor to the caster. Thank you.
I don't recall if Fireflux has always been this animated and this colorful. I love it. It seems like they're ready for knockouts.
They definitely are. And more importantly, they're more animated this time because they've had a little bit of international experience. I mean, I can understand being very nervous during M4, a world title here.
Yep.
But coming into MSC, I feel it's like, okay, one peg down, we can breathe a little, we've been here before, let's do it again.
I mean, it is technically one tier lower, so they are definitely getting that breath of fresh air. They're starting to get things a little bit more experience. The first one that we went to was like high stakes. So right now, you know, they've got the understanding now.
Let's look at the MVP this time around. And yes, it's Cura on that perfect aim-on game. 8, 0, and 10. Look, he didn't even finish the Swift crossbow.
Yep. The beauty of this is the fact that it's like, I don't need the Feather of Heaven, technically. All I need is raw power, raw damage, and yes, a little bit of attack speed is nice, but I don't even need the on-hit effect.
Something tells me this was just a juggle. He just sold the immortality that was popped somewhere somehow and then was going to build back up. But yes, for those of you who are not familiar, it is indeed Cura, who you once watched in M4 as TNZ. People are wondering, where's TNZ? Where's TNZ?
Here he is.
This is him. He just changed his name.
Okay.
But it's the same amazing gameplay. This is his early game right here from minute 1 to minute 10. Yeah, basically he was everywhere.
Literally everywhere, even trying his absolute best to go over to the opponent's side. In fact, quite a lot.
I mean, just look at the patterns, right? Yes, it is 1 minute all the way to 10 minutes, but right at the very beginning, you can notice how much space he's starting to take, right? He starts off real slow, goes back into his jungle, and then when you see that first initial dive on that top side by EXP, immediately he starts going into enemy jungles. He's disrespecting the mid lane. He cracks it open and even dives it.
Yep, we'll see a bit of the highlights here. This is a very early on moment. He helped Kazue get that first blood up top. He took down Bistorm, and even underneath tier 1 up top, he's been getting killed. So yeah, he was never off. There was no scale up for Cura. He started the game in 5th gear.
He just kept on speeding up faster and faster and faster, and then right here, upper
Let's carry
yeah, he got immobilized right at the very end. Oh boy, that's really, really unfortunate. At the end of the day, at least for me, Cura coming up with a 90% team fight participation. The fact is, even when Melissa isn't there, there is damage coming through. Just look at the way that he's just shredding his opponents. Just one item, a Genius Wand, more than enough.
Completely untouched in most of these situations, and even if anyone were to touch him, then it will be during the cult altar. This guy has got 0 death exactly because of positioning and the fact that he is just donning his name as the assassination guy.
Yep. Cool guy walking away, not looking at the explosion moments. A lot of them here for Cura. And this was that last moment where Biston thought he could get away with it. Pow! Blasted by Kazue. And then that's all she wrote. This was 11 minutes something, right? 11:03. I wonder, is this the new record? Is this the newest fastest game record?
I think the last one was like 11:27, if I remember correctly.
And it was against Fireflux as well.
Yeah.
In the hands of the M4 champions Echo. So, oh, how about that?
Whoa.
A show of strength from the Turkish.
Bouncing back, bouncing back against world champions, but looking at the post-game stats so far, I mean, it's really, really sad to see EVO having to take a step back and honestly just leaving the tournament in this fashion. 3-20 from FIMP. They played a strong macro game, and I think, at least for Team EVO, there's a lot to learn from this.
Exactly. I mean, Team EVO, they have went through and slogged through so many games in their own qualifiers, coming in here and giving us this performance. I gotta have to say, they did their absolute best, and I gotta give them respect for what they have done.
Looking at how Fireflux have built up their items, I still stand by the fact that maybe EVO should have built an Athena shield instead of a Radiant armor. But yeah, you can't pick up 300 gold just nowhere, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's what the compromise was, and they needed to get online as soon as possible. But Fireflux was just going way too fast.
It's really tough, right? Again, most people would imagine that, Radiant Armor is the way to go. And especially, I mean, it's the obvious choice when you're playing against Amon. But let's also keep in mind that even Kazue has been scaling up super quickly in this match. I mean, the fact is, he's walking away with a perfect score as well on top of his buddy, in his buddy on Amon. So if we look at the numbers, that's what I really want to see. Oh, interesting. Alien, as expected, 55% not part of the fight. But Kazue only 70%? So really, the people pushing the momentum were Cura and as well as Apex.
The both of them has been constantly in the fight, and I mean, understandably so, right? Cura has got racked up a lot of these kills and assists after all, and Apex, he's pretty much been soaking whatever that he can and trying to start up all the fights. As Alien, I mean, he's the one that just opens up the stage, while Apex does whatever that he can in order to set his team fight for even better situations.
I think the post-game camera that follows Apex shows all you need to know. It's just another day in the office for the young Turkish roamer. And he's just happy that they're going into the knockout stage this high up. And yeah, this does confirm what Group A looks like now. It's Fireflux in second with Echo on top.
Yep, so that means they're going to be in that second seed, and it's important to keep in mind how this format is going to be. Look at this cutie on that camera.
Yeah.
Can't take my eyes off it. Oh, sorry, I was distracted looking at the light
wink,
in your
though.
eyes. That wink really sells it. But yes, the format is brutal. Remember, once we get into the knockout stage, it's not like it's going to be the traditional style that we're all used to. Double eliminations. Yeah, you're at the top of the seed. We're no problem. Lower bracket meta, no such thing.
Maybe this is where we can say, after the draws have been done and after we have placed our teams into the knockout brackets, we can finally say the game begins. Real quick, before we go into our break, we would like to remind everybody that MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to be watching the hometown heroes in Burn X Flash going up against Outplay from North America. He's Abstract, he's Getting Q, I'm Leo, at your service. You're still watching MSC 2023. Stay with us.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang-top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama tsaka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin niyo. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigiotti para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami. Kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo from IGSG.
ก็ชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว Scardivi from Eco Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines.
I am Raime from Pine Esports. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
And TODAK buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul, alright?
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world.
Kamu cari sini. Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roar for MSC.
Don't forget to watch us on MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Selamat datang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Black M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapun digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you only play gold lane. Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Chiku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga, where you're trying to make the opponent fight you, and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out, like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Pemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
MVP is Chico Blaze!
So I've known Chiku before he entered TODAK. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar lah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fast hand main. Tapi bagi saya, benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
orang-orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar TODAK, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar TODAK apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang sendiri dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop our restraint. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the Esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right, everyone. From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
My name is John Marvilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course. Kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist Agents, sa EVO Esports. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula doon sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung mga kasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Ka-Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana supportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop our restraint. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
ការរៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
តែពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទាក់ទងជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹង
ខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងយាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់សូវ support មកនេះប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡា electronic ខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់បន្ថែមទៀតបង
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet him?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
okay,
that's what we're here for.
You out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes. Yes.
Hello, we're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, keep it up, guys. Welcome in.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga Bill. Booga booga Bill. Good job.
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, great grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start from. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Every boundary and chain, ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama tsaka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin niya. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigiotti para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami, kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niya. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and mass. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heights, it's time to soar. Show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. And chain, ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and mass. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slay. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will start for take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet him?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
okay,
that's what we're here for.
You're out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes.
Hello, you're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, keep it up, Come in.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming. And then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there.
The heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for the heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. kingdom at last. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match.
At home versus far from home. Welcome back to MSC 2023. It's another matchup in the group stage. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Abstract and LaFell as we bring you Burnix Flash versus Outplay. Gentlemen, how do we feel about this matchup?
Honestly, this matchup, I'm really looking out for Outplay. I really want to watch them show off. Yesterday's game is not exactly that good, but you know, reset their gears, try to change things up a little bit. Hopefully that they will be able to bring Burnix Flash down. But you know, Burnix Flash performances, it's kind of tough to count them out.
For me, personally, man, I don't even care about it. I just want to see the fans, because right now, it's a full house, and I want to see how loud they can get when Burnix Flash does a great play.
Yeah.
A full house is definitely an understatement. But before we get on with the show, MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. MSC would not be possible without your support.
And of course, a special shout out over to Secret Lab, our official gaming chair partner. When it comes with built-in lumbar support system, well, I just love it, that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow. Honestly, let's not forget about that, right? And of course, brand new fabrics to enhance the perfect designs. Enjoy the same performance advantage trusted by the world's biggest esports tournaments at secretlab.co.
And hey, you know what? This is MSC, and from the 5th of June to the 18th of June, the MSC Pass will be available for you guys at a discounted price, 719 diamonds only from $899. So purchase a pass and get the Atlas Rune, Sentinel skin, and 3,500 MSC coins immediately. On top of that, you guys can also enjoy bonuses where you guys complete the daily task, where you guys can eventually earn enough to get the previous MSC skins, Jawhead, Space Explorer, Quads, Earth Mightiest, and of course, the Leo Mort skin. Other rich rewards await you too. Aside from that, if you complete all MSC tasks and make all the guesses correctly, you can redeem the Rune Sentinel skin potentially for free. Get ready to enjoy the fight and explore the MSC Pass. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag See the World. Hashtag MSC 2023.
It's difficult to assume that this is going to be an easy matchup. Yesterday, we were talking off the air, and I'm sure you guys will remember, Outplay did not seem like themselves after dominating the NACT spring season and coming up short in the grand finals, given a compromise in their lineup. What you saw yesterday in their debut wasn't what the whole world was expecting when they were watching MSC.
We all thought that it would be a lot more dominating in terms of fashion, right? A lot of us is ready to just say that Outplay is an outplay in the grand finals solely because Ureshi just wasn't there. And he made such a big impact in all of their other games except for the grand finals. But coming in here today, or rather coming in here yesterday, we were, you know, not expecting that performance.
And that's what brings the question, can they outplay the locals or get out of play? Because yesterday they seemed out of play. They seemed like they were out of themselves, out of options, out of choices, and here they're outnumbered.
Here's the thing, right? Outnumbered, I kind of feel like that's the bigger issue. But going down to breakfast, I actually was able to have the privilege of actually meeting up with Basic, and he said, dude, I have no idea what happened yesterday. In the first game, they were fine, but in the second game, something got in their heads, and they're like, you know what, we're kind of autopiloting, we're not playing it like we usually do, and that was yesterday. Today, going up against Burnix Flash, and I don't know how many people are here. I kind of feel like the pressure, can they handle the pressure?
Well, I think there's a lot to be said about Outplay because I also have my story. You said you saw Basic at breakfast. I saw Basic just now, right after Series 1. So we'll share more about that in just a bit. But now we have a reunion. Of course, there is Next Play EVOs. Previously, part of that lineup was Ureshi, the XP laner from Outplay, and the Golden Boy from Burnix Flash Donut. They shared that roster. They were teammates even before Next Play EVOs.
Old friends, new foes. This is what kind of fight is this gonna be? Is this really a fight between the both of them, or is this just them piloting their entire team to work on for this new title?
I gotta say, it's all about the ego, because it's something that we don't really see, but it happens behind the scenes. Even the players, they won't even admit it. They'll be like, oh yeah, it's normal, it's fine. We used to play together, but now, you know, we just here to play, but no. In-game itself, something about seeing that IGN, you used to be part of my team, now I gotta make sure that I made the right choice, not you.
Yep. Coming up from one corner, from all the way in the west, Ureshi, now playing for Outplay, yesterday showed us his Arlet and his Uranus. The latter is slowly making a comeback to MSC, and that's a 50-50. I think a lot of people will be happy that the old favorite is back, but the way that he just holds a dead lane, the way that Ureshi holds a dead lane and shots the calls, amazing.
This guy, we have talked about it before. When it comes down to Donut, he's got a grand idea as to what he wants to work with when it comes down to his team play with his entire team. Donut has got a huge expertise throughout the entire gold lane matchup, and he's got a lot of pickups when it comes down to Brody, Leslie. They all have got great win percentages.
I gotta say, man, Donut is so important for the team, which is good and bad. Because good, you know who you should be focusing on, and give the farm over to Donut. But the thing is, we saw in MSC the moment Donut gets chased down, right, against Onyx, where Keyboy was able to kick him. And then Boots using the Black Dragon form go up against it. Like, here's the thing. If Donut stays alive, it's Burnex Splash's game. The moment Donut goes down, then doesn't look good.
And that's going to be very difficult for the hometown heroes, the champions of the recently concluded MPLKH spring season, given that they went all the way against CFU. There's a lot hedging on the shoulders of Burnex Flash, and specifically Donut, which is 1 of 3. Given Ureshi, 2 of 3 of the Neo Big 3. Well, you're talking about the old classic Big 3 in Next Play EVOs. That's Yaoi, H2, and Renegade, the Hitman. But there was another Big 3 in Ureshi, Donut, and Cadenza. Cadenza, their tank then, is in the room. Let's now welcome these two teams coming up. It's Outplay going up against Burn X Flash. Watch out for the crowd, it's gonna be wild.
To officiate this match, we have our marshals here to facilitate the game. They are here to ensure fair play and esports integrity. All the way from North America, a very confident and capable team ready to go against all odds. Here comes Outplay!
3 of the players in Hoon, Shark, and basically eliminated Burnex Flash during M4. Definitely look out for that bad blood, that history between these teams.
Keep the spirits burning and the bright lights flashing through. The home team is ready to defend their turf. Burn X Flash!
The energy and the home buff is going to boost the team. The back-to-back MPL Cambodia champions have only one option, which is to win and protect their pride in this match.
Coach Zimich and Analyst Gaizi versus Coach Dale, another Filipino coach showdown. Dali, actually. We also have the head marshal.
There is no shortage of a Filipino representation here, which makes this all the more a close matchup. Someone else to watch out for is basically who spent some time under the Next Play EVOS banner even before the team was called that. Watch out for this matchup against Donut.
Definitely in this game, you gotta watch out for the gold laner, see how they perform. For now, let's introduce the lineup of Team Outplay. Basically, best player 1, Ureshi, Hoon, as well as Shark. And I gotta say, man, talking about the trios, Shark, Hoon, as well as basically is doing very, very well. But again, looking at the lineup, you gotta look at best player 1, where I even see some streamers are talking about him because we can't escape it, man. Moba Zane is watching as well, restreaming, so a lot of pressure is on this man's shoulder.
Exactly. Moba Zane has pretty much set the standards within of NA, so it's really tough for a best player to really show off what is worth, as a lot of people can be relatively critical of him. So this is the game that he gotta have to step up, he gotta have to show what he is made of against the next Flash.
If there's one thing I can say about best player 1, I saw him on the way out yesterday. Kid wasn't shaken, not one bit. He's upset that they lost, yes, but he knew what was wrong. He knew what he had to do coming into this matchup, going up against the hometown champions. Now, if he's ready for it, I'm not so sure, because Donut, Chama, ATM, CCAT, and D7 are coming up, and it's not just that knockout stage slot that they're fighting for, it's their pride.
Here's the thing, man. We talk a lot about Donut, but I gotta talk about Chama as well. Especially on that Lancelot. Dude, those were amazing plays. The fact is, he was able to win a lot of red tree battles, because we were talking about the junglers, right? Best player going up against Chama. Like, if Chama is on form today, if Chama is angry, man, I'm not feeling good for Outplay, because personally for me, I'm looking at Burnex Flash to be the potential winner here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I personally, it's kind of hard for me to really find out, Burnex Flash or OP, what's going to be great. If I just stick to my guns as to what I see from NECT Spring, I'm still calling out for OP.
Oh, well, that's what explains how the desk is split. Not even considering whether our Kamai brothers are thinking Naika and Kaba should know what they're doing. But yeah, no. I echo you, not the team, but I echo you, Abstract. I also believe in Outplay.
Oh.
Dude, I gotta say, man, I feel like I'm Cambodian right now.
I'm
feeling it.
You're so Kamai right now.
I'm so Kamai.
You're soaked in.
I learned all the things that I should not say on stream. You guys are my Puma.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying yes. That's just how they say yes. There you go.
I'm learning. Right.
Considering what's been done and what's been said and what we saw yesterday, I'd like to share my story about basically. I saw him just in the back earlier, and he said, sentiments same as best player. They know what went wrong. They know how to fix it. But also, basically said, we just need to warm up. Cambodia hits diff. We're far from home. We just met in the Rio for the first time in quite a while. And today, we'll do what we need to do. If we gotta take down Burnex Flash, we will.
Just gotta say, you guys are very brave for going for Outplay here. Because again, we're in Cambodia territory.
The Kamai are nice. I know they'll understand.
Yes. They're very nice people so far. I've met quite a lot of them, and then they also really come. They are all very linguistic, right?
Yeah.
I thought I came here having language barriers and all, but no, I actually have no issues at all. Communicating with them, they speak English. Some of them speak Mandarin. I'm surprised.
Yeah. A lot speak Mandarin here. Mickey as well. Mickey is so nice. Mickey is so blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
But also Japanese.
She's Japanese.
Yeah, that's
she is.
That's kakoi.
Oh.
Kakoi.
Kakoi this.
All right. So talking about the game, right? Especially looking at Dale, because here's the thing. I've seen him in MPL Malaysia. I mean, he's Mr. Worldwide. He's been everywhere, right?
Yep.
Looking at his facial expression, it does look like he is here to play. He knows the stakes. He knows he has to win. So in the draft, I want to see, will he take the risk, or will he go for the safest route possible? Let's go into the draft.
Note that red has been favorable. When you're on red side in this current metagame, there's a lot you can do. And boy, oh boy, as if the home crowd buff wasn't enough, Burnex Flash starts the series off on the red while OP forced to answer. They take out the Diggy, they take out the Valentina, while Burnex Flash gets rid of the Fanny and the glue.
I mean, looking at the fact that there is still a lot, we're looking at this current meta, a lot of heroes are worthy to be banned. Heroes that have suppression, we're looking at Kaja, we're looking at Franco. In the meantime, heroes that snowball as well. When it comes down to all of the MPL games, we're starting to look standards. Looking at standards 1-1, Joy and Fanny constantly being banned out. But for some reason, Joy is just not popping up.
Hold up. Isn't banning 1-1 a red side thing?
Here's the thing. I think I understand the draft. They're trying to draft for Shark. Because banning out the Diggy means big crowd control. Banning out the Valentina could take your ult. right? Something like a Lolita, the Dominant Blast. So having these two out of the way basically means you will have one big way to start the fight, and your opponent doesn't have the ability to outplay it.
And by banning the 1-1, you're alleviating a lot of pressure from basically, meaning Shark doesn't have to rotate up there and take care of him all game long.
Exactly.
So all they want to do right now at this point in time, give Basic the winning matchup and trying to get as much of that tempo running around to the EXP, or perhaps just getting the entire river control for themselves.
Because honestly right now, the Eve has been picked up. Boon has been performing very well. I gotta say, throughout this MSC, 75% win rate on the Eve is great. But like I said, watching the NACT, personally for me, it all hinges onto Shark. If Shark gets a great hero, something like a Franco, something like a Lolita, that he can make the plays, it's going to be easy for a team. But Chama getting that landslide, and now Donut having the quad, it doesn't matter if he loses the laning phase.
They're going hard right off the bat. They're not going to be looking at anything that is too flexible. They're not looking at making the opponents think. They just go out knowing what they want. They have an idea. They want to dive.
And all the more, I'm sure basically hearing the crowd roar, he knows he's in for a treat going up against Donut, who scored 6 legendaries, 2 maniacs, 6 triple kills, and 20 double kills in last season alone. Finally, there's Joy, as well as the carry. I think Outplay have drafted all of their core heroes. That's it. This is the most of the damage.
Yeah, looking at the draft, honestly, it looks like they predicted this, because what hero can counter the Eve? The Claw, just because you can go and save it, you can deal a lot of damage. But what hero counters the Claw? It is the carry, it is the Leslie, and the thing is, right now Novaria has been picked up as well. And looking at the draft right now, having the Lancelot, having the Novaria, you can heavily control the rotation of Outplay.
The question is this going to be a mid Novaria in the hands of CCAT, or is D7 going to stretch all the more? Because again, D7 plays the mean Atlas, and he also plays the mean Estes. So he has that in his spectrum. I'm wondering, so far in MSC, the successful Novarias, or at least the ones who put up a good fight, a good performance, have been in mid.
I gotta say, personally for me, she can go both ways, but looking at their lineup, I kind of feel like they just, what other better mid heroes right now? Because personally for me, I want this Novaria to go mid. They're banning out the Kufra. I respect that. I kind of want to see them banning out the Lolita or the Franco as well, making sure that Shark doesn't get his signature heroes.
I'm looking at Novaria thinking, what if Novaria goes mid? They have a Claude on their side, they have a Lancelot on their side. Lancelot is probably what really helped balance between the early game and the late stages of the game to help Claude get there. But if they're having a Novaria itself, Novaria really takes quite some time to really ramp up. In the early stages of the game, we're expecting more utility. So what exactly should Bonex Flash be looking out for? Do they want more damage, more sustain, or what?
Here's the thing, especially if they have something, any kind of roamer that can go inside the jungle, the Novaria can snipe a lot of those buffs.
Right.
So that's something that they can switch on.
That's a difficult call here.
Yeah.
That might be a tall order for Burnex Flash to go that aggressive that soon. You can see here Outplay bans out the Franco. So they know that they're willing to trade roamers. I'm wondering now if our theory at the start to draft and play for Shark at the start is accurate, because, oh no, Coach Zimich, they know.
I'm thinking of something. I called it out, ban the Lolita, but now I just remember one other hero that has been popping off in MSC, and that's Minotaur. Minotaur is going to be very good against this Claude, and honestly, with the real world manipulation, it's going to be good for Outplay as well, so I don't know.
Here's the thing, right? D7 is also a roamer that specializes more on defensive supportive heroes, right? He's not exactly very aggressive, no heal there whatsoever. It does have Natalia, but the fact that they, Burnex Flash, have the chance to pick up a Minotaur first, I think that pretty much could be very possible.
I really like the Minotaur here, but instead they're going to play pick off.
Okay.
This is guerrilla tactics coming in from Burnex Flash. After the Astral Echo Vision, it'll be a clearer go. The commitment from the Kaja. So now, Outplay, the question, Lafell, are we going to see it come to fruition here? Are we going to see the Bull Shark?
Honestly, I kind of feel it's very, very good for you to have the Minotaur here, because if the Kaja goes in and then everyone gets knocked up, there's not going to be any damage.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it, man.
Pull.
So, I don't know, for me, if you don't want that, you could take something like the Akai as well to kind of punish any kind of engagements coming in.
I like it. I like the Akai. Put it in the best player's hands.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. So honestly, like for Outplay, they're in a very good situation. They could really do a lot here.
They do have a little bit of a CG style for the side of Outplay. They are going to be picking up Lapu, and as you're calling it,
wait! It's a Jungle Joy! It's a JJ!
Oh!
But let's hear from the mid laner from Cambodia first, CCAT. For us, as the host country team, we will play our best and give our best performance because in M4, didn't pan out so well. So hoping for them to redeem themselves, but with this draft, I'm liking what OP's putting down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. At least for Bananas Flash, they're finishing up the draft with a Fredrin. Rather frontline heavy for the side of Bananas Flash. In the meantime, backline, when it comes down to Claude, they have the snipe superiority. They have a lot that they have for themselves.
I have one problem with the draft coming in from OP. The fact that this is going to be a jungle Joy. The fact that the opponent has the Kaja. Here's the thing, without the Vengeance, Joy can really not do much come mid-game, come late game. So I gotta see, if they don't put the pressure in fast, best player has to be very careful when he wants to go in.
And that's gonna be pressure, not just for best player, but for Ureshi as well. As both a scaling XP laner and as a shot caller for Outplay, he has a lot on his shoulders. Looking at the predictions from all around the world, save for the home country of Cambodia, the world still slightly favors Outplay. So a lot of expectations from the West.
So let us all join together and prepare ourselves to enter into the land of dawn here between Outplay versus Burn X Flash.
Something to note, are we gonna see fast clears? Definitely, that's what Outplay are doing, helping out that Jungle Joy. And, oh, right, yeah, Lapu Lapu, Ureshi's playing the Lapu Lapu. I was so fixated on the XP lane Joy.
Yeah, because this Joy, again, because I've had my fair share of playing with and against a Jungle Joy. It is one of those heroes in the early stages of the game. You just do a little bit too much damage. But the thing is, the thing that Moonton has done, the defenses have been nerfed. The offensive side has been buffed. But again, if you go in willy-nilly, you could get caught, you could get punished. And what did I say? What did I say?
Right.
I called it.
Grand Theft Purple at minute 1.
I called it.
And it's a joy.
Have a roamer that can go inside the jungle so you can snipe it away. That's how you play the Novaria.
Oh, that's big, especially since you were talking about the fact that OP needed that early game aggression.
Exactly.
Now, with the fact that Joy doesn't have the purple buff, he's lacking in EXP, lacking in gold. The first turtle gotta have to go to the Bananas Flash.
Not a single kill, not much of a rotation, but already best player is down 300.
Dude, again, right now, Chama already completing that Molten Essence. And the thing is, look at the emblems. Right now, Chama is using the jungle emblem, so he can clear his jungle way faster. Right now, best player is using the mage emblem. Will take some time. And now CCAT, he's sniping them all.
Hot hands. CCAT, hot hands.
This is why Novaria is always banned, by the way.
Oh, it was left open. And because of the steal earlier on the purple and now the gold, you can expect that Novaria is going to be online much, much faster.
A lot of us are always wondering and pondering, where is Novaria going to go? Roam? Mage? We are all confused, but this is an exact representation from Burn X Flash what Novaria is capable of. And of course, for now, Gemma takes the turtle down and OP wants to fight back. All 4 members from the side of OP are going to be pretty aggressive up the top, but unfortunately, they spread themselves rather thinly.
Let me just say, look at the level difference. Chama is level 5. Best player is still level 4.
Yeah, no, Shark beat best player to level 4.
Dude.
That's just the truth.
This is so good. This is what happens when your jungler is not using the jungle emblem and you get punished by having your buff stolen away.
That's also the problem, right? One of the things when it comes down to Joy is the fact that he can't really clear jungles very well, and of course, he can't exactly take the Lord, the common objective, very well too.
Watch out. I think Burn X Flash is smelling. Maybe we should start pressuring basically as well, because that's where the real money is. If you take down this carry early, should be game. And so far, I think Shark, he smelt it. He was onto it. He knows that he needs to watch out for basically as well.
Right now, let's not ride off OP just yet, because again, they can scale very well with this carry. The carry will do a lot of damage, and it will come to a point where Shark will be able to have 4 to 5 man ults with his in Fury. So there's a lot of potential when it comes to team fight. So we gotta see Burn X Flash actually putting up the tempo, start burning Outplay a little bit more. And now these
Flicker as well, Divine Judgment right on top of Hoon. Hoon tries to get himself away, but unfortunately not quite much, even after having the RWM. Burn X Flash takes the first blood.
This is how you should play an early lead like this. You continue to pressure your opponent, and you take what you can when it's right there. Not just taking down Hoon, but also wasting his flicker. Even if he did respawn, he's still reeling from it. And now basically, Donut gut checking his former teammate, a good friend of his from the Philippines.
The thing is, he only did that just to clear the minions. The fact that basically got hit, it was just like, yeah, you're just there, man. Just avoid my damage. Yeah, it's just a bonus.
And not to forget, the turtle is also up. So at least they will be able to discourage basically for coming in anytime soon to try to really get that 5-man in, all in from OP.
And by doing this kind of rotation, by pressuring OP this early, it allows for Burn X Flash to get more of the map. And again, slowly but surely, despite there only being 1 kill, they're bordering 2K ahead in under 5 minutes. This is amazing. This is huge from Burn X Flash.
Right now, honestly, a very great thing having both the Nobare as well as the Claw is that they both clear very, very fast. But right now, ATM is in front.
So of course, when it comes down to the first snipe coming in from Seacat, didn't really quite do quite much. But Shark is just going to be holding it on the front line. Divine Judgment just going to be connecting on the Shark. But the back line, though, Hoon gets taken down by the hands of Shamar. And the entirety of OP would have no choice but to go on a full retreat, yielding the turtle to Burn X Flash.
Could have been something for Outplay there, but I think the fact that basically held onto that wave and kept going there showed there might be a difference in priorities for Outplay right now.
Right now, best player. Look, even D7 is just like, what, 1 or 2 levels behind? Like, Roamer with a jungler being that close in terms of level? Dude.
Well, I mean, right now, we're looking at OP. They have a Joy. Supposedly, he's going to be strong in the early game, get the snowball going. But because of the purple buff taken away, what exactly can OP do right now to catch themselves back to speed?
Best player, what he can do is he waits for Ureshi to go and find Seacat as well as Donut, and then best player finishing it off. Because he has a lot of burst damage, but he needs to make sure that he has to go in safely. The only one that can help him really is Ureshi as well as Shark.
Well, this is one way to do it. Win a lane for basically, and they are going to push. I wonder if Ureshi's ready for the clapback, though. There's way too many members of Burn X Flash up top there. As we watch this action down bottom.
Immediately being hammered through by the hands of OP as it takes themselves the first blood. The rest of Burn X Flash is responding to this. They are probably going to give away the bottom tier, bottom second tier turret, but back in the middle lane, back player gets snagged right out with Donut getting himself taken down, and OP would have no choice but to go back onto the attack.
Oh no, they were so close to taking that tier 2 down bottom as well. Here's another issue that the Jungle Joy presents. It's not as tanky. It's not the Vengeance Joy that you're expecting. Instead, it is rocking a Genius Wand at this early point and then Magic Penetration. So LaFell, correct me if I'm wrong, best player here is leaning hard on the recent buff or adjustment that Muton did to this hero.
Exactly. When you're playing in the jungle, you're really just hoping instead of getting those neutral objectives, you're getting a lot of early kills and then giving your side laners a very good time. But as we saw, the side laners aren't really having that great of a time. The only one that is okay is basically, but look at how much help he needed. He needed 3 people to go to his lane to push the turret. So right now, again, almost 3,000 goalie for Burn X Flash. They're looking very good.
As Shark takes the front lines, the entirety of OP prepares to set themselves with a little bit of an off-tempo, I gotta have to say. They gotta have to work with something here. They gotta have to bring Burn X Flash down, considering the fact that they gotta get the front line in. Best player deals the turtle right under the nose of Shamar. And the rest of the team from Burn X Flash erupted, and they want to get more. Donut all the way in the front, and he wants to get more blood, but he escapes just narrowly by the BMI.
One basic attack, and Basic could have taken down Donut. That would have been the recovery that Outplay needed. But something else to note, because of the way that best player is building, I'm pretty sure it wasn't just a retribution. I'm sure there was some level of a basic attack or a skill proc that helped him secure that. That was amazing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he comboed with his dash as well. That's how he secured it. Here's the thing, it's actually so interesting. Burning Splash, the moment that the turtle was stolen, everyone's just like, okay, I don't care, let's kill this guy. We're all going in, even though it was very, very risky, man, because they were all in a very tight space. The real manipulation was top. But again, I like that they tested their limits. No one really went down, and now they have a rough idea how much damage that they can output.
Something else to present, maybe for Outplay to bounce back here, given Burnex Flash's relentless pressuring of the jungle. The fact that maybe the gold lane isn't something that Burnex Flash are attacking just yet. And mind you, Outplay are a scaling lineup. They need a jungle joy. Sorry, they have a jungle joy, and they need to build up on basically, and it's not like Hoon is just gonna sit there. So yeah, maybe, given that Burnex Flash are slowly slowing down and giving space up top on the map and maybe even mid next here, Outplay can bounce back.
Actually, quite interesting enough that Burning Splash, they're really utilizing all of their threats, right? Because having the concealed, you would always assume the Kaja wants to go for you, but over there, they're just like, if you dare to fight back, we will kill you. But if not, it's totally fine. We're just going to take your turret. We're just going to take your structures. And now, Shark and D7, they see each other here. And again, as we saw, for both of the roamers, I would say especially Shark can really turn things around. For D7, it's just an enabler.
And given what's happening so far, despite there being a little more space for Outplay on the map to move around with, I think Burnex Flash understands that this can all collapse in one single blow because they don't know where Ureshi is. I wonder if they see. All right, Ureshi makes himself known. Still hiding here?
Still hiding.
Ooh, that's a good angle though. I wonder. Oh.
Doesn't seem like they will be able to do quite much from the side of OP. They're all gathering in the middle lane, but they don't have vision on the Lord at all. So Shamar takes the Lord very easily without a single challenge.
Yep, that's the blitz right there. They spent all 5 members, and that allows for the Lord just to shred it.
Yeah, and looking at the situation again, D7 using the concealed, just be like, kind of like threatening them. Do you guys want to take this fight? Do you really want to take it? And it looks like for Outplay right now, being 4,500 gold behind, they're not going to take it. Looking at the itemization here, even basically has to opt for a very early win of nature because he's smelling it. He knows that a fight is going to come true because looking at Donut right now, he cares about damage. The Wind of Nature is not there yet. I kind of feel like within like 1 or 2 minutes, the Wind of Nature will be there. And at that point, I kind of feel like Burnex Splash might even force it.
I mean, Burnex Splash is starting to lose a little bit of their skilling because they still need to let Donut get that perfect item composition, right? In the meantime, for the short, narrow time in between, OP's Joy will eventually get his Divine Glaive. Once the Divine Glaive comes up, we should be able to expect a little bit more performance from Best Player 1, and he should be one of the main win conditions that we should look out for until minute 15.
Yep, but to get there, Outplay have to defend. There's a Lord knocking on their door here. It's going to clear a little bit of the Holy Shielding, and they are going to maintain all inhibitors. So yeah, they're not quite out the woods yet.
Oh! There's a Flickers right in! Ureshi takes the opportunity to jump over to the back line, but unfortunately, the only thing they can do is stay within the RWM, but he still gets taken down. Basically, moves himself up north, while Donut moves himself out down south. It doesn't seem like Burnex Splash will be able to get any more than what they have gotten, but still, getting all this inhibitor turret down to so low, I find that value.
Looking at the situation, I can understand because Burnex Splash, they saw Shark already using the Numinum Blast. Sorry, not the Numinum Blast, the Minimum Fury, just to clear out. The minions are like, oh, it's saved, and now Donut wants to 1v1. Basically, hear the crowd, man. Every single time it misses, everyone's just like, oh!
But just the same, compared to yesterday, basically he's playing so smooth. He knows when that snipe coming in from CCAT is coming in. And that's one of the few things you can at least rely on if you're Outplay.
Looking at this fight as well, I kind of feel like it is a bit of a mistake for you to pull in Ureshi because he kind of wants to get into the fight. So I kind of feel like that should be talked about as a mistake. So after this, if they want to push the end, either kill Ureshi before he can use the Bravest Fighter or don't pull him at all.
Speaking of Ureshi, he's finding another cheeky angle here, but BXF's very own D7 spots him, and now they're forcing Outplay to do their own version of the Ube. No one home for the Astral Echo there, coming in from CCAT, which is also himself a scary threat right now. I feel like if he does find eventually, basically with that snipe. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Speaking of the devil.
but not too much, at least for now. We still require a little bit more time until CCat's snipe can eventually pose a huge threat over to basically.
I mean, at this point, the thing about a Novaria is that you can deal good initial damage, and now that the Holy Crystal has been bought, they really gotta escape all of that damage, because you don't have to finish with the Novaria. You can start with the Novaria and then end it with the Claude. Speaking of which, look at the positioning of Donut as well as D7. They're trying to find a flank here. They're trying to find anyone that wants to get a cheeky play and try to get a kill.
Oh, spots a couple there.
Two of them.
So there's so much vision coming in from Burnex Flash, makes this Lord all the more safer. Can they close the gap though? There's a push by Outplay. Off cam, there's two engagements, possibly waiting to explode. Oh, ATM wants to engage.
And best player is the one that sticks his neck out first, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to get anywhere close.
Donut
in the center! It's just going to be ending the game! Burnex Flash! They are ending it, and OP have got no answers!
There's that trademark cheeky play coming in from Burnex Flash.
Oh.
Donut has done it, sneaking away with a victory in game 1.
Dude, looking at that play, Burnex Flash was so clean. They were so clean, man. From minute 1 up until the end, the fact that they completely understand when they can end the game. They're like, yeah, we could probably win a few more team fights, but we don't have to, man. The base is exposed. Let's just clean it up.
That's why in that Lord fight, it seemed like Outplay were uncharacteristically winning despite the gold advantage. And it made sense. Even they duped me. They're like, oh, because Donut's not there.
I mean, the timing is impeccable in my opinion, right? Because that was a time where Joy could stick his neck out with that Divine Glaive. That could be the fight where OP could really show what their team fight is made of. But Burnex Flash didn't give them that space at all and just ended it in one fell swoop.
Here's the thing, I would talk about it as missed timing. We play games, we hear missed timings all the time, and I would say for OP, that was a missed timing, because again, you have a certain timing with the Joy, you have a certain timing with the Minotaur, and you miss all of it, especially the Joy. So if one of your core members, your core composition is not being able to be used effectively, because again, at that point of the game, even if Joy has the damage, the moment the Joy gets caught by the Kaja, gets caught by the Fredrin, I'm pretty sure even Novaria, you don't have to snipe him down. Just the first kill is enough to kill the Joy.
And that's just cause and effect here coming into play in those last moments of that game. The effect was the confusion, right? It was the mistiming out of Outplay. Now, what was the cause? I'd say sensory overload. There was just so much happening in that Lord pit alone that they didn't even notice Donut was going into the base. It was such a natural way for Donut to use the BMI, cut that space between the orange pit into the main artery and mid, and then keep going for it, and it was too late!
It looks like a very innocent Lord take, right?
Yeah.
It's very normal. I drag the Lord out towards my end. As long as you have no vision, that's all right. Perhaps there's someone in the brushes waiting to launch a counterattack, or rather to just bushwhack position, just jump at you. But this is where OP's problem, where they have no vision, is a completely dark map, and only just as they wanted to jump in, Donut appears.
So, in addition to sensory overload, it was also the lack of senses in the specific sense of vision. They did not have vision, and that's what Outplay needed at this point, given that their opponents can see almost throughout the whole jungle. Let's give over our MVP to the man who was online from minute 0, CCat on his Novaria.
100% team fight participation, dude. Again, this shows why the Novaria is banned, because here's the thing, you can give a lot. You got damage, you got vision control, and the thing that I love the most, because I play mid, I play roam, the thing about the Novaria is you can roam around the map super fast. The amount of time you need to clear the lane, I don't even have to stay in the lane. I just gotta drive through.
Just gotta weave around.
Yeah.
And somehow you will have some kind of position in the lane, or rather, you have some kind of presence. Yes, you are ultimately revealing where you are, but I don't think that was the ultimate thing that it makes it really important as a Novaria.
Right now, looking at the highlights, and again, I kind of feel like from minute number 1, that's the real highlight. The moment that CCat actually stole away the buff, the moment he stole away the gold crab, and then after that, I would almost say Outplay, they were like tunnel vision. It almost looks like they had brain fog.
Right.
They have no idea what to do.
I think that they have a general game plan that they wanted to follow. They know and they wanted to play the way that you wanted them to, aggressively right off the start. But like you said, 30 seconds in, boom, purple buff's gone. They don't have a game plan, completely off-tempo games.
You know what? I actually love the way that they ended the game. The fact that they completely understood they don't have to prolong this game anymore. They could have just ended right then and there, and they did it. It's amazing. This shows how comfortable they are here. I mean, again, home buff, home advantage, compared to Outplay, it really does feel like they're out of their element.
So, honestly, apparently, right now, Joy didn't go for the Divine Glaive. He just wanted to go for a little bit more sustainability whilst boosting the damage just by a little bit. So, at least no Divine Glaive, no damage is fine, right? OP didn't even have the chance to fight back, despite Carry getting himself the main three, they get 3 items and even the Wind of Nature for more of that defensive capabilities. In fact, basically with 2 kills and 1 assist, didn't really quite fly.
Honestly, we're going to look at the itemization for Burn X Splash as well, because if there's not a lot of Athena shield, it kind of doesn't matter.
I think 2 Twilights.
2 Twilights?
Sorry, two Radiant Armors.
2 Radiant Armors.
Yes.
So, alright, so yes, he does need that Divine Glaive, but again, I was just worried about how you can actually take the damage, because looking at this situation, 1 Radiant Armor, yes, 2 Radiant Armors here, but if you're able to catch Donut, Donut's done. If you're able to catch, I think Chuma can't handle it just because he has that magic roll, but in the end, this is why I kind of feel like we don't see a lot of Joys. Look at the kill score, man.
Yeah.
5-3. This is why we don't see a lot of Joys. You have the damage, you just don't have the survivability.
Exactly.
It's either you are mid EXP or nothing.
Mid EXP or nothing, yes. I don't really buy in the concept of getting Joy into the jungle. Yes, you have a lot of survival. You do have a lot of like roaming potential. You can really jump onto the opponents. Damage, yes. So it's essentially an assassin that gotta have to break through the front lines to get to the back. While Ling, Lancelot, they can just pop and appear in the back. You gotta go through these hurdles in order to create get that damage and space.
Right now, we're looking at our MVP. He did the most damage. He's also the wingman. 64,000 damage dealt and 4 total assists. I gotta say, man, if OP gives CCAT the Novaria again, that's a big mistake.
They're gonna have to give some respect here. The Novaria absolutely changed the tempo of the game.
Dude, I just gotta say, like, some people are still asking, is Novaria even that good? Which is so weird to me, because day number 1, I was like, you know what, Novaria is broken, is OP. Not as broken as Valentina when she was introduced, but still, this is one of those heroes that you need to pay attention to.
But can you minute 0 steal a buff?
Yes.
As Valentina.
Dude, oh, no.
Direct them to this game, right?
Very difficult.
So show them the first minute of this game, and you could have even changed D7's Katja. You could have put any hero in his hands, and they would have still stolen that buff away from best player.
I think that's enough to shut down the conversation.
Here's the thing. It's a good thing in this MSC, Grok got banned.
I rest my case.
Imagine if Grok was there. They would not be able to do anything.
The whole team dynamic is very different with the absence of Grok. And unfortunately, you know, we won't be able to see that. So the team gotta have to...
I love that.
They gotta have to adapt, right? Because a lot of these mages that can just jump right in or rather be punished only by Grok. And now without Grok, the other team's gonna have to find another way to deal with this current issue.
So the way this sounds like is, as we try to discuss how Outplay can actually take us to Game 3, is maybe still fix the draft, right? Looking at it, definitely letting Novaria through was a big oopsie.
The Joy was a big oopsie as well.
The Joy, yeah.
Honestly, EXP, sure.
That's why I guess I was so fixated on that.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, the Fredrin was open because Fredrin was last picked by Burn X Splash. So honestly, in that kind of situation, if you put the Joy at the EXP as a damage dealer, the Fredrin into the jungle, you will have balance there.
So that's one way. That's one thing.
That's one way. But I don't really understand what exactly is the win condition for that team. Like you said, yes, aggressiveness. But does that snowball potential really will work out for them? Just pitting everything onto the Joy?
It's very risky, man. Because at that point, looking at the game, how they're moving around, I kind of feel like the call was, let's just wait for late game. I really think in that particular game, game number 1, they were going all in, basic, you gotta carry. We gotta wait till you get all your items.
And is that not a losing strategy?
Exactly.
Right? By saying, We'll take it to the 15-minute mark and we'll talk then. No, the game starts at 1 minute wherein CCAT is ready to steal your buff.
I mean, there's this saying, right? You play the game to win, but for them, they play the game
not to lose.
Yeah, not to lose, right? Thanks for that, because I could have butchered it. So honestly, their mindset and probably mentality is a little bit off for that game.
Right now, they gotta stop autopiloting, man, because it kind of feels like that.
And when you autopilot, it's a sickness that some people do, not just players, right? Think about your job. Think about something you do every day, in and out, right? Even if something you're very excellent at, there are times when you just autopilot.
Honestly, even driving.
Honestly, even casting.
That's dangerous.
Wait, actually, no, I understand. I autopilot in driving as well.
It's so weird. It's still safe.
It's so normal.
I think there's a study, a scientific study of things that you just autopilot, like breathing.
Okay, but here's the thing.
What? Breathing.
Now I'm conscious. You guys are conscious now too. But here's the thing. Against the best of the best here at MSC, you cannot afford to autopilot.
Autopilot only gets you to be like the average. You will beat the people that you have beaten before, but you can't beat people that you want to try to beat.
Let's talk about the drama here as well. Outplay, if they lose here, they're out of the competition, right?
And it's not like Outplay had an amazing entrance to the MSC stage anyways, right? Like everybody who knows the original champion should have been here, but now Outplay was forced to step up to the plate given the circumstances.
Yes.
And they are fighting their hearts out. These young men are here representing the whole West as it is. They are trying to uplift the NACT, and now it comes down to this game too. It all has to come out now. They have to do their best here, and if they don't...
To their defense, for Outplay, they did do well in the first 12 games that they have done. 14 games. So they did have a Rishi, right?
Yeah.
Grand finals, they didn't have him. And because of that fact and because of that defense, we thought that they will be able to do decently, if not do well, in today's games. Yesterday's games even. But haven't really quite stepped up just yet. I do really hope that the previous game was a rude awakening for them, and they would want to do their absolute best at this upcoming one.
Hey, you know what? At this point, shout-outs to Cambodia, man, because, again, they've been having a very rough international series last year, but now they're doing so well. I love the improvement coming in from Cambodia. The ranked games as well, amazing.
Well then, it seems like the world is healing as more representatives from everywhere in the world show up for the MLBB stage. Just throw over to the host for something new.
Hi everyone, it's Mickey here, and we have some special guests here. It's D7 Parent, as you guys already know, right? Yes, so that means with Lục Phu Việt Xua. Việt Xua vâng. Và Trang Lục Phu that means chui này nom khluôn.
Rinh Văn Na.
Rinh Văn Na that means nè. Okay, Trang Lục Phu.
Phu Đào Trần Rệt.
Okay. Chắc the first សំណួរទី1ខ្ញុំនឹងអានជាអង់គ្លេសហើយខ្ញុំបកប្រែជាខ្មែរឲ្យលោកពូអ្នកមីង okay? So next we also have G David. G David is the popular Cambodian rapper, singer, songwriter, and the most music producer also, right បង
បាទ
Okay សូមសម្ដែងហៅឲ្យបង G David មួយ Okay so ឥឡូវខ្ញុំសូមនិយាយមួយម៉ាក់បង design មក Okay អរគុណ He's so friendly guys Okay អញ្ចឹងតែមីងខ្ញុំសុំសួរមួយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរនៅពេលដែល D7 គាត់នៅលើឆាកខំប្រឹងលេងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពលទ្ធភាពហើយដែលមីងមកគ្រប់គ្រងដល់កន្លែងទៀត
មានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តជូនពរកូនឲ្យជោគជ័យរហូត
Okay ចាលោកពូ
ហ្នឹងហើយលោកពូមកគ្រប់គ្រងកូន D7 ហ្នឹងចង់ឲ្យបានថាឲ្យបានមានអីលេបមានជ័យឈ្នះលើគូអីប្រកួត
ចាជូនពរគាត់ champion ហ្មងណា
ហ្នឹងហើយជូនពរ
Okay Okay so both of them said that good luck to D7 and wish Team Bionic Flash will get the champion of MSC 2023 អញ្ចឹងសំណួរបន្ទាប់ How do you feel now that you see your son playing so hard on the stage so many fans cheering ចាលោកមីងអ្នកពូមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរនៅពេលដែលគាត់លេងនៅលើឆាកហើយមាន fan ជាច្រើនដែល fan ដែលជា fan របស់កូនអ្នកមីង D7
មានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងឃើញកូនបានជោគជ័យចា
Okay ចាលោកពូ
អ ហើយគូក៏មានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តក្នុងការដែលថាកូនបានប្រកួតឈ្នះក្នុងរែងការប្រកួតហ្នឹង
okay. So both of them said that he really happy and wish to both of them like this one will get the champion. Yes. Good luck, this one. Okay. ចុះមានអីចង់ប្រាប់ពី this one អត់ដូចពីអត្តចរិតរបស់គាត់នៅផ្ទះឬមួយក៏អីផ្សេងអញ្ចឹងណា
នៅផ្ទះគេអត់សូវនិយាយស្ដីអីទេចាslow បូតទេកូនហ្នឹងចា slow ចាហ្នឹងហើយជូនពរកូនឲ្យប្រឹងប្រែងបន្តទៀតឲ្យបានជោគជ័យចាចង់
Okay, so he's a good son, right? Some lay hard, this one more mau. ចាអញ្ចឹងគាត់ក៏បានជូនពរទៅកាន់ this one ដូចគ្នា wish this one successful in e-sport. Okay. So the next question will be បងជី David. Okay. So ខ្ញុំសូមសួរបងឯងមួយសំណួរទី1បងឯងធ្វើម៉េចបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MSC 2023បងឯងធ្វើម៉េចបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MSC 2023
ខ្ញុំមិនឃើញគេផុសឃើញគេផុសហើយមួយទៀតដោយសារតែខ្ញុំមានទំនាក់ទំនងមួយខាង Sting បាទអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំទទួលបាន invitation ពីខាង Sting មក
Wow Okay so what make you like eSport MLBB so much អីទៅដែលធ្វើឲ្យបងឯង like Mobile Legend ខ្លាំងបំផុតហ្មង
ពីដំបូងឡើងខ្ញុំមានខ្ញុំចូលចិត្ត Mobile Legend ដោយសារតែពីដំបូងឡើងខ្ញុំមានចិត្តមួយខ្ញុំចង់លេងហើយខ្ញុំព្យាយាមលេងដែរព្យាយាមលេងច្រើនដងប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែក្រុមខ្ញុំនូពេកទៅធ្វើឲ្យចាញ់គេ
But actually
បានន័យថាយើងម្នាក់ឯងយើងធ្ងន់ណាយើងទូលអត់រួចក្រុមយើងអញ្ចឹងយើងតែសុខចិត្តធ្វើជាអ្នកលេងធម្មតាម្នាក់
Wow
អរគុណ
You guys should know that Bong Chi-David is also a pro player before and he's so talented before and now he is a really famous singer in Cambodia. So next question, what was your feeling like watching Bionic Flash? We lose just now. បើមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់ Bionic Flash ឈ្នះ
បាទនិយាយទៅខ្ញុំទស្សនៈរបស់ខ្ញុំចំពោះ Bionic Flash តាំងពីដំបូងមកម៉ែខ្ញុំឃើញការលេងរបស់គាត់ចាប់ផ្ដើមរីកចម្រើនពីមួយរដូវកាលទៅមួយរដូវកាលអញ្ចឹងណាហើយបើសម្រាប់ឥឡូវហ្នឹងបើសួរថាចាញ់ឲ្យឈ្នះខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍មិនបើសិនជាឥឡូវហ្នឹងគឺសប្បាយហើយប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំចង់ឃើញគឺចង់ឃើញ 2-0 អត់ចង់ឃើញប៉ុណ្ណា
Oh ឆ្មាលើកដៃថា okay បង okay ហើយ Okay so he said that he wished that Bionic Flash will do it like a good try your best to do it like 2-0 សំឡេងហើយ Bionic Flash មួយសូមឲ្យបងឯងជួយធ្វើឲ្យ audience ឈីឲ្យ Bionic Flash មួយបានអត់
បាទ អូខេបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំស្រែកថា Let's go Bionic Flash បងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាស្រែកថា Let's go Bionic Flash ទាំងអស់គ្នាអូខេមើលហែកមាត់ឲ្យធំតោះ 1 2 3 Let's go Bionic Flash
Wow អូខេអរគុណបងគ្រាន់តែនិយាយក៏ style លយដែរបងemស្រែ Okay so now it's time so let's pass the floor to the caster Thank you
Bang, I'm so Cambodian right now.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the spirit.
Dude, he got swag.
He got a lunchbox.
He got a lunchbox. And we got cosplayers.
Lunchbox meta.
Whoa. No, that was G. DeVith, by the way. And of course, the parents of D7. G. DeVith is a big hip-hop star here in Cambodia. And yes, you heard it right. He has had experience playing MLBB professionally here in Cambodia. So
it's
again,
so big in Cambodia.
That's right. That's how huge MLBB is here. So I'm so happy that we brought MSC over and that the crowd is amazing.
The thing is, it's amazing not just for Cambodian teams, man. Like basically any team that plays here. Like every single time we do an interview with the teams, they're like, oh dude, we did not know they would give us that kind of support because they're like okay, for example, Malaysia, TODAK, right? Where they were asking Chico, do you see the amount of support you guys had? It's like, yeah, I was surprised. I thought only people in Malaysia know me. But apparently a lot in Cambodia knows TODAK as well.
He has a mic.
Oh.
Oh, real quick before we get back down to brass tacks, let's talk about the MSC support chest, which will be available from the 5th of June all the way till the 18th when we wrap up this tournament. Spend only 20 diamonds and you may stand a chance to get an excellent skin, the Leomore Triumph Eagle. Up to 1,000 MSC coins await you. So go ahead, purchase the MSC support chest and root for the MSC games now. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, and hashtag MSC 2023 when you talk about it on social media. Now, we talked about how great the Kamai people are, but let's be real, not so great if you're Outplay.
It's rough. Let's just face it, it is rough, right? With this upcoming game, we would want to expect that Outplay will play their hearts out and just pull out everything that they have learned, everything that they have practiced in this one final game. It's now or never. If they have any more secrets in their sleeves, they're gonna have to pull that ace out.
Here's the thing. I would say part of my experience as a coach before, sometimes there are situations where the players will just get into this hole and they can dig themselves out of it.
Yep.
At this kind of situation, you always have that one draft or that one hero where you basically, even if you autopilot, it's fine. It's one of those drafts that's so simple, you can't mess it up. So I want to see if they go for that approach, because here's the thing about drafting that not everyone talks about is actually the execution. How difficult it is to execute, how easy it is to execute.
And was that not the Eve in the hands of Hoon? Was that not the hero that we could say, hey, whatever happens, Hoon will have a good game. He's rocking the Eve. And in game one, wasn't quite the situation, wasn't quite what happened.
A simple game is probably what Outplay would want to look out for, right? Like LaFell said, no condition, or rather low conditions, just unlocks that and they will be able to run it down.
So a simple approach, again, the shortest way from point A to point B is a straight line. We're hoping Coach Dale is able to find that and give his boys a chance at maybe even getting to game 3. Right now, it's the draft. Game 2, it all starts now. Outplay on the red this time, so we're off to a great start.
Okay.
I'm colorblind, so I'm guessing that means they're second?
Yeah, it's on the right.
Second, as you second pick.
All right, gotcha. Burning Splash right now, betting out the Fanny as well as the Arlet as well as the Blue, signifies to me that they want to make sure that Donut doesn't get targeted, as well as making sure that the EXP lane has a very good matchup. The Novaria banned out. I mean, I don't know. Like, it deserves to get banned out.
At this point in time, yeah, they gotta have to do it.
Banned out,
After what has happened, this single pick single-handedly tossed the OP's game out of control. So, Novaria ban, I do like it. But now, Burnex Flash, they have a lot of options they gotta look out for. But Fredrin is probably one of the most safest blind picks that we can see. Jumping right in with some flexibility. EXP, jungle, what can possibly go wrong?
Maybe Kaj.
The Kaj is pretty good as well.
Pretty solid, I'd say.
You know, at this point, if they want to take the EVO away, it's pretty good as well.
That too.
Just take it away.
Sika's already hot.
Right. So right now, again, few seconds coming in, and they're going to take the land slot. They're just like, you know what, Chama, you've been doing so good on the land slot. We're going to give it to you. And now, I kind of feel like Hoon on the EVE is still good.
Yes, they can do that. But what this first pick Lance does is salt in the wound. Best player 1 already reeling, not from just yesterday's results, but from game 1 here today. So by taking Lancelot first, they're saying, all right, Carlito, let's do it. What are you going to do now?
That's
pick
loco,
it.
man.
Pick it right here. Pick it right here. Oh, his performance so far is far from loco.
I mean,
sadly.
Yeah, best player, his best performance is with Lancelot, right? In NACT, 8 games, 7 wins. Other than that, he's gonna have to look at Ling or Martyrs when we are looking at some of the comforts that he could have picked.
Oh wow! Gonna keep it close to the chest. Gonna round the Fredrin, which I hope goes into the jungle, and then they go ahead and give Basic his favorite. There's a carry.
80% win rate.
Right now, I feel like OP, if they really want to go for a very simple direction, the next pickup is going to be a Franco. I kind of feel like the Franco on the Shark will be pretty good. Now, Burnex Splash, I want to see if they will respect that or not. Because at this point, OP, if they don't get the Franco, they can get the Kaja. If they don't get it, like, either way, Shark has to pick up his hero next. That's what I'm thinking right now.
So Kaja or Franco.
Exactly.
Right here.
Personally for me.
For Shark. But for Burnex Flash, they can pick either. and still get out as the winner. And I wonder if Coach Dale sees this line.
It's a straight line for Burnex Flash. It's very simple to pick a heave onto the Brethren. So you can't go wrong anywhere there. So picking that up together with a Yuzhong, things are starting to look rough.
And with that being said, despite basics comfort here, Carry isn't doing well. He is going into a 2 out of 10 win rate on this Carry. One of those losers is on him now, so it is difficult. I wonder if they go for the Kaja here, because Franco and Eve, not a great matchup. Maybe they get a Khadira here.
Honestly, look at the composition, Burnex Flash. After game number 1, game number 2 is going to be more impressive because a lot of dive here. And the thing is, the Eve is very good going up against the Carry because you're very short range.
Yep.
You're going to have to enter the real-world manipulation. The Valentina has been picked up here, which I think is a very solid pick. But at this point, if I'm Burnex Flash, I'm just taking away Shark's hero because respect to Ureshi, but at this point, I kind of don't care about him.
He's not doing much. He hasn't really shown much here on the stage of MSC. Going into the second phase, we're wondering where this Fredrin will go. And as you mentioned, Abstract, still a winning formula for best player. So I'm guessing, what does Coach Dale here? What does OP choke out? They go ahead and stop Donut hard in his tracks, taking away that Claude. What's the next? Taking away a Beatrix?
Beatrix probably with the Siege comp.
Honestly, betting out the Beatrix would be pretty solid as well. Other than that, I kind of feel like everything is kind of safe, even if they want to pick up the Leslie for Donut, because Leslie has been pretty good as well for him in particular. The Brody, honestly, he's spoiled with choice at this point. And Burnex Flash right now, I kind of feel like if you just want to be safe, the Lolita, the Kufra, the Kaja, the Franco, all of those are pretty safe to ban out. And here's the thing. Shark on a pick something like a Kadita, I'm not too sure about. Especially with this lineup, it's not even that tanky with just the Fredrin.
Oh, but they're digging deep into Shark's arsenal. Taking out the Kufra here, which stops the Lancelot pretty hard. And of course, just compromises Seacat's positioning as the Eve.
Right now, what else are they looking for? Because again, OP, I kind of feel like the safe one is just ban out the Beatrix, man. Because the Beatrix does so well in the later stages of the game.
Yep.
If at all possible, have a more shorter range kind of marksman that the Valentina can provide a lot of damage. Boon on this Valentina, I gotta say, is pretty good. But at this point, even taking away the real-world manipulation might not even be completely the best. We gotta look at what marksman Donut eventually takes, because here's the thing: when you steal away the real-world manipulation, you don't get the maximum stacks.
Yep.
So you're only like half effective.
It's not as real. It's not as lethal of a threat. And it looks like OP are looking to force Donut into that hero.
Yep.
His specialty, not as popular as you'd like to think, but yeah, he's one of the most well-known Leslies in the world right now. Even in KH, he's the only one who really does this.
When it comes down to the time, in the Cambodia qualifiers, right? Leslie total played is 5 and won with 4 games. We do have a Brody that is similar. 5 games played, 4 games won.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Very interesting.
So they're making sure that best player, you better play that Fredrin.
I mean, here's the thing, man. Looking at the finals, best player has been doing pretty well on those assassins. The Hellcrit can't be used here. So they're really leaving the option, if you do want an assassin still, it's just the Ling. I mean, the Ling, Amon, Gushin, if we really want to talk about it, Ling is more possible for the Ling. The Lolita getting picked up here, it's kind of good, but at this point, I kind of feel like it's just comfort.
Yep, it's a catch-all, but not a specific answer to anything happening quite yet. I wonder, what's up the sleeves of Coach Z Mitch here? What else do they need? They need a roamer, and they need a gold lane. Yeah, what's going in the hands of Donut? It's can fill that void.
It's probably Brody, Melissa.
We haven't seen any Brody. Maybe Melissa.
Yeah.
Honestly, even the Leslie is not bad here, because I don't see a lot of dive that can really catch
That's true.
The Leslie, unless they do go for an assassin jungle. Because again, we got to think about this Hayabusa ban. Why was the Hayabusa banned? Right? Maybe they want something very squishy in the backline.
So Leslie, looks like
there it is.
Called it.
There we go. And a Franco on top of that as well.
Yep.
They do have pickoffs, they do have backlines as well. It's a very defensive comp.
If you pick up the Ling to answer that Leslie, you're going to have a tough time as well. The Franco is there.
Okay.
So very good draft here, meaning to say you don't have a lot of ways to go to the backline. If you have one hero that can do that, you're going to get shut down.
It's great coverage coming in from Burnex Flash.
All-encompassing kind of composition, right?
Yep.
They leave no stone unturned.
It's not completely poke, nor is it completely dive. They just know how to engage, and if they hook you from a random bush, you're dead. If you come into their box, you're dead. I wonder what's up the sleeves of Mr. Worldwide here. And why is Shark looking down? Oh no, that's because that's where Coach Dale is. All right. Coach Dale is between them, right there. See?
Right. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so for this composition, I gotta say, for Outplay, pretty solid as well. They got the lob to go to the back line, but again, it's gonna be pretty dangerous. They're really gonna look at Basic as well as Hoon to do the majority of the damage, so they're gonna have a pretty good front line, but again, the Leslie kinda doesn't care. The Leslie likes it.
Even though, I'd like to say it's a 4-in-1. It's all on Basic right now.
I kinda agree, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
This is a utility Valentina I've ever seen one.
So pretty much what they have drafted is relatively kind of like a safe in most situations. You're looking for more of a matchup. I don't lose anything. Comfort as well.
Because again, like the thing that we're talking about is minimize the potential of mistakes.
Yes.
This drop is fairly easy, but again, you gotta wait until your carry has 2 to 3 items to really do anything.
And that's even saying, that's assuming that the opponent will not do anything to stop that, right? So, despite this being as a straight line approach as it can be for Outplay, it's not like Burnex Flash is gonna sit down and take it. Let's go into game number 2. This is match point. Outplay might go home here if the hometown heroes go really fast. Look at how deep D7 is already.
D7 outright going into the faces of Outplay.
Here's the thing. All it really is just to let you know I'm not gonna let you have a good time, because again, this is a mental sport, right? This is a game that they play with their heads. And if minute number 1, you're already like anxious about where they're gonna be, your rotation, whether you realize it or not, is gonna be just a little bit slower.
Oh, wait.
It doesn't seem like D7 will be able to stay alive for much longer though. Shark is constantly tailing onto him, but that's not going to do anything as, of course, D7 flickers himself out.
It looks like Shark may have had the bonk on cooldown, because that was almost a confirmed kill.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. And here up top, Donut is basically, well, I mean, Donut is poking out
Essentially.
Essentially. I'm going to use that.
I got you. You're welcome. That's free for now. Going into the in-game items, I wonder how they started. Oh, look at Basic. Look at Basic. What's he rushing here?
I kind of feel like he wants the corrosion scythe as quickly as possible. So if someone tries to dive in, he can slow them down. So I think that's going to be the early item. Again, going up against Leslie, it's not a good idea for you to go steal Lake Place just because it's through damage.
Yeah.
So why even bother?
Oh, they catch Shama!
It's Shama trying to get himself away. He did manage to successfully do that. OP has constantly trying to find all of these moments. And as LaFell said, trying to make things simple. You catch one, you collapse.
Oh, we're 10 seconds away from this first turtle of the game, and it looks like Outplay is first on the scene. And look at this lane switch. They're trying to get CCAT to level 4 so that the turtle take is going to be more closer to 50-50.
ATM emerges out of the Black Dragon form and circles around on top of Best Player. Best Player takes the turtle for themselves as ATM runs away with all the Sharas built up on him. He's still doing a pretty good job in trying to hold everyone away from CCAT, but that's not going to work too well. ATM finds himself down, D7 behind of CCAT, and now OP takes themselves 2 kills and a single turtle.
A free turtle plus 2 kills on the way out. OP have not been taken down just yet. They are currently on the board, but wait, is it basically forcing the issue here? Is he overstaying?
No, I think it's fine, honestly. I'm just surprised that Hoon was showing that he was the better Yuzong. That was actually quite the sight, but again, this does show Outplayed. Now they're doing a little bit well because, again, their composition, they're minimizing the mistakes, the potential mistakes coming up, and now Ureshi is being more aggressive against ATM, and you can even see that there's a difference in level here. It's not going to be much after ATM clears this lane, but again, this shows what happens when a team finally gets a role when they know what they have to do with the heroes that they have.
Gentlemen, is just Signs of Life basically picked up his Corrosion Scythe, and for the first time in this series, OP are in the driver's seat. They're up by 1,000 gold 3 minutes in.
But the question is, how far and how long can they maintain this lead? What must they be doing here in order to keep this lead going or even grow it out?
That's right, we've seen teams get an early lead like this and flub it out in the mid-game. I'm hoping Outplay, and he catch a hook!
D7 immediately goes for the hook and will be able to bring Hoon down. They're going to be continuing this onslaught, and Burnex Flash continues to march on forward to ensure that the lane is all clear.
I would say that's pretty worth it still, because again, they got a lot out of that. D7 gets another hook, but it is against Shark. Shark will be fine. But again, this is one of those situations where anything can happen based on the roamers here. Donut so far doing quite well. He has a 1-kill lead against basically, and now the turtle has spawned.
Of course, the turtle gonna be under the taking of Best Player 1. He's constantly trying to be in the face of the turtle and trying to get every opportunity to get the turtle buff on himself, get the gold for his team as well. Basically can definitely come into the fight. As for now, the rest of the members from the side of OP just collapses onto themselves. ATM joins into the fray, goes over the backline, 3-man petrify. But unfortunately, he will be able to push basically away, but no one else comes in to follow up. ATM still dies in the midst of it all.
Deja vu, another 2 for none, plus a free turtle take. Thank you so much for hosting us here, says Outplay, as they go ahead and force it. Grab that purple! Grab that purple!
Right now, Chama is not having a good game. ATM, honestly, it was a very good shot that he got 3, he got 4, but Chama doesn't want to go in. I don't know. We got to look at the itemization. What is he prioritizing right now? Why didn't he go for that kill? But again, it was amazing. Hoon and Shark on point. They actually staggered their skills together. The Aluminum Blast slowing the opponents down, and then Hoon dashes into a perfect situation where he can use the real manipulation. So there's absolutely nothing you can do but take the brunt of the Aluminum Blast as well as the real manipulation. Very beautiful engage.
It's very much of an AoE game for Outplay. They just want to dominate in these kind of team fights, and it's been showing it is working. Burnex Flash, yes, they may be able to get a couple of these hooks in, but it doesn't seem like Burnex Flash have got that burst potential or a follow-up that can really capitalize on these picks off.
And now we're seeing a weakness in that all-encompassing draft, the amazing coverage that Burnex Flash has. Yes, they can protect their cores. Yes, they can put up an amazing box. But when the opponents aren't biting, when they're not allowing that, what do they do? A hook!
Oh, a double RWM! And they're all just going to be working on his ATM, riding on to Hoon. He's trying to zone everyone else away, but he's just going to be all alone, but he focuses onto Burnex Flash. ATM, he wants to get away, he can't do so, as now the Appraiser's Wrath launches down onto ATM. Burnex Flash, they want to come back onto this, they would want to take the middle lane for steel turrets.
Honestly, after all of that, and the only one that they really sacrificed is ATM, Rishi goes back in.
It's not done! It's not done! He goes in with a Mightiest Warrior, and he just wants to hold out to the front lines as a Terrifier lands on top of D7, and they continue to mow down the rest of this lawn and possibly get themselves a turtle soup.
Oh, very close!
There we go!
His retreat don't miss! Shema very low. This is how you do it! OP did slip up a little. I mean, it's less basically his fault, more D7 having hot hands. But I gotta say, what a recovery. 7 minutes in, 3K ahead. OP are buying time on the map. Not a single turret taken by Burnex Flash. But never ever count out the fact that a single hook into a bloody hunt could change things.
What happened during the break, man?
What did they do?
What did Coach Dali say?
They got some sting? I don't know.
They calm their nerves.
That's a Burnex Flash thing down bottom.
ATM gonna go down by the hands of basically, as he's still gonna be relatively far away. RWM locks down on the basic, and the hook connects, and he's gonna go straight down as well. D7 forcing the issue, wanting to bring Breath Player down, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do quite much. C-Cat continues onto the pursuit, wants to bring Shark down, and Shamar joins to the fray. Don't see Best Player just yet, but he's still gonna be around the area. Ureshi, likewise, is gonna do the same thing. I don't think that it's gonna be much of a value from Ureshi, as he's going to be fronting this fight all alone, as Dona holds it off. Mightiest Warriors not gonna go anywhere.
By the hand of his old friend, Ureshi's taken down by Donut, who I didn't even notice was having an amazing early in the mid-game 4-1 on this Leslie.
No, honestly, we gotta look at how Burnix Flash is approaching the fights, but before that, best player.
Not looking good, as now the Star Rescue stacks up onto him. Burnix Flash wants to mount a comeback, and they want to ensure that OP do not take the river line.
As I was saying, man, Burnix Flash, they're creating so much space. Look at ATM, 0, 4, and 3. Those 4 deaths, he's giving space.
The Bloody Hunt connects, and Shark finds himself in uncharted territory. And now RWM is just going to be popped right on top of Hoon, and ATM continues with the Black Dragon form, albeit to not much value.
Let LaFell speak.
Dude, like, I've been interrupted so many times, but so far, the movements coming in from Burnix Flash, what they're really doing is making sure that ATM pushes Hoon away, because look at the items coming in from Burnix Flash. They do not have magic resist just yet. They're focusing on their own HP, they're focusing on damage, and this makes it so that Hoon does maximum damage at this point in the game.
Right.
So ATM, he's ready to die. All he got to make sure is that Hoon is not in the fray.
And now at this point, at this juncture, I wonder if it's still in OP's best interest to blitz this Lord, because they know that Burnix Flash is packing heat, specifically that Leslie, specifically Donut. And now look at the Iron Hulk, that's pretty high, 30%. And now look, they dive on one!
Ureshi stands down onto D7. The front lines of Burnix Flash is pretty much taken down already, as C-Cat is going to be in a good position popping the RWN. Hoon escapes with a stolen Black Dragon form, and they are ready to re-emerge again when Burnix Flash does not have the Franco.
That's a DBDF, defensive Black Dragon form, and they re-engage once more, continuing that blitz. They see Donut. I wonder.
Oh, now they do.
Oh no.
Donut.
He's not doing anything yet.
He's still scouting. Okay, they don't know yet.
They don't. The animation shows, but they don't.
Yeah, right now.
It's a risky one.
Donut has to be very, very careful here. D7. Unfortunately, not getting anyone. Ureshi goes in. Dominant Blast as well.
And the Flickers lands on top of Shamar. More than enough time to drag enough time for best player to take down the Lord. As ATM and Shamar's both going to be taken down 2-4-2 coming from both sides. Donut's going to be in the front line. If Flickers is the backwards, he's going to be safe for now. As D7C Cat is just going to be making sure that they will be able to escort Donut away.
Oh, 3 left for side OP and side BXF. 2 for 2. Who won that trade, LaFell?
Dude, definitely Outplay, man, because here's the thing. You look at how much damage that Donut had to take. Even though we were talking about how Valentina essentially is kind of like a utility mid laner, but the thing is, I play Valentina, man, and the thing is, Valentina is one of those heroes you don't expect it, but deals quite a lot of damage, especially now that the Lightning Truncheon has been built up. Look at the Valentina. Already have the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Truncheon. The Enchanted Talisman is just to make sure that she can spam her skills a lot. A lot of crowd control, but again, the damage is a lot. Donut does not have any defenses.
Something else to talk about. Look at Shark. He built a Twilight armor. He knows that the burst. He knows that ATM is out for blood. So even if he does meet the Black Dragon, he knows that he can just stand there and say, petrify me!
Dude, right now, OP, they're in a very, very, very good situation. It looks like the reverse. Burnix Flash, now they want to make sure that they get enough items to deal damage. But the thing is, Twilight Armor is the bane of a Leslie. They got to make sure that the Twilight Armor is down, then they can get the kill.
Outplay is currently having the winning position.
Whoa!
I almost cast a custom.
Matrix
just
moment.
so close.
Matrix moment for basically there.
But they are in a winning position, right?
I think at that point, he was reminded of his kindergarten days. His life flashed before his eyes.
There was this one embarrassing moment. Oh!
Basically was very close to getting caught there, but now, I don't know, Leo, OP is in a very good position.
Great position. The best we've seen them in every single series, I'd say, in MSC. 2.4k ahead, owning a majority of the map, not losing a single turret. So that speaks volumes of how well they've controlled this game. But, again, note, D7 has been hot on his hooks. Folks, 30% on an Iron Hook is very high. And there you go, another close goal. Luminum Blast set up.
No flicker coming in from him just yet. So Burnix Flash pretty much knows that OP does not have much of an initiation way, as ATM just gonna be diving right in. 3-man Petrify basically gets caught, and OP lost the win condition. But at least they still have Hoon. He's just gonna be walking around the place. The front line coming from the side of OP is still gonna be holding out well, as best player finds himself taken down by the the true damage from side of Donut. They are all just gonna be running it down. As Rishi's not gonna be doing quite much. Shock joins in. Donut.
What?
So darn close. But Rishi continues to fight as he doesn't stay alive for long enough. And Shaman joins in. He found Chuck. And he still found on. He gets himself a triple kill.
Chima is putting on a show. Burn X Flash are feeling it. That's a wipeout for the hometown heroes as they convert straight into a luminous lord.
Dude, feel the crowd right now.
Long drawn out fight. And from that single fight, Burn X Flash gotten themselves the 2,000 gold advantage.
Right now we gotta look at the replay, and this is the thing. Hoon should have been able to kill Donut, man. That one basic attack.
Yep.
He has one vampiric mud, and that was enough. That was enough to get enough HP to survive the damage from Hoon. Hoon tried his best to run away. But again, you stole a landslide. All this is not going to beat out the landslide.
Okay, consider this. Even if Hoon did get Donut down, who could say that would have been very different? Because Chima was still there. Chima would have still just cleaned up house. And now, tables have turned. Now OP are on the defensive.
How the turns has tabled. That is a tough fight for Burn X Flash, just on purpose. As now the Luminous Lord marches right in as he fights for the team. The hook lands and the bloody hunt onto Best Player 1. The rest of the fight from Burn X Flash marches on and collapses themselves onto Boon as well. 2 players down from the side of OP. Donut still hangs behind as ATM opens up the map, or rather opens it all to ensure that OP does not march in any closer to a 5-man stack of Burn X Flash. No creep so far. Ureshi holds it out. He still wants to bring the team onto a winning game, but he sacrifices himself. He's not able to do quite much right now. Basically, he's still going to be alive, but Shut doesn't have much hedge to work with. D7 left the hook. And that is how Burn X Flash turn it around with a reverse sweep.
Hear the crowd roar as the Cambodian champions move on to the knockout stage of MSC 2023.
Well deserved, because again, look at how they play. They understand what they gotta do, and I gotta say, man, Donut, that was an amazing play. That was an amazing Leslie. He should have died at least 3 times.
What it comes down to is the fact that Burn X Flash have been a team for much, much longer than Outplay. Yes, say what you will about Outplay, having members from previously the Valley, previously BTK, and some MPL Philippines players, but no, Burn X Flash are the champions of MPL Cambodia. Let's throw it over the stage. Let's hear from Miki.
Burn X Flash. Okay, so some lane. Hi, Burn X Flash. Okay, so the first question is to C-Cat. Tell us more about your MVP performance with Nova in Game 1. Happy performance ជាមួយនឹង Game 1 ការលេង Nova មួយបានអត់ ប្រាប់ពី Game 1 ដែលលេងជាមួយនឹង Nova ទទួលបាន MVP ជាមួយនឹងការ performance
សម្រាប់ game ហ្នឹងគឺ game យើងក្រគេយើងគ្រាន់តែបាញ់ឆែកមែនឲ្យគ្នាហើយលេងដកទៅអត់ជាធៀបបានទេ អូខេសុំសួរមួយមើល Nova បានប៉ុន្មានម៉ាច់ហី 20 ម៉ាច់
What the Really Nova 20 ម៉ាច់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាសុំសម្លេងហើយ C-Cat មួយមក Okay so Nova C-Cat just playing like 20 match only what Really It's really good. Okay, so the next question is to Chma. Okay, how do you feel to be able to defeat Outplay, where 3 of the players eliminated your team last year in M4?
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំអារម្មណ៍គឺវាអត់សូវ surprise ទេដែលលទ្ធផលហ្នឹងព្រោះអីលទ្ធផលហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំបានគិតទុកចាប់ពីវគ្គចែកពូលមកមែន
Wow! Just like he said that he is not surprised, right? Because he already predicted that he will be win in 2-0, right?
ហើយក៏អត់សូវ appreciate ដែរដោយសារតែ performance ខ្ញុំនឹងអត់សូវបានល្អហើយ and to OP said fly bro
Huh? Wait.
សុខសប្បាយផ្លូវអាកាស
Oh, okay.
Hey, one more thing. Where's the camera?
Over there.
Hey Zan, if you're watching this, that's not good news for me that you wouldn't be here. But stay strong, and I hope that I can play against you again in the competition. And good luck, bro.
Wow! So he say that he's not he's not really happy because his performance in this game is not really good. But you guys think it's good, right? Yeah! So, Chma again, which team would you rather not face to in the first round after knockout and why?
So, ពួកយើងអាចមានឱកាសប៉ះច្រើនតែប៉ុន្តែធីមដែលខ្ញុំចង់ប៉ះគឺ
Not to face ធីមដែលអត់ចង់ប៉ះ
អត់ចង់ប៉ះ
Yeah.
អូនអត់ប៉ះមួយត្រូវអត់
Yeah.
So it would be Blacklist
អត់ចង់ប៉ះ Blacklist
ហ្នឹងហើយ
មិនចឹង
ដោយសារគាត់ជាក្រុមខ្លាំងមួយដែរ
Wow. So Burning Flash don't want to face to Blacklist because Blacklist is too strong, right? Yes, of course.
គ្រាន់តែអត់ចង់ប៉ះទេតែបើប៉ះក៏អត់អីដែរ
Oh, it's spicy? No problem. Okay. So the next question is to Donut.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Yeah.
What?
What's the question?
What?
What's the question?
What's the question? What's your name?
Donut.
Donut. Oh. Just kidding. Okay, so the question is, how do you feel right now that you defeated your ex-teammate, Yurashi, and also Filipino, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's
So how do you feel? Any word to them?
What? You're
Really, Donut? Are you seriously?
Ano?
Do you have anything to say your old teammate, Yurashi, right?
Yurashi.
From Filipino.
Stay humble tsaka mag-ingat ka dyan. Like,
Wait. Again.
stay humble and always take care of yourself.
Oh! Okay, so the final word to your fan here in the hall and online. So, អីទៅមានអីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់អ្នកដែលមកគ្រប់គ្រង Burn X Flash សម្រាប់ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងអត់
អរគុណអ្នកនរគ្នាដែលបានមកគ្រប់គ្រងពួកយើងហើយក៏សង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកនរគ្នានឹងបន្តគ្រប់គ្រងរហូតដល់ចាប់ MSC.
Okay, thank you everyone for supporting Burn X Flash and wish that you guys still supporting Burn X Flash until the end of the MSC. So, this one last question អាហ្នឹងជា question របស់ខ្ញុំខ្លួនឯងមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរនៅពេលដែលម៉ាក់ប៉ាមក support ដល់កន្លែង
មានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយ
សប្បាយមានអីចង់អរគុណទៅពួកគាត់អត់អ្នកមានគុណ
អរគុណគាត់ដែលផ្ដល់ឱកាសឲ្យខ្ញុំបានចូលមកលេង e-sport ហ្នឹង
Okay, thank you អរគុណអ្នកមីងដែលបាន support កូនដល់កន្លែង Okay, so now it's time to pass the floor to the caster. Thank you.
Some spicy words coming in from the victors of that series. Again, congratulations to Burn X Flash. And as they said, this is not for me. Have a safe flight to Outplay.
There's a lot, right? Safe flight to Outplay, to Ma directly talking to Mo, but saying, wish they can fight each other again, even though he felt like it wasn't a great game for him personally. But again, I love that the team is full with confidence. They're like, yeah, we weren't worried. We're pretty sure it was going to be a 2-0 game.
I mean, after that performance from Shama, and he still said that he wasn't doing well.
Even Miki was like, what the? The Warriors 20 games only? What the?
All right, given what's happened here, we have to, again, send out our well wishes to the North American representative here in Team Outplay. But back to the amazing comeback that was mounted by Burn X Flash. They were losing a majority of this game, by the way. If y'all don't know, they were losing, 3 quarters? And then suddenly, the clapback.
I mean, they were ready to rumble as long as the opponents make the wrong mistake. Or rather, make some mistake.
Yeah. And that clapback, that turnaround came in the hands of D7, who, yeah, despite the difficult early to mid, still was landing amazing hooks. What was that? A couple of times that he caught basically, and that led to a kill.
That's the thing, man. Landing the hooks, great, amazing. But landing on basic, dude, I mean, like, out of 5 targets, 5 potential targets, you chose the right one.
I think that's what Abstract was talking about, the wrong mistake. Basically just put himself where D7 would just be right for the pick. It's like, oh, there he is.
The wrong mistake, man.
It worked out, I mean, right?
I mean, they're celebrating behind there, but now we got to look at the highlights of this game. We got to talk about how, honestly, in this game, Outplay had a very good game. They had a pretty good early to mid, but I think after this team fight, things turned around because look at his ATM is giving so much space. He's chasing after Hoon, only Hoon, and I'm pretty sure even he knows he's definitely gonna die.
Yep.
But it's all right as long as Donut has some space. It's all good, man. It's all good. He's done his job.
Another hook.
Yeah, that one is sick.
He went through 2 or 3 dudes that could have been hooked, and he still got the main man.
And I think that at this point in time, it is also another devastation. The main thing about D7 is that he doesn't tunnel vision. He knows what exactly is going to be his main game, and he knows what the win condition from the side of Outplay is. And once they find it, they are just going to smash it right in and collapse on the rest.
Oh, look at this. Is this what I think it is?
I
Yeah,
think
this is the massive juggle. This is the amazing juggle from Burnex Flash.
I gotta say, man, I gotta feel like best player just now, he did not thought he would get kind of one shot. I mean, he was like at 60% HP-ish, and all of that just went away. The damage coming in from this Leslie is a lot, is amazing. And here, looking at this kind of situation, Hoon played the best game that he can. He was the main threat because no one was building magic resist. But after that fight, it's basically game over.
Talking about best player's life just vanishing before our eyes. There you go. Magic Man. Now you see, now you don't.
This is just hard to accept, especially for Outplay players, right?
Yep.
They were dominating the entire match, and just from a single point in time, it's all gone.
I gotta say, man, Burnex Flash is looking so good right now. And I don't think it's just because they're going up against Outplay. I kind of feel like whoever they're facing up against is going to be a very, very good game. Right now, we're going to look at the items. And Donut only died twice in this game. In the early stages of the game, make sure that you have the Berserker Fury, you have the Blade of Despair. Not gonna lie, the extra Blade of Despair here is just because, you know what, I have enough damage.
Yeah, something tells me this was bought as they were starting the siege.
Yep.
Donut just got the call. It could have come from himself or somewhere in his team say, you know what, just build the second BOD, just go for it.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Just dump it all on damage.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I see some people online keep asking why they don't build the Malefic Roar on the Leslie. You don't. It's true damage. You don't need penetration.
You just need big numbers.
You just need big numbers. You don't need penetration. It's fully penetrated. So now we're going to look at the itemization here for Outplay, and this is not nice because basically, in terms of the items, nothing is wrong with it.
You mean essentially?
Essentially
or basically?
Essentially, nothing is wrong with it. The only thing is he always gets caught because...
All right, now basically.
Yeah, now basically.
Okay.
Oh, that's so confusing.
It is very confusing. But to round it up, Basic, I think that would be simpler. Basic just being caught out. I don't think it's not necessarily his positioning was wrong or anything, but it's more the fact that D7 is just phenomenal, and the entirety of Burnex Flash just knows how to pilot and steer their own team in order to catch out onto Basic.
And again, that is evident because of the fact that they've been a team for so long, right? For the better part of a year now, they only really adjusted for Donut. It was prior Hessa, right? It was Hessa who was once in that gold lane that won them last season's MPLKH, and now it's Donut, and it's working the same. It's working wonders.
Looking at the Guardian ATM taking 102,000 damage, and again, like I said, because Franco, you're a tank, but you're a backline kind of tank. You don't actually go in front unless you flicker in, you go in for that bloody hunt, but otherwise, you need someone else to frontline. And ATM, being on that Yuzong, he is phenomenal because he looks at the game and he imagines that KDA doesn't exist.
And what was his MO, right? If I die, I die, but I need to get in there.
I always thought that Yuzong is more of like a follow-up hero, but ATM plays it completely differently. He knows what he's looking out for, and all he wants is just drive Hoon away.
And I think that's what's important. The fact that Burnex Flash as a team understands when it's time to switch it up and when it's time to step on the gas. And again, it all circles down back to our MVP, D7. I missed this kind of roamer. I missed a roamer that had a true clutch gene. It's amazing. Again, congratulations to Burnex Flash. We'll see more of them in the knockout stage. But for us now, here again, we'd like to say thank you to our sponsors and those making this tournament possible. Once again, MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. In our last series tonight, you can catch the M3 World Champions Blacklist going up against the all-time international representative from Malaysia, TODAK. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. I don't feel anything. It's just another day of the job.
He's LaFell, and this right here is Abstract at your service. My name is Leo. You guys are watching MSC 2023. Stay with us. We're going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You'll have a great evening.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Clad kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama at saka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin niya. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigute para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami, kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Hey man, you here for the Outplay beat?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
All right, nice to meet you. How you meet who?
Man, so I've been actually watching their YouTube channel for a long time now, so
Okay.
that's what we're here for.
You out here for the Outplay beat too?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Thank you.
What's up? Who's the biggest Outplay fan right here? Yes.
Hello, we're at the OP meetups. First of all, thank you so much for coming and supporting us. And this is my team. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Yes, keep it up, guys. Welcome in. Come on.
So I've been following, the main reason is Hoon. So I've been following Hoon since his days from the Gosu team. And then I've been following him, and the only reason I like them OP is like, mainly I would say it's because of Hoon.
My favorite is probably Hoon because he's more active and it seems like he's on live more than the other players. Yeah, so I just watch him a lot before I go to bed.
Hi. You flew from where? Sacramento. So you're here just for the meetup? Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and then we got a little gift for you for coming. Here you go, jersey. Thank you. I just found out that there's a first person in line. Daryl? Oh, right there. Here's your hoodie for it. Sir.
I think Outplay is going to win only because I'm biased.
I have a shirt to give out, and then I want to do 1v1 with someone, and then winner takes it. Does anyone want to try me? You want to do it? You want to do it? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Booga booga Bill. Booga booga Bill. Good job.
My favorite OP moment up till now is how they displayed such a dominant performance through the regular season as well as the playoffs. Everything they did that got them right here.
Hey guys, Rose here from MPL Malaysia.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Mickey,
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo from IGSG.
ค่อยชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว Sky TV from Eco Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines.
I am Raime from EVO Esports. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
And for TODAK, buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright?
Hashtag Roll for MSC. Hashtag See the World.
Roll for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roll for MSC. Hashtag See the World. GG RG.
Roll for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye Şampiyonası'nı güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roll for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag See the World.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the Esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new Epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right, everyone. From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
My name is John Marwilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes. Para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Yeah, sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula dun sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Eco. Sa Eco, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Ka-Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us the practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
ការរៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងយាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់សូវ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកសឹកខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់បន្ថែមទៀតបង
tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Black M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapan digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya.
Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you only play gold lane. Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Chiku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle. But now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga, where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out, like, okay, Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Kemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
So I've known Chiku before he entered TODAK. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Chiku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar dah. Itu Chiku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fasian main. Tapi bagi saya, benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan TODAK meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar TODAK, Moon dengan Chiku suruh keluar TODAK apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang sendiri dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
fearless with cheers and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal lengths. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama at saka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin yun. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Benigute para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami, kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niyo. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. The heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. And chain, ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal links. Cynical swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and main. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Yo, fatal length. Yo, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slay. S-E-A, see the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A, see the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. As we will start for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and main. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Yo, fatal length. Yo, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slay. S-E-A, see the world. Start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and try. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is this match. As we are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Yo, fatal length. Yo, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and try. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never. Climb and rise as we will strive for. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never. Climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for.
Welcome everybody, my name is Gideon Q and joining me today is going to be Miracle and LaFell here on the main stage because this is the final group stage match of the MSC 2023. But before we move on to the knockout stage, we have to get through this game and it's a big one here. It's going to be TODAK versus Blacklist International. And I don't know about you boys, I'm particularly nervous, so we're gonna not let the Malaysians talk this time and let our Indonesian neutral brother take it from here.
All right, I'll take it over from here, ladies and gentlemen. The only neutral guy on the table, I am guessing right now, because hey, high stakes here. Blacklist International and TODAK, they're gonna be facing off for the top seed in the knockout stages. To emphasize just how important the top seed is, if Blacklist International are second in this group, they have a chance of meeting Echo in the first round of the single bracket knockout stage.
It's crazy. It's crazy to imagine that this could be it. This could be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. But all of this, of course, MSC is powered by Munton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. So thank you to our lovely sponsors. MSC wouldn't be possible without your support. Now I'm going to throw it over to LaFell here because what's your opinion on this game so far, and especially with where the meta is at currently?
I mean, that's a very good question, but I just got to point out that you and me, we actually anticipate this game and we try to color code our uniforms for this game. But one small thing that I forgot, both of them are black.
Yeah.
Both of them have the same color scheme.
It's a little awkward, I am not going to lie. But today's headline for this match, Which one are you guys going to be part of? There's going to be two big parties here. Is it going to be hashtag break the code or hashtag TODAK Langgar here? Personally, for me, you know where the Malaysians are going to be standing so far, unless Mirko, are you going to break the 3 streak here?
Maybe. We'll see in the predictions later. We have a little segment.
The minority usually wins.
The minority usually wins. We predicted RSG SG when everybody predicted EVOs yesterday, and guess what happened, LaFell? The minority won. So this is kind of the same case for our predictions later on, but looking at the way these two teams play is what is really interesting in my opinion, right? Especially looking at how, I would say, very formulaic Blacklist International plays. They take the game in a way where it's just common Blacklist. It's Blacklist International as you knew them back in M3, MSC, no, M4. Yeah.
I mean, that's plenty of accolades. I mean, one of these teams with the most accolades against the crownless all-timers. We've seen TODAK time and time again try to make it to the grand finals, and unfortunately, never, almost, sometimes even just one game away from making it through an easy bracket. They just drop it. Unlike their opponents here, Blacklist International, consistent, as Mirko put it perfectly, formulated and cold.
Here's the thing, you guys see the sleeves? Okay. Both teams have a lot hiding in the sleeves, so we gotta see for this particular game. I gotta feel like they'll just show everything that they got. Right now we gotta look at the junglers here because I gotta say, Rival is number 5, Wise is number 3. I was about to say, is Rival not even on the list? But no, Rival is number 5, Wise is number 3. Kind of not surprising for me that Kyrie is number 1, but let's talk about this Wise going up against Rival, where I gotta say, man, this MSC, TODAK has been unleashing Rival, letting him use those assassin junglers. But Wise, we've seen him, he is most comfortable on those utility junglers. So definitely 2 different types of junglers here.
He's a veteran. The veteran Wise versus the rising Rival.
Rival has been very sporadic with the way he's taken the games, and I think you put it very well, LaFell. The fact that he is actually placed in on his comfort. Now he's back on the assassins that we knew him for. Meanwhile, for Wise, I think a few of these heroes actually has been buffed towards his favor, like the Vayne, for example, something we saw at M3 where he was able to completely dominate. But aside from just these junglers who are able to dictate the game in the early game, both of them really rely on their gold laners, especially for TODAK.
I mean, here's the thing. We already show one rookie versus a veteran. Now, let's talk about the M-Series all-timer Chiku guys versus the promising debutant from Blacklist International, Owl.
Here's the thing, man. Chiku guys has evolved so much because he changed his role so much. But for this time, for the previous season of MPL, he even stated he doesn't care what kind of heroes he uses, which we've seen him using the Arlet as long as it's in the gold lane. And here's the thing, because he used the Arlet in the gold lane, this kind of throws a wrench into the plans. Like, you can't tell what kind of hero he uses, man. Like, you're looking at the Claude, you're looking at the carry as one of his favorites, but he might not even use it.
I don't know about you, but I feel like generally history tends to repeat itself, and even after the performance that we saw from Blacklist International during the SEA Games, Owl has faced Chiku guys before on traditional marksmen, so maybe the unorthodox way might work, or who knows, Owl is even more comfortable dealing with Chiku on these strange gold lane picks.
We'll see, we really see it, because in MPLPH Season 11 Grand Finals, BenQt was able to completely dominate the lane against Owl by securing these strong matchups in lane. Now, if Chiku guys can get a similar way in that lane with a better matchup, say maybe even a fighter gold laner, or just a standard better matchup for the marksman, I think you guys can do the same thing. He's rated as the number 2 best gold laner in this tournament, so he should be able to replicate what number 1 does.
You know, the worst part about it all, I've been hearing rumors, and I heard it from Leo himself. He had a little bit of a chat with some of the Blacklist International players, and he knows for a fact they want to win this game. They want to secure first seed here, just so they have higher chances to make it into top 4 and eventually try and win the whole thing.
Dude, it's gonna be crazy, man, because I saw TODAK as well, and they were very serious. In fact, not even just serious. Chiku looked angry. He looked kind of upset. It's like, oh, I'm not going to think about anything else. I'm not taking this as a joke. So both teams, they're treating, this is just the group stages, but they're both looking at this game like a best of 1. Like the game of death.
Well, it is. It literally is for a lot of these teams because, again, that's
You're saying someone will die?
Well, no, not literally, but maybe in the game a lot of times, right? But, you know, it's funny that you guys met TODAK and Blacklist, you know, contenders for top 1 in Group D. Last 2 teams I met are Outplay and Phoenix, so...
Ooh, come on. You can't do him dirty like that.
It's a good thing you didn't meet neither of them then.
Exactly.
Look, with that being said, I think everybody has been excited for this, and everybody has been waiting for this grand moment to finish off the group stages. It's time for the walk-in.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last match in the group stage. Walking in, up, it's going to be our 4 marshals to officiate the last series of the group stage. Rift, Shadow, as well as the other 2 are off stage here, going to try once again to ensure fair play. Ladies and gentlemen, synonymous with unorthodox playstyle and unpredictability, the Malaysian Swordfishes are set on dismantling their opponents. Say it with me, TODAK Langar!
They always find a way to surprise their opponents, sometimes themselves as well. The TODAK Langar mentality has been polished.
You want to break the code, and no other team has been able to do so as good as them. Walking up on stage, you can see them radiating with confidence and grace. The M3 World Champions. Here comes Blacklist International!
The agents are prepared to decode everything that TODAK has to throw at them. With the ever-reliable B-Wise and Edward leading the team, along with Youngbloods in Ewing and Owl.
Don't forget the minds behind the drafts. Here, you can see all 4 coaches and analysts up on stage to deliver us the best series, perhaps, we've been expecting in the groups.
Now teams are going to be fist bumping. This is going to be an all-out war between these 2 international teams. I can't wait for it to start, and hopefully we're going to see more of them in the land of Dawn.
Looking at both teams, man, again, looking at their faces, they're so ready. But first, let's actually introduce the team lineup of TODAK, Chiku guys, rival Momo Moon, as well as Humes. Looking at the standings just now, we looked at Chiku guys as well as rival. Both of these players will be looking at how they're going to coordinate their play, because so far Chiku guys has been the target for a lot of teams, but rival has been showing up.
I mean, these are 2 players who are mechanically talented, but we also got to talk about some of the weaknesses, and a lot of questions have been placed on Moon and even the Moonatics because it's hard. We've seen him blunder a couple of times, and sometimes it even costs games. We're hoping that this mid lane goes without a hiccup for his fans.
Certainly, this is going to be a big problem here if they can actually take down Yue as well, right? I mean, this matchup, TODAK, sure, they're very Chiku-centric, but since MSC begun, it seems like they have been able to actually switch it up a bit, playing for rival in these assassin roles. But again, for Blacklist International, it's pretty much the norm. It's the standard here. Owl, Wise, Edward, Yue, and Oh My Venus. It's a standard 5, and they're looking to do what they usually do. Just stay to what they're comfortable with.
I'm going to say here, before we're going into the drafts, I was able to have a small conversation with TODAK, and it looks like they've been practicing against Blacklist quite a lot before the start of MSC, and according to them, they are willing to let Oh My Venus to have his heroes except for one, which is the Florin.
Whoa!
Because so far, as big of a hero pool Oh My Venus has, they feel like it's almost a bigger mistake to ban out the Estes, to ban out all of the other healers and let the Florin go. So if they had to pick their poison, they'd rather not face against the Florin.
Because of the true healing.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
that's kind of crazy, right? Now that you think about it, we've seen, and especially for Oh My Venus, whenever the Queen has Estes, you know, literally a skin made after the Queen's likeness. It's kind of crazy to imagine that, yeah, we don't mind dealing with that primary skin as long as you don't get the Florin. Think about that.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, again, the Florin is definitely a very good pick that Blacklist International can utilize right now, with a lot of people already thinking ahead and trying to ban these support heroes.
Let's go Gideon Q.
Wait a minute, time prediction
minority
here. So, Gideon Q is the minority right now. He's the only one who went for TODAK.
Okay, I
Mirko
got
and LaFell.
Look, guys, I just want a quick check on Mirko. How's the mirror curse going on right now? Give me out of 10, where is it at currently?
Well, I did say Outplay was going to get through groups, so.
Oh boy. Okay.
That it sounds good so far.
I also have the insurance policy, and based on what I've may have put into place, Wolf's flight got canceled, and he might be coming a little later to MSC.
Wait, TODAK plays today, and somehow, some way, his flight today got canceled? I'm thinking you guys just pulled a few strings behind the scenes or something to make this happen.
Here's the thing. Don't just think that we're casters, man. We got influence.
I mean, we're part of the Republic for a good reason. Now, guys, if you're wondering, what in the world? What's this Republic you're talking about? I'm talking about the Republic of Gamers here. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Simply because their phones are just that good. When you're looking for a warm-up like no other, check out the Asus Republic of Gamers, or the ROG, the official gaming phone partner of MSC 2023. The ROG 7 comes with the Aeroactive Cooler 7 that provides you with a portable 2.1 sound system, and alongside the spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display, you can play games like you've never experienced it before. So check out Rideable, who's utilizing the ROG 7 just to do his warm-ups.
ROG 7 for those who dare. Or, as LaFell puts it,
Dare. Anyways, looking at the situation, I'm glad that Rival was the one using the Fanny. Because actually, not gonna lie, I've seen some clips of recently Wise trying to use the Ling, and so far he's been doing pretty good. So it would be very interesting, wouldn't it be? Like if instead of Rival, Wise was the one that picks up the Ling. That would be pretty interesting, right?
That would be crazy, but we have actually seen him go to the assassin role a bit. He actually played Lancelot in the MPL PhDs 11 playoffs, and that's something that maybe they're looking to bring out here as well in the MSC stage. Maybe both of these teams have been actually hiding their real strats. We've been saying Chiku-centric for TODAK, and for Blacklist, where's that assassin coming? Is it gonna come now for this determining battle?
I'm gonna do you one better, you know? +1 this even more. We
+2.
saw TODAK the last time, and the last time they made sure that they were playing rival-centric, playing around a Ling and even a Lancelot to eventually hard carry this game. What if Blacklist International decides to go that route? Now Wise is not a utility jungler. It's time for Wise to carry the team.
I mean, if you're going to talk about utility junglers, man, I'm actually thinking about Bane as well as Alpha as the newer meta coming in, because so far, both junglers, honestly, haven't been picked up too much, but I can definitely see the potential. And if any team can make it work, I kind of feel like Wise with Blacklist International can make both junglers work.
I feel, okay, let's really think about this, right? Bane, what do you require? Combos, and more importantly, great communication. All you're trying to do is set up and make sure that everything kind of collapses together. Something that Blacklist International is known to be perfect at.
If they want to go for these team fights, hey, Bane is the perfect hero to go and synergize with the composition and the game plan that they already set here before the match. Thing is, though, the Bane has been very dynamic in how you actually take and play the Bane. So maybe if you go up against a little more squishy heroes, you want to go for the killing spree, something very risky that Blacklist International aren't really known for. They don't go for risks, but what better time is it than now to actually pull up a crazy hero, a crazy style of playing that hero up against the craziest team in MLBB?
Personally, I think that at the end of the day, after this match, both teams will have evolved, and we're going to see, honestly, a new side to both of TODAK as well as Blacklist International.
Right now, looking at the fans as well, we can definitely see quite a lot of fans for both Blacklist as well as TODAK. And again, looking at this game, I kind of agree with both of you, because in this kind of situation, perhaps it's better to bring out something unexpected.
Well, let's see what Edward has to say about facing TODAK. Against TODAK, they like to use unique heroes, so we need to be ready for that. Maybe they can even pick Layla, but we're ready to face any team to become the champion.
All right, that is very interesting. Okay, so far, though, in this tournament for MSC 2023, Blacklist International and TODAK, the only games we can reference are the games up against Occupy. Now, maybe not the best for reference, but Blacklist International felt more in control, maybe with their style and the way that TODAK drafted, right? Arlet Gold.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, I don't buy that that's the real TODAK. I really don't.
It's a game of rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. And again, like I said, I told you, Mirko, this is the Malaysian style, because we want to make sure every single game is interesting. So we'll throw maybe once or twice.
Okay.
And then we'll see how the game develops. You know, we'll see how it goes in this particular game, because I kind of feel like they can't do that going up against Blacklist because Philippines is one of those regions that people know they rarely make mistakes.
If you throw against Blacklist, they'll certainly catch, and they will punish you hard for it. And in the crowd right now, you're actually seeing a lot of Blacklist International fans as well. UA getting a big shout out there as well.
Oh yeah, you can literally hear the fans just mouthing out, break the code. The fans are here to support and show their love here on the main stage, just in hopes that they make it to that very first seed. But at the end of the day, I do think that we're going to see a lot here, and I can't wait for this draft to actually begin. I'm literally shaking with excitement here because I think we're going to see something so very new from both sides.
Okay, let's kind of slow it down a bit because I kind of feel like one role that we haven't talked about a lot is the EXP laners, where Edward, Agent, the very first one, like, he is Mr. Reliable. He is down. He's here just to do business. Talking to Leo as well, backstage, he was just like, yeah, I'm here. I'm just coming to do my job. And looks like Moy has an opinion on facing Blacklist, not facing TODAK.
I mean, we have analyzed Blacklist International. We know Blacklist is a good team. Hopefully, when we play against them, we can give our best. I like the way he put it there. There's confidence, but it's not 100% guaranteed.
It's hopefully. He is hopeful about the situation. And I think right now, again, if we look at just the history of it, right, and the reference from the previous tournaments, TODAK have always been able to pull off a shocker in the group stages. And the only concern right now I feel for TODAK is it's not a best of one. It's a best of three where Blacklist can get a read. And sometimes when you're a team like TODAK who goes for these cheesy strats, this best of three can really hurt them. Now, it's all about just outsmarting one another. It's, again, rock, paper, scissors in a best of three. How do they outsmart a team who can just continuously adapt to your style?
Personally, I think that Blacklist International has an ace up their sleeve. Like, if things are going badly for them, they always have Renegades' keen eye on the side, and they can even throw him in whenever necessary. So that could really shake things up.
Actually, because I was talking about Edward, because we know Oh My Venus not really being that catch style kind of player. I mean, like, sure, Oh My Venus can use the Kaja and such, but we really have to look at Edward using something that can go directly to the backline to punish Chico, because for now, if there's absolutely no way to lock him down, then I'm kind of feeling like it's going to be good for TODAK, because again, we got to talk about how they play. And I think like even a lot of re-streamers, doesn't matter, it's not just from Malaysia, it's from Indonesia, Philippines, everyone keeps saying the same thing. Chico would lose the lane. That's almost a guarantee. He would lose the 1v1, he would lose the 2v1s, but the thing is, he will, for some reason, out-farm everyone else, and then when he has his items, he doesn't hesitate. He goes in. So in this game, honestly, if you're a TODAK fan, even if TODAK seems like they're losing a couple of kills in the early stages of the game, you kind of don't have to worry about it.
Well, I mean, we say we don't have to kind of worry about it, but you can't help but to feel that Blacklist is slow. They know how to slowly creep upon you, right? Every single advantage, it feels like just another stacking block against you until finally the line is complete and a big Tetris happens and everything starts collapsing and falling out of your hands. But the one matchup that I'm very keen on seeing, because last time in TODAK's lineup, we expected to see 4Maze in the EXP lane. This time, it's going to be Momo, who is arguably one of the more reliable EXP laners. So that could be another out for TODAK.
Honestly, I would say Momo and Edward are pretty much the same.
They're the same person.
Even in temperament, like even after their win, they're the one that looks the most relaxed. Winning, losing, winning or losing, they're just like, eh,
no emotions. They're robots.
Emotion.
They are stone cold robots. And for Momo, I would say there is a little bit of a difference in the way they play, right? Because okay, outside of the game, mentally it looks that way. But for Momo, he's more of a playmaker for the team. He's an enabler. Meanwhile, for Edward, it really feels like when he gets ahead in MPLPH, we've seen this so many times in the playoffs, especially. He's the strong side. He is the winning condition for Blacklist International.
And that's why Blacklist International, as you saw up on your screen, is one of the only teams that has 100% board rate at this point of time. That space being created is all from him. But I think it's time, Mirko.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Into the draft we go for the final match. Game number 1 of the last match in the group stage. Here we go. TODAK versus Blacklist International.
All right, let's get the series on the way, because I'm seeing that the bans are coming, and they are coming quick. The Kaja, the Lancelot for the side of Blacklist currently on first pick, and TODAK on second pick, already banning out the Estes.
Yep, they still want to show respect for this first game of the series. As is being banned out, and we can definitely see a lot of conversation happening here, especially from Chiku, where I think they're all talking about what are we willing to let go, because again, they are the second pick, so it's gonna be a trade. I'm pretty sure they want to let go one cryo hero that Blacklist will try to secure, and then getting something else. Banning out the glue, I think, is a pretty safe second ban.
Is there a sneaking suspicion that this might be a Novaria going on to UA, for an example?
Yeah, I kind of feel like if it is let true, because again, Novaria is amazing. Doesn't have to be a mage. You can put Novaria as a roamer. So I kind of feel like even if Novaria has been let true and Blacklist picks it up, it doesn't have to go to UA.
Wait, is Edward actually interacting with the camera? I haven't seen him do this in like, what, how many years at this point?
He's been staring, he's been going back and forth again, but you know, I think for TODAK, it is going to be a very good idea for them to actually let go of the Novaria. There's going to be the Ling and the Lancelot ban though, so already respect and already kind of a curveball. Yeah, Wise not going to be on these assassins. TODAK love the chaos, right? They really find success in that chaos, and up against a Novaria who really doesn't like messy team fights, I think that might be the main win condition for them.
I'm looking at TODAK and I'm thinking of one thing.
What?
The Fanny hasn't been banned. I'm not so, because again, the Fanny, as we saw, is a very risky pick. Either you're gonna look amazing or you're gonna get 1v1 by a Bandang, right? So it's gonna be very, very interesting now. The Valentina has been banned out, which does, in my mind, say that TODAK, they want to pick up something big. And Blacklist, if they want to deny Moon of that Eve, I kind of feel like it is a good spot to pick it up right now, but TODAK could quickly pick up the Claw to fight against the Eve. So honestly, a lot on the line here.
Potentially. I'm trying to sniff out what TODAK is trying to do, but no, after many, many years of trying to predict their draft, I would like to just see it happen rather than making some hard predictions. I'm looking at Blacklist, and I agree with you that the Eve is looking very, very fine here, but Novaria, I just feel, is a little bit better, a little bit more flexible.
Thing is also for the Novaria, right? If you're up against a Fanny, you really struggle, but there is still an outplay mechanic within her build. If you go for the Astral Recall, you can go through walls and you can actually escape from the cables in the game. So that's an outplay mechanic that certainly they can utilize here. And the fact is, right now, you said it, it's very flexible. Why it's always first picked is the fact that it can go to the roaming position, and it does super well as a roamer, a supportive roamer.
That's not all. With the Novaria, at least they're going to get the information, something that Blacklist truly utilizes. Fun fact that Chiku is 100% with the Irithel, the Leslie, the Brody, and the Layla during MPL MY Season 11.
Kind of feel like it's almost unnecessary to put the Layla there, but you know what? It's all right. Now the Arlet as well as the Akai has been picked up. Both are great. Both are amazing, and both cannot. Flex. Yeah, both are flex. That's what I wanted to end it on. Why'd you have to cut me off, man?
I gotta cut you off, man.
Dude, I was building it up.
You know why? Because we're flexible on the desk as well.
Boys, let's take it a step back here. At the end of the day, we don't know where these two are going to go, and for all we know, Blacklist International might surprise us, right? The Fanny is still up in the air, and if Blacklist wanted, I don't know, maybe to take a page out of TODAK's book, I'm thinking, you know, Fanny and as well as possibly even a Mincetar, but no. Fredrin, as well as Diggy, they're aware that TODAK is up to some shenanigans.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Good pick by Blacklist to kind of like deny the crowd control coming in. But TODAK, here's the thing. Have a big burst hero. Have someone that can burst the Diggy early on. Make the Diggy unusable. Because again, looking at the lineup, the Fredrin is going to be super annoying. Wise especially is going to be super annoying. Now they're picking up the Eve because I kind of feel like they know it's totally going to be banned. And I kind of feel like Moon just feels very, very comfortable on this Eve. So far it's okay. Looking at the bans, I'm really interested to see Blacklist, what are they going to ban to make sure their squishy heroes are not going to get targeted. Because Novaria, even though, yes, Astral Recall, go inside the wall, basically a very long iframe, no one can hit you. But the thing is, the moment someone hits you, it's going to hurt. Has one of the lower HP pools out of all the mages.
They're doubling down, though, for TODAK, right? For the CC. They want to overwhelm the Diggy with CC. And I kind of understand what Blacklist are going for. Like you mentioned as well, with the Novaria, you already have that Astral Recall to give him more safety, or to give her more safety. Use the Diggy here with the Time Journey. Thing is, like you said, not just CC. I mean, it's not just damage here. CC, you overwhelm the Ziggy, you try to bait just this ultimate, and it's done. What do Blacklist have to play after that? Even for the Navaria, early game to mid game, super long cooldowns on her skills.
Agreed with you on that one, right? It's about engage, re-engage, the push and pull mechanics of the overall team fight. We need to keep looking at the bigger picture here, because at the end of the day, that's how Blacklist and TODAK think, right? This is the one aspect of both teams that are alike.
Right now, I kind of like the Franco ban because they're really respecting TODAK and say that Franco is one of those heroes that can handle the Diki, and they're like, yeah, you know what? This Akai could go gold lane, this Arlet could go jungle, we don't care, so we're going to respect and make sure that this Franco is not a safe option. The Hayabusa might be okay going up against this lineup, but again, I don't know. If Rival can really avoid the Frederick at all times, it's going to be okay. Because again, Astro Recall, you go inside the walls, but if you already initiated your Ogi Shadow Kill, it's just going to follow you.
Yep, that's true. That is one way to actually deal with it, to be fair. Looking at TODAK's bans so far, it's going to be the Wan and as well as the Claude. I'm really surprised that both of these weren't picked up. This is not exactly the most traditional starters based on what we've seen in the overall MSC tournament meta.
Maybe TODAK wants Beatrix?
Yeah, it does seem like they're already setting up for the Beatrix here, right? 1-1 Claude banned out. The only other hero that I've seen out on good catch is that Beatrix. So by banning out these two heroes and picking it up, they're forcing Owl to play a hero that he's not comfortable with, and even just a hero that will struggle very much up against TODAK's composition. Brody, up against this much CC, you're not even going to be able to get those basic attacks out. But wow, Blacklist International with a pretty unique ban here. The Mathilda, I think this is the first time ever in MSC that it's even been banned out.
Yep, yeah, it is the first time ever. What's the logic here, LaFell? I'm trying to think.
Mathilda?
I mean, like, we cast TODAK games and even we don't see that much Mathilda.
Exactly, right? I understand that it was about that push and pull, engage and re-engage, and I guess that Mathilda kind of fits the build, I suppose, but that's making a hard read on some of the flex picks that we see from TODAK.
Okay, so probably they know something that we don't, because again, we're from Malaysia, we watch their games, but between MPL and MSC, a lot could go on, but then a ton. Here's the thing, Chiku has quoted before during his live stream, one of the heroes that he wanted to bring out, not just for MSC, but in general, was the Natan, because when he's on this hero, for him, it's almost like the Claude, because when he's on this hero, his only aim is to mess with the enemy. He wants to make it look like he's going to get caught, but he's not going to get caught.
So it's the opposite. They don't want to take the Beatrix away. They want to force Owl on the Beatrix to give a good matchup for the Natan. But that's the only thing I'm worried about. Unfortunately, I've never met a Natan in my games as a Beatrix, so I don't know how this matchup goes. Maybe it's the same for Owl.
Time to drop the beat.
I suppose. I mean, okay, Beatrix into the Joy, so that means this was all pre-planned. This is what they wanted to do, because if not, we probably wouldn't have seen that Claude ban in the second phase. Since they are already on the second pick, they could have locked it in for themselves if they wanted a safer laner.
Right now, honestly, they could as well pick up something like a Lolita and just put Rival with this Akai. At least they can deal with the Beatrix. Because, yeah, right now, Ashi is talking to Yum, so they're probably talking about his hero. Another one, I guess, would be crazy is just to add more CC, like you said, Miracle, just to overwhelm this Diggy.
I would say just put the Arlet as a roamer and go for something like a Yuzong here. Get some more physical damage threat to jump into that back line. But up against the Joy, it is going to be quite concerning, and they'll just going to go for the Hilda. Hey, against Ziggy, you need burst. What does Hilda bring to the table?
Here's the thing. They are going for an echo kind of idea, because the way you stop Blacklist, you disrupt their jungle, you disrupt their EXP. If Edward doesn't get to play, if Wise doesn't get to play, I would say 60% of their strength has been cut short.
Yep. Oh, let's look at the audience predictions so far, with the large majority leaning towards Blacklist International side. Completely understandable. Wait, who's the 14% leaning for TODAK from the Philippines? What's going on there?
It's LaFell.
It's just LaFell.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Minority wins.
Look. I'm not pointing fingers anywhere, but this is going to be a very important game for first seed in their groups to make sure that they have a better chance at making it into top 4 during the knockout rounds. All they got to do, win this first game, knock out another team in the second, and then you're good to go.
My question is where the Hilda is going to go. Because Roamer, sure, but maybe up against the Joy, it is a pretty good matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1. It's time to set the tempo as Blacklist International and TODAK enter the stage. It's Yums.
Yep, right now it is Yums on the Hilda. It looks like the Hilda is going for the jungle invade for now. Yums is just standing by. He's just giving vision. He's like, guys, I'm here and no one is here. UA as well as Oh My Venus. Yums gets spotted out. Now what's he gonna do?
Yep, they sniffed him out already, and at this point, like, what do you really realistically look for, right? Oh My Venus is going to be taking the emblems of the Impure Rage. He can farm it off of Yums for a while as long as he doesn't die.
And right now, it looks like Yums is trying to be a little bit annoying, and he's taking quite a bit of damage. Moon is there as well, forcing Wise to use his Retribution, but for now, it looks like nothing really is going on. It's going as expected, but no one is taking heavy trades.
And for Momo as well, the Unbending Will is the choice of the talent for him, so he wants to go for some more damage.
Okay.
That should have been a free Little Wonder.
Yeah, with
Bit
the
of a
retro.
whiff, yeah, a bit of a whiff. I totally agree with that one. But no, as Miracle was mentioning, we do see... Oh, wait, no, hold on. This could be the first engagement.
Okay, Yums getting brought back right there, forced to flicker out, dodges away from the Astral Sphere as Wise just walks up menacingly, but it's just going to be a flicker burnt.
All right. Looks like both sides still taking it as slow as possible, and more so, seeing TODAK play a rather standard game. First whiff of the game already happened. Shake it off. They're going to continue on forward, but how big of a deal is Momo going to be, especially on this Arlet here?
I think it's going to be a very big deal, especially doing neutral objectives, because you need someone to bait out the Digi ult, man, because when the Time Journey has not been used, it's going to be very difficult for Rival to fully secure those neutral objectives, because the thing about a Nakai is you want to take that just to make sure you win those retry battles. But if the Digi is there, it's not a 70% win for the Nakai.
Thing is, Digi's not level 4 right now, so Heavy Spin's going to be able to lock Wise down. They're going to go for the team fight, not for the turtle right now, but it's getting the Retribution from Wise, who secures it. A beautiful Astro Sphere from behind, taking Rival down as Momo now is going to be caught, now with the rhythm as well. Edward is pushing him away, but look at Yums all alone. Blacklist International want to chase him down. Another Astral Sphere locks onto Yums. There's going to be some alarm bombs placed, the reverse time again, the taunt and the chain CC, and it's all Blacklist in the first 2 minutes.
Instantly, we see first blood, we see a second kill follow shortly afterwards. A little unfortunate, but coming back to the EXP point, right? I actually disagree. I think in this particular case that Edward on this Joy is going to make Chico's life rather difficult. He is taking the vengeance as well, and yes, even though he's not as hard as people would like to believe, doesn't have that fourth dash as we've all been hoping for, that's totally fine. With the Vengeance alone, and especially since Chico guys can only swap places once, that gives a lot of room for him to work with.
Look at this, Chico guys already completed his first item, and Moon looks like he is fully aware that someone is waiting in the Triba. So for now, let's count it. 4 members of Blacklist International is here. Chico guys as well as Moon. They are ready, but who's smelling like a fight here? Because Blacklist International, it feels like they want it, but at the same time, they don't want to take a big risk.
They're getting pinched though, right? If they stay here for even longer, then you can give TODAK a little bit of a chance to go for that fight. So Blacklist International, they don't stay there. It's just Venus and Yue holding it down. Chico gets chunked so low! He gets gunned down with the Miru's Passion as well! As Moon is there, he pops into RWM, but the time journey is perfect! The Astral Sphere from Yue, from downtown! Wise is gonna fall, but it's only the utility jungler. Blacklist with another win.
What just happened there? He just ate it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, this is TODAK, you know. Chico's gonna lose. Chico's gonna die once or twice in the goal lane, and then afterwards, for some reason, he has extra gold. So for now, Blacklist, they're doing quite well. But again, this is kind of like textbook TODAK. I kind of feel like they did not want that to happen. But still, it's just one of those things, man. History keeps repeating itself.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, Chico guys is going with the mystery shop, so he does get an overall discount. Despite dying, being behind isn't the worst in the world.
Okay, final slash as well right now, but Rival, he's going to be able to secure that for his team. Now equal in neutral objectives, but Blacklist International are still holding on to that 1,000 gold lead as they put pressure down in the gold lane. Yue going to be chunked. Yums brought back by the reverse time. Once again, Owl cutting him down, going back to the Renner. Good shot, Spear. Owl, one more snipe. Does he want to go for the apathy here? Does he want to go for it? I think he does, but it's a bit too late.
Right? Yeah, he's going to check it right now. Chico has to block it, and yes, he takes a full chunk out of it. That's going to be sad because now walking back into lane can be a little dangerous with Oh My Venus just stacking up with these auto alarm bombs time and time again, but Moon is here to support.
RWM placed down right now for the side of TODAK. Chico's going to eat it again! Ow! He's come alive in this series so early on. Yums already brought back again. That's a lot of damage. The Razor's Breath. Yue! On point! So accurate!
What is going on? They are just eating spells. They are just taking punishment. Good job on Blacklist International for fully capitalizing on it at the end of the day. But you can even tell that for Owl, he's just like, whoa, we got so much out of that. I thought we were only getting one, but getting multiple, even better for us now with a 2.2K lead.
Yeah, Owl just completed his own Blade of Despair, and now up top, Edward's looking for Chiku Guys. Chiku Guys for now is still alive. Wise looks like he's going to be okay as well. No, maybe not.
He might be okay right now because you can see Edward already rotating over. Venus as well has come through. Time Journey still staying. The Princess Rage! And the Bennett's Rage! Blacklist are styling, are stomping on TODAK. Another Astral Spirit connects. Venus is just standing in the midst right there, popping a Time Journey, baiting Momo out. And TODAK, what are they doing? They're just responding to the plays from Blacklist.
Right now, Blacklist is just outclassing TODAK at this rate. There's so many mistakes coming out of TODAK, completely punished. And even for Wise, holding on to the Appraiser's Wrath until the very last second was good enough.
Dude, I gotta say...
No way! Oh, goodness gracious. Blacklist are cracked. They are cracked. The rookies are here.
Yue, he's not here to be like, I'm happy to be around. No, I'm here for the win.
Oh no, Chiku Guys targeted again. So far it's gonna be okay. Dude, we have not seen a lot of Natans, but I gotta say he does not have a lot of HP.
No, he does not. He's just getting chunked out by Yue. He's getting chunked out by Oh My Venus. And for some reason, Owl has been hitting every single one of these Bennett's Rage. And Chiku continues to receive the punishment.
Dude, it feels bad, man, because again, here's the thing. Maybe you could deal a lot of damage, but it kind of doesn't matter if he did not get to touch anyone. He did not get able to do anything, and then he completely dies. And right now, Blacklist, they are here controlling the jungle. Rival is there. Edward is there as well.
Final Slash brings Wise back, but look at Edward again in the back. That's a purple buff stolen away. Yum's now knocked up. That's another Astral Spear to cancel it out. The Appraiser's Wrath even from Wise just to zone it away and clear out the mini waves coming down as Owl just takes the turret down with the Bennett. Edward is just zoning them away, and look how they're playing so much for the mid. Oh, Final Slash. You went. All good.
Yep, it's all good. You got the Time Journey. You can get out at any tight spot that you ever wanted to see. Now, it's interesting to see that Blacklist, as much as they like to play a very disciplined game, they are actually increasing the tempo, and they're increasing it significantly fast. It's already 7 minutes, 50 seconds into the game, 5.1K lead, and they're looking for somebody.
Owl with a brilliant flicker out. Wise with the peel as well. He might actually be able to go for the solo kill here onto Yums. He needs to be careful. Wise just walking them down as Chiku Guys pops the entropy down below, gets chunked by the Renner's Apathy, has to jump back now. Wise, oh my goodness, Edward in the back, just wreaking havoc, acting as a janitor, cleaning it up. Yue survives as Owl picks up a double. 11-1, Blacklist International.
It's not even close. It's not even remotely close right now. Even Blacklist International, look at the way that the waves are actually pushing, right? Because they put 5 people down on the bottom side. It's understandable that TODAK want to play defensive, but Blacklist have made sure they have done their homework and also the housekeeping as well. We're continuously pushing waves from the mid lane all the way to the slow push on the top side.
Chiku used absolutely everything that he can to run away. But look at that damage coming in from Yue, man. Here's the thing. We talked about the Beatrix doing the draft, taking away from Blacklist. If they took it away, maybe it wouldn't be like this, man. But, you know,
what's scary
is hindsight.
What's scary is they predicted the Beatrix. That's what they wanted to go up against. So the fact that the Beatrix is smashing them like this, it definitely hurts right now as Owl is already holding on to that Renner's Apathy. Should be able to shoot it down. Oh, if that connected, Munu's dead. Wise jumping in under the turret. Blacklist International trying to siege this down, but they won't be able to do so right now.
Oh man, oh it's not good at all. This is perfect for Blacklist, right? Especially with the Navarre, it really complements their style. They get to check multiple bushes, they get free information pretty much all the time, and especially with the Diggy as well, with the auto alarm bombs, they essentially have visions in places where they technically shouldn't be, not having to recheck it and waste that time. So Blacklist are just making crisper calls all throughout this match.
For now, Joy is a 0% win rate here in MSC, and it looks like Edward wants to change that to 0-2.
Did you say 0% win rate?
Yeah, for now.
Agent 0.
Dude, like, something different here. Because here's the thing, right? Chiku Guys, if he could deal the damage, perhaps, right? Perhaps something could happen, but there's so many people from Blacklist ignoring everyone else from TODAK and just going straight after Chiku.
It's just punishment. It's a literal firing line. I know I use that as euphemism, but this is real.
what are they supposed to do at this point, LaFell? I want to ask you right now, what are the winning conditions for TODAK? Because it seems like Blacklist...
Chiku Guys free hit, but how?
Exactly. I mean, now, how do they create an opening for Chiku Guys to free hit?
Okay, first and foremost, they got to find a way to take down Edward. If Edward is taken care of, then that's good. Because I kind of feel like the rest, Chiku Guys will eventually be able to kite. But kiting against the Joy is not an easy task.
Yeah, it's just 3 layers, like, right? Wise is just sitting on top whenever Natan tries to get his ultimate down by the clone, just to make sure that there's no safe place to walk to.
You have to body block that. That's how much damage and respect TODAK are giving it over to Blacklist International right now with the first Lord. They're able to march it down all the way. Oh, that's the final smash. Fading out the time journey, but Momo's going to be chunked out. Oh, the reverse time brings him back to the Bennett. And he's going to be out just like that. 0-2 and 0 stat line for Momo as UF pops in another Astral Sphere. Wise dives deep onto the base. Rivals bringing it back. Appraiser's round not enabled. What? Owl, how did he get that kill with a Bennett? Chiku Guys sniped down. He's still going to be able to dish out some damage. Wise is still alive, but he finally falls. It's still going to be Owl who finds a double. Now with his passion, Yue, one more shot. He needs it. But Chiku Guys and Moon, they're trying to defend very heavily under the base, but Edward just jumps forward. 11 minutes. That's all it took for Blacklist.
Outclassed, absolutely rolled over, and spanked back. Good luck in game number 2, because Blacklist are looking mighty fine, extra sharp, but the mistakes coming out for TODAK, absolutely unacceptable here.
I gotta say, we were talking about the drive. We were talking about a lot of experimental things. I think the idea was there, but at the same time, I kind of feel like even they were caught by surprise by the early game of how many times Owl actually hit all of those ults. Like the Bennett Rage is I kind of feel like she was like, wait, I don't remember he doing this much damage.
And usually it's very hard to hit. The Bennett Rage, you need to combo it with something, but in this game it felt so easy.
More like you kind of have to let yourself be hit by it in some of those situations.
It was almost blind. He was like, maybe they're in this particular bush. And both of them were in that bush.
Oh man, that's rough. Rough game number 1 coming in for TODAK, but congratulations. That's Blacklist at least securing 1 point and also significant momentum for game number 2.
Dude, like that
11 minutes?
That wasn't even close.
That wasn't even close. That was a stomp. That was a giga stomp.
Yep, it was a stomp, but it also wasn't the fastest game that we've seen so far. I mean, generally speaking, 11 minutes, considering that the average game time is 18 minutes so far here at MSC, it's surprising to see that, wow, Blacklist, they know how to push the tempo, and even so, they even got a little greedy sometimes, which is uncharacteristic.
Edward said it before the game, I believe. He says that he is prepared, and Blacklist International were prepared for the crazy drafts coming in from TODAK, and I think that's how you beat them, right? You don't try to counter it in-game, you just play the standard way, and you just do your thing.
I mean, like, looking at the situation, the Beatrix, the Joy. Again, the Joy hasn't been doing well, but Edward...
Agent Zero, bro.
Agent is just something different, man. It's just
Pop
like...
it up, bro.
I don't care if it's been nerfed. Nerfed? What's that?
What's a nerf?
Do you mean balanced for me?
No.
Balanced for me.
That's a good way of putting it, actually, because overall, I mean, even in his matchup against Momo, generally both sides weren't getting too much until the big team fight started to roll back in, and he is just so patient. Agent Zero has a hit list, and he's going to make sure he's crossing off names, and real quick at it, too.
I think from the drafts as well here, LaFell and Gideon, definitely. I want to talk about the Hilda pick, because, okay, it's a good counter pick, but the synergy with the rest of the team just wasn't present at all. I did not feel like the team was made for each other. Like this 5-man composition was like 5 individuals, you know? Meanwhile for Blacklist, they were really, really banking on the team synergy. So the complete opposite. No counters, but team synergy.
I gotta say, they got what they wanted because we don't really know what the draft TODAK wanted to do in the start of the game. Perhaps some of the heroes did get banned out because we have to talk about the Lance as well as the Ling has been banned out. Now, the thing that I want to say, with that draft, they still made a lot of mistakes. I'm talking about especially the very first turtle because Rival used his heavy spin a little bit too early because the turtle still had a lot of HP left. He could have delayed it just a little bit and then make sure he secured the turtle, but ended up doing it a little bit too fast. He had to stay at that spot for a very long time to make sure that he can lock down Wise. and ended up just taking way too much free damage.
Yeah, he was tunnel visioning pretty hard. Like, even for Moon, he was still in the EXP lane. He was about to hit level 4, and by the time he did, it was way too late. All the big abilities have been, the combo components, in a matter of fact, were already expanded.
I think for the turtle fight in particular, it was mostly because Venus was already walking up, so he wanted to get that heavy spin down before the time journey actually got, before he got level 4 to pop that time journey, which I completely understand, but again, it felt a bit miscommunicated because if the heavy spin was used prematurely, there should have been someone else there on the turtle to take it down for that retribution, for that free retribution.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it just feels a little weird here.
Yeah,
maybe
a bit disconnected.
Yeah, disconnected all the time. But game number 2, that's where we have to start focusing on. We can't even talk about adaptations here because look at the post stats. Our MVP of this game going over to Wise. Absolutely deserves this one. The man is like, okay, you're going to give me space. I'm going to take absolutely everything.
Wize.
Here's the thing. You know what they call Wise on this Fredrin? Not just Wise, but a lot of really good Fredrin junglers. Psycho Fredrin. He's the type that just goes in front, doesn't care who's there. He's going to retry you down, make sure that you're slowed, and he's going to engage. Almost like, I am here, I'm not looking at the turtle, I'm legit looking in your HP, and I want to take it away from you. The way that he's been using this Fredrin, we got to look at the heat map from minute number 5 up until minute number 10. He's always looking to put pressure onto someone, not thinking about his own farm that much, not even thinking about all the things that junglers are thinking about. It's just like, who am I going to taunt? Who am I going to kill right now?
He's literally just the enabler. He is the playmaker. He stands in front, he takes everything, and then he leaves with Venus with that time journey. And by the time he leaves, it's all said and done. The final slash, the heavy spin, everything was already used up.
I mean, let's look into the highlights and we can see it happen all over again. Just great battle spell timings coming in from the side of Blacklist International from minute 1 all the way to minute 11. But you can see where it's clear the miscommunications are coming through.
Oh, look at that escape though. Clean.
What escape?
There is no escape.
I saw Moon get sniped.
No, Owl's escape.
Oh, Owl's escape. Okay, good. But either ways, look, there's no safe place for TODAK to be. I mean, like, we even saw RG's lead SG with this Novaria Beatrix combo, man. There's nowhere for him to hide.
Unironically, you think, oh, maybe it's the first time, right? You know, the Bandit's Rage is going to land 2, 3, 4 times later. Right now, Owl is playing. Once he has the lead, he's pretty much on his own. He doesn't need the support that you would expect to see Blacklist playing around him. He's just waiting for these kills to come to him.
This combo, man. I think we need to address this combo, right? RSG SG pulled it out first, Novaria Beatrix. The fact that TODAK kind of let them go for the Novaria Beatrix is like, yeah, we saw it from RSG SG, you can try it too. I think we'll beat you, and then it turns out it's 15-2.
I mean, they were hoping for a much better early game like that, and hopefully, you know, Hilda in the later stages is like, what else are you going to do? Really disrupt them? Nah, just body block for us.
I guess. Novaria is low-key disgusting, man.
A little bit.
Dude, I mean, like, it's an enabler. You know, it sets up, it
Vision,
has the pays off.
Damage.
Like, what else does the
Health. That's what she doesn't have.
She doesn't have physical damage too much.
Okay. Physical damage and health.
Physical damage and health. But at the same time, if you're not getting touched a lot, then, you know, it's like, it's good either ways. Novaria is one of those heroes that says, stranger danger. If you're going to come to me, I'm just going to go away. I have a lot of movement speed when I'm in those walls.
And not to mention that, you know, I find it... well, what's your opinion on this, Mirko? Because when I'm looking at Impure Rage and I already see an Enchanted Talisman, I think he was confident. It's like, yeah, I just need to spam more spells. It's not because I need the mana. The CDR is pretty important.
I love the confidence because RSGSG went for the Mystery Shop. I remember that very vividly. And the fact that he was able to get the Snowball was the reason as to why the Novaria actually worked so well in the game. So the fact that Blacklist International, Yue, here a rookie playing his first ever international tournament, was confident enough to bring the Impure Rage. He knows how good he is on that skill shot, and he knows that even if I fall behind, we always got Owl. I just need to, you know, multiply the hitboxes.
Hey, here's the thing, right? Impure Rage gives you more damage, gives you mana. It made it so that he doesn't have to recall as much. I mean, the skill recall, sure, but meaning not literally recall going back to his base. And looking at the stats here as well, Yue dealt the most damage.
Oh, yeah.
Not surprisingly, by the way, 40,000 damage dealt in 11 minutes, 869 gold per minute for Owl. Yume's taking a brunt of that damage, and Oh My Venus is always there for the team fights.
Yue, that is some nasty damage. He wasn't missing a single one of those shots. And I think even for like Chiku guys, right, even though he was getting punished, how does this affect the rest of the team? Because he was calling for a lot of reinforcements, a lot of support. And that's why you're seeing even in the previous slide that everybody was getting hurt in their economy because they were pulled away to the gold side of the map.
I gotta say, man, this makes it very difficult to draft against Blacklist because you kind of want to respect Oh My Venus's hero pool, but at the same time, if you do that, you're letting go of everything else for everyone else.
What was the bans earlier? It was the Estes, Glue, and the Valentina. So one ban towards Venus, but now, I think especially if TODAK wants to go for a heavy CC lineup, they were way too tunnel vision on just the Estes, just the Florin, just the healing heroes, because the Diggy is something you really need to be aware of, especially if you want to go and first pick Arlet and Akai.
Exactly, right? So much CC, finding out that counter engage. And here's the thing, we were talking about maybe even overloading the CC. I was thinking maybe even, hey, put Yums on that Akai, maybe get even a Minotaur jungle, get really wacky and maybe a little zany with it.
Zany, I like that. But yeah, I kind of feel like this should be a good thing for TODAK to kind of like have a rough understanding of the movements coming in from Blacklist, so that game number 2, they could properly adjust.
Look, so many things are changing. The meta continues to shift, but even more so, we've heard announcements. In the matter of fact, Project Next is coming up real soon. The 2023 Project Next update is coming very, very soon, starting from the 27th of June. The revamped emblem system that we've all been waiting for. And of course, the Eurydicio story, the brand new hero, a generous event, and remarkable bonuses are about to meet everyone as soon as you log into the game. And if you want to know more about the new updates, all you have to do, open up your game, go check it out for yourself.
On your ROG phone.
Is it Ixia?
I have no idea.
It's a marksman, by the way. So, yeah, and it's pretty good. Ixia
It's
is kind of cool.
I've seen the videos, right? I mean, it was kind of like the first ever marksman real world manipulation, right?
Yeah. He gets it. He's on board with this one.
Either way, game
kind of
number
local.
2. I kind of feel like Valentina is very scary, but at this point, yeah, dude, Novaria, out. No. Let's have none of that. Unless somehow TODAK could get it first pick, but still, Varia's low-key disgusting.
I think the Novaria bait, I think TODAK were actually trying to bait it out. I like that. I like that idea because they like to go for these chaotic dive compositions. The thing is, though, Blacklist were aware of that. They were already set up for the Novaria in the game. Kaja, Lance, and Ling. Main point being the Lance and Ling. These two junglers are probably the two junglers that can actually get close without getting completely countered like the Fanny with the Absol Recall, and also just the Hayabusa, because they're always clumped up.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. You know what? Now that I think about it, the Hayabusa is a very good pick going up against the Novaria. But yeah, you actually made a very good point that they're always clumping up. Another one that I'm thinking about is potentially a Karina. But again, because they're all clumping up, might not be a very, very good idea. So honestly, I kind of feel like the moment they saw the Lance and Ling ban, they should really change up their strategy.
Yeah, I think, you know, they caught on pretty quickly as well.
Very quickly.
Very big shout outs to Dexstar, actually, because he's going to be the one that's not only studying the teams, but preparing the whole team of Blacklist International for the draft. And he's been working with them for a long, long time, maybe in the shadows, but now taking that spotlight, we're seeing his genius up on stage.
It's almost like Blacklist have mastered the basics.
He did it. He set the thing. He set the thing.
Either ways, game number 2, again, like, I don't know, as a Malaysian, right? Because usually, even if we do lose, there's some sort of a fight. Oh, dude, this
wasn't even close.
That was a sound effect for the game.
This is one of those situations, if you went out, grabbed dinner, came back, and it was like, wait, I thought we started the game. It's like, it ended.
It's finished.
It's done, in a matter of fact. But as the teams, they're going to reset their mentals as well. And for Blacklist International, remember, they are currently at match point, and they might be walking away with, honestly, a game 2 that could even be easier than game number 1, assuming that TODAK's mentality has been broken.
I mean, momentum carries, yeah.
How can you have an easier game than game? That would be even scarier, dude.
If they do that, if they get an 11-minute game against TODAK, against a team that many believe to be one of the strongest teams in groups, it's going to be PH Grand Finals, bro.
No, that's look,
I mean,
the format is making it difficult for that to happen.
All the love to Philippines, but we don't You guys can win. Just don't make it PH finals.
You already had 1 year.
The thing is, first pool already. It's set up for Blacklist International. If they win this, there's a high chance that they will meet in the grand finals.
That's a good point too, but let's not forget about the rest of the competition, right? Because we've seen a lot of rises, ups and downs, and honestly just the evolution and quick growth from the other regions putting up some big fights. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, in the middle of the year what it's going to be like. Maybe even so, this could be setting up for the end of the year for a grand match.
Now I'm just wondering, either TODAK will double down on craziness or go back to something like meta, you know, because they tried something here. They tried with the Natan, clearly didn't work out.
I think it's time to take a step back. Take a step back, right?
Really?
I mean, yeah, I think they should take a step back because I feel like they should understand first that these prio or these crazy off-meta picks, it works if some of these heroes are left open, right? The Ard Gold, it was set up properly when the Ling is possible, so you can play it with a rival in the jungle. When the Ling and Lance is gone, the prioritizing just seems like they just want to go for something crazy that they completely forgot what they were meant to do, you know?
I don't know. That's why I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking on the opposite end of the spectrum, right?
Go even crazier?
Go even crazier, right? Because at the end of the day, you have talented players, and you need. And we've seen Blacklist, especially in the earlier stages, get thrown off guard by Team Occupy, and that's all about off-tempo plays, right? Something that's not so readable. And I think at least when you look at a hero like Hilda, for an example, you know for a fact what Hilda is trying to do. It becomes a very linear path to kind of develop yourself in those early stages, and then the fact that you already have to play through mid as well as the gold lane that can easily get priority with the Beatrix and the Novaria, it made it even simpler.
I'm thinking of something right now. TODAK, I kind of feel like they tried to win with aggression, EXP, as well as jungle. I feel like you got to go for option number 2, which is playing the double split.
The double split? Are we talking about like a 1-3-1 sort of situation? Or
Banana split on a PH?
Because here's the thing, right? Blacklist International, they're going to group up. You have very good laners on Chiku guys as well as Momo. And the thing is, Rival, if he can get any kind of assassin, he's pretty good on that split push as well. Because at this point of time, I kind of feel like when you're trying to fight a team that is very good in team fights, it really could go very badly for you. So I'm almost looking at a draft where there's a possibility where they can split the map. If Blacklist 4 members down, push top. If 4 members mid, push top and bottom, you know? Try to pull Blacklist around instead of trying to brute force it. That's one of the ideas I'm thinking about for TODAK here.
That's rather interesting because when I think about it even more, and especially during the grand finals of MPLPH, where Echo was putting a lot of focus on trying to pull away one of the members, and in this case it was Edward, that's when it became a little bit awkward, right? Again, 4v5 situations aren't exactly the best to deal with.
I don't know, man. For me personally, looking at the drafts and looking at the way they play, I think a lot of teams are just overthinking whenever they go up against Blacklist and Echo. You don't need to be too crazy. Stick to the fundamentals and try to beat them there first, because if you don't try even that first, you don't know how it's gonna work.
Fair point, fair point. But it's time for game number 2, Blacklist International on match point. Let's jump into the draft. TODAK going to be taking first pick this time against Blacklist International on second.
There you go, Diggy.
The respect bands coming on through.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Diggy really put a wrench in the pocket here. Blacklist, if they don't ban out the Novaria, I kind of feel like Moon will pick it up as well. So for now, TODAK, honestly, if I was them, I might as well ban out the Joy or the Frederick, because I kind of feel like those 2 heroes were a big problem just now.
The Joy. I can understand the Joy. I don't know if the Frederick is going to be necessarily worth it. Actually, maybe it might be worth it now that Lancelot is gone.
They can also just first pick it, to be completely honest with you. If they ban out the Novaria here, maybe they can first pick it. But yeah, if the Novaria gets left open, that's the thing. Do TODAK want to go for it?
Let's see what direction is. They've got 4 more seconds until we see it. They're discussing it thoroughly. It's going to be the Valentina. This could be the setup for the Novaria.
Okay, so even if TODAK gets the Novaria, because again, we got to assume that Blacklist, they want to ban out the Ling here. Even if they do pick up the Novaria for TODAK, I kind of feel like it is going to be a Fredrin pickup again. And then perhaps something around, I don't know, because even the roamer position, I kind of feel like they can hide it for a bit unless they just instantly pick up something like a Florian, because Florian Fredrin is pretty solid as well.
Okay, so the
or a glue. The glue Florian is very very disgusting.
I think they might not go.
open.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go for Florin first pick though. I think they're gonna go for Glue and then Faramis, take that counter away, and then use the Faramis as a flex pick. We know that Venus can play it wrong.
Yeah.
We know that Yua is a very good Faramis as well. And with the Valentina banned out, not a bad pick to go for.
I don't know. I feel like it's dangerous no matter what, right? You pick the Faramis, I mean, Yves is going to get picked up from the side of Blacklist International instead of the Novaria, unless TODAK want to get really crazy with it and somehow put Yums on the Novaria in the wrong position, then I suppose maybe that's an answer. And even if they do it the opposite way, oh, you pick up the Glue, that means that Blacklist International is going to get the Faramis.
Exactly. Novaria is the safest first pick for TODAK right now.
The falling stars.
And it will be the first pick.
Yep. 6 times picked so far with an 85% ban and pick rate with only a 67% win rate thus far. Let's see how Blacklist International is going to respond. We should expect to see the Fredrin, but pair it with what? Fredrin plus X.
That's a very good question. One of the heroes I'm thinking about to go straight for the Novara is something like a Yuzong. If not the Yuzong, perhaps the Lapu. Lapu, if they want to pick up the Joy as well, maybe. But yeah, I kind of feel like there is a lot of options for Ed where it really does come up to his comfort. You want a Yuzong, you want a Lapu, you want a Joy. Either of those would be fine. Not just in going with the Novaria, but any kind of hero that Chico wants to use.
Benedetta, Agent 07
as well,
pick.
yeah.
I looked Miracle in the eye. He's like, oh, I saw the light hit his eyes, and it felt like both of us had the light bulbs go off at the same time. Let's see whether it's going to be that. No, it's going to be Eve for now. Are they going to pair it up with the Fredrin straight off the bat, or are they going to go look a completely different direction and prioritize Agent 0 this time around to keep it flexible? No, it's going to be the Fredrin once again for the opener of Blacklist International. Now, we move on to the next
Claude?
2 picks from TODAK. Yeah, I think Claude is going to be an overall safe pick, right?
Yeah, Claude and perhaps something for Rival here, because if not, I think it is going to be completely banned out. Because I kind of feel like Claude is overall safe. Maybe an EXP later, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Looking at it right now, I honestly feel like picking up the Beatrix is going to be a bit better for TODAK because they kind of want Blacklist International to go for a gold laner in the last pick of the first phase. Because right now, Blacklist are setting up for a beautiful last pick in the first phase to counter TODAK's XP. And that's going to be the Joy pickup and the Claude. Blacklist International, this is the time to go for that XP laner. Or they could just go for, honestly, the Beatrix too, technically.
It's a little tough to say here. I think
Hold
either
on, is
or
it
isn't
okay
that
for a
bad.
Brody?
Ooh, I suppose. I mean, there is a world where where Brody is picked up by Owl here. In terms of the matchup against, at the very least against Claude, it's a more Brody favorite.
Why
for the
not
time
Wanwan?
being. But Wanwan is probably going to be the go-to, right? I mean, it makes sense. It's wide open. You're able to negate a majority of the CC. If Joy starts running at you, if you see it coming, more importantly, you proc the weakness points, use the crossbow of tank to buy that extra bit of time.
Only concern, if you go for the 1-1, is you're going up against that Claude, so definitely the Arlet, the XP lane pick is a bit more, well, it's a bit better for Blacklist International. Good against the Claude, counters, and pretty okay lane up against the Joy as well. Skill matchup.
Yeah.
So right now, TODAK, they have 2 bans to think about because now, what are they looking for? Either they got to shut down Owl or Venus.
Owl or Venus? How would you do that? Because they've already dedicated at least 2 bans towards Venus' side. They could go for even more. They could get rid of potentially, let's see. I mean, Florin seems pretty decent.
Maybe Florin Beatrix, Florin Brody. Like,
I love the
I'm thinking just Beatrix and 1-1.
Yeah.
I think leaving those 2 open is still okay, right? Because even, let's say, all right, Brody gets picked up here, you can just pick up the steel leg plates. One of the reasons Brody has actually fallen out of the meta is because you're not as oppressive as you used to be. There's so many defensive items that are really good up against the Brody right now, and obviously also the buffs to its anti-Curus is making it very hard for Brody to come back in the meta.
Is banning.
What's up with this Matilda?
Yeah.
I gotta get Scrim Leaks or something. I don't know what's going on.
What? Why the Matilda? Why so much
It's
priority?
not even the same team.
Yeah, it's
TODAK
TODAK now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, oh my Venus is pretty good on the Matilda. So,
yeah.
asking the question, do you target Venus or Owl? So far, they're saying, nah, fam, it's still Venus.
It's all my Venus.
It's all my Venus.
I would like to believe that, but in this case, like, how does Matilda really kind of work together with the rest of their composition, right? Because it feels like if Blacklist
You
International...
will always follow the Claude wherever he goes.
Well, that's a good point. That is a good
And it
point.
gets you out of the Joy, right?
Yep.
Remember, that's
Yep.
the Guiding Wind is a very good mobility tool that they can utilize.
At the end of the day, I would still imagine that the Beatrix would be the ban here, and I feel like Blacklist International would be more than happy to pick it up and even pair it up with a Florin if necessary, right?
This is so hard going up against Blacklist.
And TODAK. And TODAK.
It's like whatever
so
you
hard
bet,
to predict.
whatever you bet. In hindsight, people will say you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Bene? No. Did you say Arlet?
You're wrong. You're wrong. I mean, like again, like here's the thing: because both teams can go very, very crazy, that we forget the obvious choice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Spider-Man meme all over again. Welcome to the Spider-Verse. They're all just pointing at each other. It's just, you don't know who's who's the real one. With Martis, follow-up ban and the final ban coming in for Blacklist International. TODAK, last 4 seconds to determine their fate here. Ban's going to be Aramis this time around. Okay.
Count it out. 4 bans towards Oh My Venus.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's back to M3 again. We're back to M3. This is literally what happened at M3.
I'm thinking about this. I'm feeling like, okay.
Oh, what? Venus on the mid. Wait.
I respect that.
Hey, Minotaur has a heal.
Minotaur does have a heal, and it's not like Oh My Venus has not played Minotaur in the Queen's career ever, because the truth is, it has been played before. It has been utilized. She has one of the biggest hero pools in the MLBB community. But the setup from TODAK banning out this Faramis means that this droid might actually just go into the jungle. They pick up glue for themselves and hope for the best.
Oh, man. And now with the Minotaur, Arlet, Eve, and the Fredrin, it just sets up perfectly for another Beatrix pick. And the Beatrix does pretty well against the Claude as well. So they're really just sticking to what worked in game number 1, but they're just changing a little bit, right? There's still a clumped-up composition. It's still really unique, but TODAK, what do they have to say? What is the response at this point?
It's either they look for combo components.
No, honestly, I'm just thinking, what can you use here? And he's going for his signature Cho, as well as Rival going for the Akai. So quite a bit of heal here. Now, Yumes is pretty good on the Cho, but against this kind of matchup, even I'm not entirely sure, man, because you kind of don't want to kick the Arlet, you don't want to kick the Minotaur, you don't want to kick the Fredrin, you sometimes can't even kick the Eve. So not a lot of options. Yumes, 1 out of 5. You gotta be insane at locking down those targets.
I mean, it's not even just about locking, it's about canceling abilities with the third hit of Ji Kundo, right? There's so many valuable ults that you could potentially stop in its tracks with it, but that's like, what, 1 or 2 frames that you're working with?
It's a very, very high skill matchup right now for Yumes especially. And yeah, I was about to say, Blacklist, they could just go for the Beatrix, they could go for the carry and have a Purify, but then that mobility will certainly be a problem. If you want the best of both worlds, you want Purify and you want some damage, mobility as well, it's the Wan.
It's so good here. Man, it's strange to see that Wan is left all the way to the end. Like, it's such a high priority pick for so many of these teams. But personally for me, I don't think it's looking very good for TODAK right now.
If I'm gonna quote Peter Parker, I'm not feeling good, Mr. Stark.
Oh. Yes.
I mean, actually, no. Who is that? I only know Spider-Man.
Oh, okay, yes. I don't know who you're talking about.
Who is Spider-Man?
I have no idea. Maybe it's Owl.
Forget what I said earlier. Oh, dude. Spoilers, by the way. Sorry.
Big spoilers.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I can't wait to see how this game is going to go. TODAK has a mountain to climb in Blacklist International. They're already feeling it. They know they might just get first seed here.
Oh, they know it. They're confident and in their draft as well. We're going to see how it works out in the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. A possible clean sweep here for TODAK. They may be able to pull an upset if the draft worked for them. How does it work?
Let's find out. Let's prod at it. Let's prod at it and hope for the best, because now we're seeing an early level 2 opener from Edward as well as UA working together on that top side of the map. While the mid lane has been early shoved just to secure this Litho Wanderer.
Yeah, right now looking at the situation of Blacklist. Actually, again, because Yumes, I'm thinking on the Fredrin as well, because Wise can cancel out his Way of the Dragon. So, I don't know. We really got to see TODAK kind of like play out of their minds. They got to out-micro Blacklist, but that's going to be very difficult, man.
They certainly have to practice their minds off to get a slight edge in the early game. I believe it's still neutral objective-centric for the Akai.
Yeah, it really is going to be. Let's look at the in-game equipment, see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Nope, everything looks pretty standard here. Early leg plates, a pair of pants for Rival early on. But at the end of the day, once those level 4s start coming on through, that's when the real action's going to begin.
Yeah, right now we can see TODAK, they're more worried about the physical damage. Blacklist, they're more worried about the magical damage. Now, Oh My Venus just going to get chunked down just a little bit. Even Retribution is used. Wise is up, and he's level 4.
A lot of commitment to Praise's Wrath as well. Rival forced to use the heavy spin just to disengage, but he gets chunked really low right there. Has to respect it, and the turtle should be spawning in just a bit, so it does give Blacklist International more room to play with to set up for it.
I think at this point, right, they have already got position. 5 more seconds until the turtle is going to spawn. And you can already see that Edward, is pretty deep in there, making sure that he spots everybody. He sees Momo early. He's going to try and trade against them early.
All right, Momo jumping back and forth, trying to buy some time right now, trying to give some vision. That's going to be the ultimate coming down from Navaria. Rivals looking for Retribution right now. That's the Fury to cancel it out. Edward slashes it away, and that's Rival taken out. First blood over. Yums falls as well. Agent Zero with a double kill.
Beautiful timing from Oh My Venus, right? Just charging up that Minoan Fury to make sure that that last third hit is going to deter Rival, because if he tries to go into that fight or in towards that pit, he's going to get knocked up and won't be able to use his Retribution in time or compete against Wise.
This is a very bad start for TODAK here. In fact, Blacklist International 1,000 goal lead at the first 3 minutes of the game. Wise taking advantage of it, actually taking some jungle away. Now you guys, as well as Humes against Owl, kind of feel like it is going to be a difficult lane for you to get a kill.
It is. This matchup is not really that good for the Claude, technically. Well, for the Claude, it's just all about clearing waves and getting that average stack, right? For Owl, he can actually just go and force all-ins from time to time here. The only thing that really makes it hard for Owl usually is TODAK's going to be all across the place looking to go and gank him. The fact that the TODAK are always playing for the neutral objective because of the Akai pick gives Wanwan so much free presence, and that's why he's been able to commit so many times onto an all-in trade.
Well, let's look at the support here, because right now Oh My Venus just making sure that Yums is kept into check, right? Man-to-man defense, as Leo likes to call it, and I think that's the perfect way to describe it, because they're making sure that no one really disrupts this bottom side.
Moon has used the actual recall. He's going to be caught. Flicker. That's the response, and now Minion Fury, Yum to the Flicker, out as well. 2 Flickers burnt out. 3 minutes in, top side, Edward almost getting a solo kill up against Momo. Vengeance and Flicker also. Down here, Rival might be forced to use the heavy spin defensively, but will be able to escape from the Appraiser's Wrath with just a dash.
Look at how Wise is moving, but now look at Chiku guys as well as Owl.
Okay, good Purify from Chiku guys. Takes the stacks away, takes the weakness points away, and it does give him a little bit more time. And I think they wanted to commit to a dive, but they hesitated.
But again, look at how Wise was moving. This is the kind of Fredrin I'm talking about. Whenever he sees someone, he doesn't hesitate. If I'm going to retreat, I'm just going to retreat. I don't care about the neutral objectives. I'm just going to make sure that I'm going to get some kind of positive here. Speaking of Turtle, looks like Wise going to take it for free.
Not even a retreat there. He actually wanted to save it to go for a possible invade on the purple buff, but Rival just used his own retreat knowing that, you know, it's a bit too risky to go for that. Meanwhile, Chiku, it does seem like, thought that was going to hit Owl. Looking for he can actually go for the all-in right now, but he has to be very, very careful with a few members already rotating down below. Natural recall. It's a sphere here, but again, this is why the Wanwan's super good against the Navaria. You can dash out. Mobility is so good for Blacklist.
Yeah, it's a hard target to hit, and as we mentioned before, like TODAK's lineup, it's going to require a high level of precision, a high level of execution, in a matter of fact. Somehow they're going to need, despite these odds and disadvantages, they just need to hit these shots.
They're just playing for Chiku right now. Just trying to get him ahead, but Owl's going to be able to do so much damage right now. With a few hits, heavy spin already committed onto Venus, going to be brought back to the team. Minion Fury was actually cancelled out, but she is still going to be able to dish out some CC. Momo in the back, zoning this backline away, but Yums is just going to be teared down, melted from 2 of the frontliners from the side of Blacklist International. That's how far ahead they are. They don't even need their backline. UA stopping the recalls right now. Rival is caught. Wise picks up a double kill. The utility jungler dealing this much damage as Momo finally will be able to do something about it as Chiku gets the kill, but look at Wise again and again stopping the recalls. The most annoying Fredrin, the Psycho Fredrin! But once you're distracted, Edward comes through with the final slash. That's the Appraiser's Wrath to clear out the wave as well. A prolonged team fight, but certainly it's good for Blacklist. Oh, Retri! Wise!
Psycho Fredrin, man.
Psycho Fredrin.
Woo! You're right about the Psycho Fredrin. Initially, I was thinking that maybe Edward was getting a little upset. Hey, you're not paying attention to me. Look at me when I am talking to you, as he final slashes them out and initiates the dive for the rest of the team. Blacklist are playing a fine game right now, giving no room for any kind of comeback for TODAK as of yet.
Right now, 3,000 goal lead for Blacklist International. And here's the thing, man. You got to find a way to make sure that Oh My Venus uses the Minuan Fury early, because a lot can be canceled here, especially Chiku, guys, on his Blazing Duet. And now Blacklist International, they're starting the turtle, and Owl is pushing everyone away. He's the one zoning them out.
Without Inspire, he does that much damage already, zoning Rival away. And Rival, I think he made a good move not to use the heavy spin there. Again, he just called that he doesn't want to go for the neutral objective of Chiku now. Yep, that's the flicker. Chiku is dead.
They've got to play for another out at this point. It's clear that Blacklist are making sure that Chiku isn't able to feel comfortable outside of lane or even underneath his turret. They need to somehow punish Edward, which I don't think is even possible at this point, because these early trades have put him significantly ahead of the curve than he should be.
Right now, Momo as well is trying his best just to make sure that he can get something here. He's 1v1ing Edward. And so far, he is kind of winning the trade, but Edward is staring him down.
Uh-oh, that's a solo kill, if I've ever seen one. Agent Zero playing it perfectly. Yoom's now going to fall to the crossbow of Tang. As that's Oh My Venus tanking up a few turret shots. Wise, Psycho, Frederick with a taunt as well. The Purifier's not ready. He jumps back to the battle mirror image, but it's only onto Blacklist side. That's Yue with a flicker. Another BMI. Chiku, how long are you going to be able to run? How long can you prolong this? Getting the stacks. Yue, he's not even going to wait. He's not even going to greet it out. Instant real-world manipulation. The respect given over.
And even in the mid lane, we see Rival. He's going to get run down by Owl at this point of time. Good stun coming in from Edward as well. What can you really do realistically? Rival, he's going to get back out of here.
Honestly, at this point, what I can see what TODAK is trying to do is they're trying to minimize the amount of damage that they're receiving, clearing out the minions as fast as they can, making sure that Blacklist can't fully push it out right now. Looking at the gold difference here for the gold laners, 6,300, 400 for the 1-1 on Owl, 5,300 on Chiku, guys, with this Claude, roughly about 11,000 difference.
11,000 difference?
1,100, sorry.
1,100. That makes a lot more sense here. I mean, the goal deficit already is 6.4k, and the majority of it, and you know, considering everything that has happened, 3 turtles falling into the hands of Blacklist International, but more importantly, only 1 structure has fallen 9 minutes into the game. I guess this is going to be a lot longer than game number 1 at the very least.
I mean, like I said, they want to split, man, because look at the way that TODAK is playing. They're just playing the map. It's like, you know what, I am not interested in fighting you guys right now. I'm just solely looking at the turrets.
They simply just can't go for any team fights right now, being 6,000 gold behind. Moon can go for a cheeky little steal, but with a body block for Wise and even Owl, I think with damage as well. But Chiku jumps back to the battle mirror image right now. Purify, perfect Purify, but the damage is not enough. Yue sustains with the RWM, and Edward just stays in the back. That was good mechanics, but when you're too far behind, you don't deal damage. They're going for more, actually. Owl still has the Inspire, still has the Purify as well. Crossbow tag not ready just yet. Momo finds the kill back. That's a knockup from V, though, and Momo should fall to Wise. Rival with the heavy spin, only locking Wise, but there's no follow-up. He's going to be forced to disengage, and it's still Blacklist who are dictating the game.
Yep, they continue to dictate the game. They lead by tempo, and they also lead by example. Now they're going to be crashing down this mid-tier 1, and more importantly, they got the sideways working for them at the same time. With a lead like this, it's hard to imagine that Blacklist is going to make that blunder. They are known to be methodical. They are known to play by the book. But if they want to increase the tempo like they did in game number 1, I think this is the trigger point.
This is going to be very difficult for TODAK because, again, we see what they're going for, but it's one of those things that is going to look cool if you make it happen, but you're putting yourself at so much of a risk here because, again, you are losing the game for now. And look at that. Wise doesn't care. He's marching in.
He just walks up menacingly. Momo and Rival able to deal out with the First Lord because Blacklist International did not have their marksman. Owl was actually taken down earlier. They can't push even more into the base, but hey, 2 tier 2s is completely fine.
I am getting some Dio vibes from Wise. He's just walking up. It's like, who's ready to face me? 2v1, let's go!
Right now, level 14 for Wise, level 11 for Rival. As a jungler, that does not feel good.
That hurts.
That hurts a lot.
It hurts the soul to junglers all across the world here, as now the final outer turret will fall, and as I mentioned before, the trigger point, right? If Blacklist want to increase the tempo of the game, this is how they're going to do it. And we passed the 11-minute mark, and we're guaranteed to make it into the 12th before Blacklist will secure the next upcoming Lord. And I think that's when TODAK are really going to have to put everything at the wall, but with such a lead that we see from Blacklist International from an 8.3, which is going to develop into a 10K lead when the next wave of neutral creeps starts spawning, especially the jungle creeps as well. Blacklist should have this no problem.
8,000 gold lead. Looking at this situation, I'm even wondering if TODAK forces a fight. Say Blacklist forces a fight and TODAK finds a good situation for them to fight back. I'm not entirely sure if they have enough damage to actually win that one, because right now, Blacklist, they're very tanky. Having the Fredrin, having the Minotaur, having the Arlet, a lot of CCs, healing, very tanky. It's very difficult to drop this kind of lineup down, man.
I mean, the only play that I could see that's viable right now is if TODAK can somehow isolate Owl. We did see them try to do something on the bottom side with both Owl and as well as UA paired up together. That could have been a point that TODAK could have tried to send members down there to fight it out. But then there's always that realistic approach of maybe that crossbow attack could outplay the entire team and cost them the entire game.
I think the problem right now is the fact that, TODAK have good CC lock. They have good single target damage as well, but they can't lock anybody down. Nobody in particular that you need to go for, right? Yue and Owl, those are the two main targets. Thing is, Owl has a built-in Purify, Yue is anti-CC with real-world manipulation. So this CC from Yue, oh my god, what a move by Blacklist! Instantly for the top, they move down below, Yums is completely isolated, he buys the immortality here, he's trying to buy some time. Claude is all the way in the bottom lane, he can actually go for the push here. Be careful in the bottom lane right now. Owl's going to be able to find the crossbow tank, but in the bottom lane is going to be the push once again. Yum's going to be able to find the way the dragon, but his crossbow tank is still ready. Owl going to be zoned away right now. Look at the base. The base is wide open. Base turret going to be taken down. Does he have enough minions? No. Two cannon minions right now. They might be able to do it. Chiku, guys! Against all odds!
It's over.
You have to wait for it right now. Owl's marching, but it's all over!
It's over.
8,000 gold lead! No. It does not matter! They live in the chaos!
I called it, man. Someone clip that. Someone clip that. Tag me. I called it. For you to be Blacklist International, don't think about the fight. Go for the side lanes.
You're right.
I called it. Someone clip that. Someone clip the things that I said, man.
How? No. I can't believe that. Who made that call at the very end?
Chiku! Yeah, 100% Chiku.
It's not only that, it's the fact that Rival was able to lock 4 people against the wall, buying him a full 5 seconds, and that's all he needed as they chased them down towards the end of the map. Wow, what a game. I mean, Blacklist, they can't be disappointed with that. They're like, okay, fair play, but we're bringing this to game 3.
The power of the slow push, that 2 cannon minion built up in the bottom lane. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Okay, I just want to watch the replay.
As an analyst, it's good to call things out before the draft even starts.
It does, but that is some
That is TODAK. Dude, they're like, you know what, if we can't beat you in a team fight, we don't have to.
I'm at a loss of words.
I'm just glad it's not a 2-0.
It is. I mean, you called it, LaFell. I was already down, and I was like, yeah, Blacklist International basically have this in the bag. You can't beat them at the fight, but you can buy a lot of time, and apparently buying a lot of time is a win con.
You want to show what I did after the draft ended?
Oh, he was like...
It's like, nah, it's not happening. The 2-0 is about to come, but man, now we're going to be moving on towards a game 3. Who would have thunk? Who would have imagined it?
I mean, 8,000 gold lead. I think you would be able to imagine it before the series actually started, but then after game 1, you're like, okay. And then after the 8,000 gold lead, you're like, that's what I said after the draft of game number 2. Maybe it was the curse activated just as I do this, but what the heck? What?
Okay, so if anyone wants to do that, because again, you got to look at the macro of what TODAK did.
That's slow push.
Even if they die, look at the situation. We don't care. As long as the minions die with us, because even Yums, as a roamer, he's clearing the minions. They're proxying the wave, making sure that there's no way that the minions are touching the turrets. Because again, buying time, you can die as much as you want in-game, not in real life, kids. As long as your turrets are there, there's always hope. And again, Chiku guys has this ability to see across the map.
Spatial awareness. He's an anime character.
And again, Psycho Fredrin quickly retreeing Yumes, and then he's like, yo, I think Wise has eyes for me.
I mean, that might have been the tell, right? The information is relayed, Rival sees the angle, Chiku makes the call, and it all dominoes into a win for TODAK. And I honestly
replay.
hope to see the replay, just to see the full entire setup here. And LaFell, you gotta break that down when it does come up, but in the meantime here, we can bask in the glory that we at least are getting a Game 3.
I thought it was going to be the most anticlimactic last game in the group stages, because usually we always have something going on. We always have a tiebreaker or just a 2-1 game to end off the group stages, and it was looking like a 2-0, and not even a close one at that. It was looking like a complete stomp. TODAK, hey, expect the unexpected. I expected Blacklist to win in Game 2. When I expect something, it does not happen.
Yeah, even for me, I'm agreeing with Miracle throughout that game. I was like, yeah, this is not going well. Every interaction is not falling into the hands of TODAK. Oh, look at him. Camera cut to him. Yeah, you look at the smugness on his face.
I mean, again, I called it, but here's the thing. It's kind of hard to do that without the Claude. I have to say that. With the Claude, it's doable. But again, camera sees your focus on me. Called it.
Bask in it. Bask in that glory here. I can't wait to see the post-game stats, because, wow, people are going to be very confused when they screenshot this and post this on their own MPL groups. Like, what happened?
I want to see the actual real post-game stats, because I think most of the players from TODAK were bronze. Like, they were all chocolate. It's a chocolate victory for them. So literally, it is a sweet victory. I want to see that. Someone please screenshot that in the back, because I want to see full chocolate TODAK who won against a full gold Blacklist.
This is for socials as well. They'll be great to see. Right? That'd be great.
You don't have to have good KDA to win.
Dude, 2 kills! They had 2 kills
as well.
Dude, imagine like people who did not watch the game, you'd be like, production made a mistake. You meant Blacklist won.
Nope.
MVP of the game. I kind of feel
KDA.
like...
KDA!
Let's go! 0!
Hey,
33% T5 participation.
To everyone who was spamming Chiku feeder, he feeds, but it doesn't matter. He's
Feed to
Chiku.
win. Feed to win.
Feed to win.
I'm too excited right now. Because, dude, winning that way, mwah.
Chef's kiss.
Beautiful.
I love winning that way, but I've never done it like 1-4. I'm usually like...
We can try that tonight.
I guess 1-4. I've never seen a team get stomped so hard and still be able to pull off a backdoor.
I mean, look at this heat map, man.
All of a sudden, there's one dot in the base.
Oh my god.
Just one dot in the base.
That's Chiku.
I mean, his laning phase is all around, like the 4th minute down by the bottom side, and then eventually you see him rotate, and after that, he's just constantly #1 being targeted down by Blacklist International, never stopped moving up until the 13th minute where he stands at the crystal. Let's look at the highlights, break this down for us, LaFell.
Breaking it down, Blacklist won until they lost.
I mean, again, what's there to honestly?
33%.
I'm gonna be honest with you, LaFell.
All
it's gonna be really hard to do your job here because Blacklist were just stomping. There was nothing to analyze. Blacklist were just doing their thing.
Okay, I can analyze because if only we don't see just the fights, because look at the way that TODAK managed the waves. I think that's the crucial thing. I think that is what all of the online coaches, online analysts have to look at this game. Because look, Chiku guys already know he's gonna die. He did not attempt to run away. He just like, hey, wait, there's a minion there. I'm just gonna clear it. Just now, he cleared as well. Tried to kill Yue, it didn't happen, but he still cleared the lane.
I like how Chiku already foreshadowed that play. He went back to a battle mirror image to try to kill Yue, so he's a movie.
Yeah. No, he won. Look at this. Again, Gideon, you said it. Rivals stopped absolutely everyone. Here's the thing. As a Novaria, you have the range to stop those recalls as well. You could Astral Echo, man. Like, you want to recall? I'm going to stop you just for a little bit. No one was able to recall. Look at that.
And the best part, the Astral Echo also has a slow, so even if you want to run back into base really, really fast, you can't. You just can't. Look at this. What is this?
Moon's probably the only one without the chocolate.
Yeah, Moon's like, guys,
he's probably the MVP. He's probably the MVP in game, and that's why, again, the MVP in game doesn't show you much.
1-0-1. It's like, guys, I got this. I'm going to carry you. we were talking about how Moon, sometimes he makes the mistakes. He was the one that did not die at all.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. All the narratives that we have set up to this one almost anticlimactic but turning to one sweet moment.
Dude, 13 minutes.
13-3.
13 minutes, man.
They're like, yeah, we can beat you.
Dude,
How?
Blacklist have 1 kill per minute.
They have a kill per minute as well. And TODAK ended the game with 3.
I'd be tilted, man.
Honestly,
tilted.
I'd be tilted too. I wish we could get a statement from Blacklist International because I think they have like, all right, we may have made a mistake here, but all respects going over to TODAK, taking that level of punishment. It is not easy to take. It is taxing on the mind.
Here's the thing, I saw Wise's face and he was laughing.
Yeah.
Because I think he was like, how did we lose that game?
He's more concerned of like, man, I don't know how we did that. You know? Because it's like a two-man job.
It really is. I can't wait. I can't wait for Dexter to just look at the team and is like, guys, why? This could have been a lot easier, but let's look at the post-game numbers.
Wait.
I told... Mirko.
Even damage dealt, though.
Dude, here's the thing. I told you guys, during the meeting, it's like, Chiku will lose lane, but for some reason, 1-4-0, he has the most gold. Make it make sense. How can 1-4-0 be the highest gold? Momo has the most damage as well, which is impressive, but still.
Rival just took a beating. He's like, no, I'm not going to get a single assist in this game. 0% victory.
0-4-0.
0-4-0. And guess what? Doesn't matter as long as you win, right?
Yeah.
Chocolate?
Numbers don't matter.
Numbers don't matter.
Numbers don't matter. I mean, in terms of overall structures as well, like Blacklist have taken out all the outer turrets at the same time. I am just surprised that Owl wasn't in the rich guy category. Where did all the gold go? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I think the turrets just gave Chiku so much more gold, and the fact that he's always isolating himself from the team gets him so much more farm, and he's always also utilizing his resources to clear out waves.
Here's the thing. Even if overall Blacklist wins the fight, right? 2-1, at this point I kind of don't care. That win, you know,
that was satisfying. It was satisfying.
Even if Blacklist wins overall, you know what? It's good. It's good. Like, we win like that. I think that is for the history books. That is for the Mobile Legends Book of Hall of Fame of games of that's very good that you didn't thought that would happen.
Iconic moments.
Yes. How do you get a win with only 3 kills?
8,000 gold deficit.
1-4-0 and the MVP.
0-4-0 jungler.
Oh, man. We have a joke in Malaysia that we're always saying, like, you know, the split push meta is just, it's for scrubs.
It's for scrubs. It's the weakest of the weak.
The weakest meta, and yet here we are.
You know, I used to say that as well for all the items. Everybody who builds defensive items, I call them a certain word.
Nerd.
We can say it here. Yes, there you go. Nerd. You guys are all nerds. But when you do it in the competitive stage, I don't think you're a nerd. I think you're an absolute Chad. Especially if you pull one off like this. You may be a scrub in your ranked games, but if you get all the way to MSC 2023 and you do it like that, 1-4-0, and you win the game, hey, you're not a nerd to me.
Yeah. Shout out to the weakest meta in Malaysia, split push. Shout outs to the weakest meta.
Wolf is in Malaysia right now, I believe.
What?
Yeah.
Is that?
Oh, wait, yeah. Oh.
Hold on. He's got a layover. He has a layover, to be fair. He's going to be stopping in Malaysia first before heading over into Cambodia. I don't know. I would like to get Wolf's thoughts at the same time.
No.
But then again,
no, don't get him on
it's safer not to.
No.
I'm convinced these guys have actually
the
locked
shoes are
Wolf up in a room.
The shoes are coming off already from this guy.
No Wolf.
No Wolf for now, but hopefully maybe that was the solution, right? All this time that TODAK has been coming up with those weird drafts and making analysts across the world be angry, just like Wolf. The fact that we don't have to deal with this curse, not this time, not this time.
I mean, all you gotta do is break the crystal. It's not that hard, man. I mean, just break the crystal.
No big deal, right?
No big deal. It's just like, it's just one thing. Just attack it a few times, eventually fall. It's not that hard.
Yeah, just don't die, nerd.
Just don't die. I mean, you can die 4 times. 5, that's too much.
You know, the greatest part is that we have 5 minutes to fill in here, and we're supposed to be like, post-breakdown. Right. What in the world can we actually
Come on,
say
Muto, do you really want us to break that down?
For 5 full minutes?
Actually, I could probably do it.
honestly, we could, but I think more importantly, these 5 minutes are going to be crucial for both of these teams because even when we look back at it, TODAK is going to be thinking, all right, guys, we got really lucky there that we had an opportunity to bounce back, but the true question is, how do we actually fix this draft? How do we fix the game? They're playing a little nervous, but with a bit of momentum and hopefully with this spark, we could see a potential even game in round 3.
Yeah, usually in the best of 3, especially when it goes all 3 games, we get one stomp game from one side, from red side, and then we get a stomp game from blue side, and then we get a close game. This time, we have a stomp game from red side, and then a stomp game from red side. I don't know what's going. I don't know what's coming up.
I'm nervous for it. I'm honestly nervous for it.
I'm just worried if the Claude has been banned out because, again, like I said, you could do it with carry as well, but you got to secure a Franco or a Kaja, right? Certain heroes can definitely push to end. Brody as well, but again, Moskov, but again,
Natan actually.
No. But the thing is, Claude has the best mobility, and Chiku has so much games on that Claude, right? So I kind of feel like if the Claude has been banned, although if the Claude has been banned out, maybe the Ling will be let through.
There you go. That's what I was actually going to bring up right before you mentioned, because Lance, Ling, and also the Kaja. It's okay, LaFell. It's okay, LaFell. Anyways, Kaja, Lance, and Ling. Those were the 3 bans, and yeah, it makes sense. The Kaja really disrupts what Blacklist International have going for themselves, especially if they want to go for something like a Diggy, right? Suppression and single target lockdown. I think Zane was able to do this as well at M3, using a certain hero that single targets, a hero that a lot of Indonesians just completely dislike. You can be the biggest douche in the world as long as you don't pick this hero and it's Saber Roam. Or Saber, just Saber in general.
You know what? You could be, you
could be the biggest douche in the world.
As long as you don't use Saber Roam.
You're a better human being.
I mean, you know what? If I'm TODAK, I kind of don't care.
Yeah.
Winning's winning, so it is what it is. Saber gold lane, maybe, who knows?
Yeah, we have people who commit war crimes and underneath them is just Saber players.
So sorry for all you Saber players out there. You're having a bad reputation right now, but you know what?
You deserve it.
All right, okay.
This is so gonna get clipped, by the way.
It probably is. It probably is. Now, TODAK gonna be making it back up onto the stage. Blacklist International taking a little bit more time to really start thinking about the draft because again, it's that give and take. What are they going to let go at the end of the day? In match number 1, we saw that Ling as well as the Lancelot get banned out towards that second phase. Game number 2, right at the very first phase, we have sniffed it out. We figured out what you want to do, and now game number 3, where do we go?
Legit,
I don't know.
I almost don't care.
Yeah, I almost don't care. I just want to see a good match.
Exactly. Like, Muantana, I'm sorry, but we're not going to analyze the game. We're just going to let it happen.
We're going to enjoy the moment, man.
We're going to do the fan speak. We want game.
Exactly.
Game now.
We will be just viewers. We'll be the netizens, man.
I like how, like, MSC 2023, we just haven't been seeing any backdoors, and today we see 2. On Claude. Donut and now Chiku.
Dude. It's right. Slabel.
All right, Blacklist.
Mirko is so cringing right now. It's like, I don't know.
That was like an Indonesian meme like a year ago. I don't know why it's now getting
No, because Malaysia, we picked it up. Because we noticed you guys have stopped. We got to continue it.
Yeah.
It's like the bot, sorry.
It's basically like once the Saber Room dies down, we'll resurrect it.
Please don't.
It's one of those memes where it's like, when are you going to let it die? When are they going to finally put it in the ground?
The Valley, dude.
No, it's
Hey,
outplayed.
it's outplayed, bro.
No, not a good time. Not a good time.
In the meantime, here with 1 minute and 30 seconds left before we start getting into towards the draft, at the very least, hopefully, I mean, I said at the very beginning, we're going to see a different side. I didn't expect them to double down. I thought we were going to see a new version, not just the same version with you know, pumped up full of steroids.
Again, really, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see the draft. I honestly don't have anything to say. I'm just back. I'm hyped again to see game number 3.
I actually imagine what if legit Claude gets banned, and this time Chiku does use an assassin or a fighter, but just someone that can legit push the turrets, right?
Like Hayabusa gold lane?
Yeah.
We saw that at M4.
Didn't happen too well, but
it didn't work out.
That was M4. This is MSC.
It's been 6 months since then.
Hayabusa has not been changed. But you know.
Close enough.
Close enough, yeah, close enough.
It's changes in Chiku's books.
not entirely wrong here. Not entirely wrong. Maybe, well, maybe because of, you know, the adjustments to the gold lane, at the very least, marksmen aren't scaling as quickly to start picking up on those steel plates soon.
Well, at least there's one thing I know. I know that Blacklist International aren't really going to change much because, again, they were winning the game. They don't really have to change much. They don't have to adapt much. They just have to be, they just have to really care about that.
We got to talk about this.
Okay, finally decoded.
Oh, that title. Oh, you guys in production really got us good here. Finally decoded. This is the first official game win of TODAK against Blacklist International in the international scene, currently with a score of 1 win and 5 losses against Blacklist.
Here's the thing, we only won once. But oh, what a victory.
we're gonna hold it over. We're gonna hold it in Malaysia for the longest time for like no reason.
We won, but it still feels like we lost.
13-3. Everybody doesn't bring up the scoreline and you're going to say who won.
13-3 every single time. But this is it. Only one of these teams are going to be labeled as the first seed, and the other will be pushed to the second as we comment down to our very final game of today. Let's jump into the draft.
I already see a Ling ban there, so let's check out the bans. Blacklist International, they are first pick. They're not changing the bans, man. They're not changing the bans.
They don't need to. Again, they don't really need to adapt even. Even when the Claude is up for grabs, they smash the Claude. It's just they got to pay attention to that bottom side a bit more.
No Varia ban here?
Ooh, I mean, if they don't ban in the Varia, it is going to be very sketchy. But I think with the Diggy out, they can actually just let the Varia go. That was the plan initially for TODAK.
Generally, definitely possible, but keep in mind, TODAK is going to be back onto this towards that second pick with Blacklist International on that first pick. So generally, that should be the case here. There we go. Novaria is going to get taken out. Now forced to play standard, but that means that Valentina is open.
Do they want to take it first pick though? Right? I mean, here's the thing. Valentina is strong. Eve is strong. I kind of feel like for Blacklist International, they're definitely looking at both heroes. Never mind, Psycho Fredrin is here.
Yeah, with the Fredrin so good.
Shoutouts to RSG as well, because I was hanging out with them and they gave me that term. But I kind of feel like now it's sticking. Now I think we're just going to call it the Psycho Fredrin.
Oh, for sure. 100%. When you think Fredrin is gone, Psycho Fredrin is just looking back at you like, say what now? Say that again, one more time? I got my retry up, by the way.
Oh, man. TODAK. Do they want to go for what they went for in game number 1? Just instantly with a Kai Arlet here?
I kind of feel like Claude would be okay. Just take it now before he gets picked up, right?
They have last pick in the first phase, so I think they want to utilize that to actually,
Claude?
Maybe pick Claude, right? Again, Blacklist International can simply just pick up that Claude away, but TODAK, I don't think they want to. Do they want to be that one-dimensional? Just go for the Claude? No. Martis and Valentina.
Very interesting, yeah.
This is a rather interesting pick here because we do have a current 50% win rate on this Martis, but it's also a considerable flex pick for both Momo as well as Rival. It can go into the EXP and as well as that jungle position, and I think for Momo, he's definitely comfortable with it. We've seen Fredrin openers happen before in MPL MY. They played against it many, many times, and even during the SEA games as well, we did see a couple of people make that same attempt to snowball Martis from the EXP lane.
I'm going to do you one better. Maybe Chiku guys.
Don't look at me like that.
I mean, like, are you really gonna tell me there's no world that Chiku guys doesn't use the Martis Gold League?
Oh, man. He probably does somewhere in his ranked games, but maybe for now it might be a bit too crazy. We'll have to see what Blacklist International go for first. They go for the Minotaur and the Yi. So with a few heroes banned away, with the SS and Diggy banned away, it's, I guess, Venus's third most comfortable pick. It is going to be the Minotaur, which is, again, very uncharacteristic because we've never really seen Venus on a full initiation hero. Thing is, Blacklist don't have dive. And right now, TODAK. Oh my god.
Chiku and they're picking it up Hilda again. All right, Chiku guys has dealt 100% of TODAK's turret damage with a total of 20,068 damage to turrets last game.
100%.
Oh,
you know
my
what?
goodness.
This is a different kind of funneling.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I've never seen a turret funnel before, but I guess we've seen it now.
I think Chiku told the team, you guys just clear the minions.
Yeah.
Don't even
distract them.
Destroy your own body for me.
This is some This is some sadistic. This is some
He sounds like a
Masochistic.
He sounds like a dictator.
Masochistic.
I
Oh.
mean, anything for the win, right?
Anything for the win.
Anything at all costs. All right, let's see what the second phase is going to be here. Because again, the fact is that TODAK is going in blind with this Hilda, right? They have
Quad
something
then, right?
in mind. Oh, wait, now that I think about it, at the very least, I know that Hilda is able to cancel out a decent amount of abilities, and I think it might be applicable to Minotaur in this case.
I haven't seen a lot of that interaction, so that is very interesting to see here in game. Right now, as we're talking about the club band, even the production is like, okay, let's
Even
reset.
they can't handle the
Yeah, even
traps.
they is like, come on, it has to be a Claude, right? If it's not, then disrespect.
I don't know. I feel like, again, TODAK might just be trying to force that Beatrix out. And yeah, it's not going to be... I don't think Claude sounds like that. So Blacklist International did not go for the Claude ban here.
That sounds like a...
Carry.
Yeah, it sounds like a carry, yeah.
All right, so get rid of the carry. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, carry is the obvious counter pick to basically all tanks in this game, and you've got two of the beefiest ones right in the first two picks for Blacklist International. We come back over to TODAK's side, and it's going to be the Beatrix ban this time. We are seeing some form of adjustments in the second phase.
Do they want to pull off the Natan again? There's no dive technically from Blacklist International right now. And for TODAK, look, they have two physical damage dealers. They're setting up for something magic, I believe.
Lunox?
Ooh, Lunox jungle. That is very interesting, man.
Lunox jungle. I like how you say Lunox jungle instantly when it comes to TODAK.
It's, you know,
they made it a signature for a reason.
It's very interesting. Chiku guys was the one that used the Lunox jungle, but it's kind of like one of the process of interviews. Like, yo, you want to enter TODAK rival? Can you use the Lunox jungle? And it's like, I can try. Chiku made sure that he could use it.
Got the job.
Got the job for sure.
Lapu, no Claude ban, so the Claude might just come through here. But if they do go for the Claude, TODAK are going to be severely dependent on physical damage right now.
Yeah, I agree with you here. I think even for Blacklist International, they actually respect the fact that anti-CC is going to be a little bit of an issue, so getting rid of the Lapu is always going to be great. We know that Valentina is susceptible to CC, but if you're still the real-world manipulation, that opens up a couple of options. But let's not forget, the Minoan Fury can also be stolen at the same time.
They want to go for Joy right now, is my question, right? Good dive up against Blacklist International, good mobility to try to face off against the Minotaur as well, and has a bit of anti-CC within her kit.
And deny.
And magic damage.
I don't know. I feel like even Arlet might actually be a little bit more suitable in these particular cases. At least with the Final Slash, you can start denying abilities.
Nope.
Harriet.
Yo!
You say Joy? What did you say, Joy?
You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm just trash.
Let's just throw all of
We're bad at the game.
all the
terrible.
data we have here, yeah, let's just throw it out. I mean, why do we even have a data for TODAK?
You know what? Production has been keeping us up to date with all the stats, but even then, it's still tough to predict what's going to be happening in this matchup. Blacklist International start things off in the second phase with the Arlet for themselves, and I think that's great, especially when you're up against a Harith. It's always good to be able to kind of lock him down just for a couple of seconds.
Here's the thing. It kind of shows to me that this time TODAK, they want to fight. Looking at the draft right now, they're like, yeah, just now we gave you guys a lot of room. This time, not going to happen.
Oh, and even Blacklist want to fight too, locking in the Brody into this matchup. I'm liking it. This is going to be a high body count game.
No, TODAK can just go for something like a Terizla now in the XP lane, put the Martis in the jungle, and the Terizla is going to have a lot to say. Anti-CC, once again, in the penalty zone, is a very good counter onto the Brody early to mid when he doesn't have enough attack speed to get those basic attacks off because it cancels it all the time.
Yep. Or the Lunox jungle.
I like how we default to Lunox jungle
because we're talking about if we're talking about anti-CC, we have to talk about iframes, right? They basically come hand in hand to each other, and there's not a lot of heroes that do that. Oh, Yu Zong. Okay, you know what?
You guys are bad about the game.
We're terrible.
We're terrible.
None of our predictions correct here. None of our calls.
To be fair, can people really blame us? Is it really our fault?
It's TODAK's fault, I think, more than us, right?
I don't know. LaFell was able to call it in game number 2 how this game would eventually end, so...
But he's Malaysian.
No, I'm calling for this game.
What
it's going to be a brawl.
Man?
I'm calling this game a brawl, man.
Calling it a brawl?
Once Chiku has 2 items on the Harith, it's all looking for blood.
All right, Clippers, hold him accountable for it. Let's find out. Is he going to be 2 for 2 here? He's 1-0 currently. And I'm expecting everybody to show up in the mid lane and start battling it out.
The crowd's ready. You can see them, man. They are ready for this 3rd game of the series. We expected anticlimactic after game number 1, after the stomp of game number 2. but TODAK somehow, someway, were able to shift the tides. And now we're here, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 for the first seed in Group D.
This is going to be the last match here of the group stage before we move into the knockouts. Blacklist on the blue side with TODAK on the red side.
Don't go in, Yums. Just relax. Like it's the Yums. Yums.
He's giving tips. Oh, forcing a red tree early on. Yums dealing pretty good damage, but this is the problem, I believe. Up against a Fredrin. Oh, nope. Yums, this time he's actually baited out the red tree, so he can continue to do what he wanted to do in game number 1.
Right now, honestly, I kind of feel like all he's trying to achieve is slow everyone down. But while we're having this time, we're seeing Yums take a beating, being a bit masochistic here. I'm actually looking at Moon for him to kind of like set the tempo for the team, because there's a lot of great ults that he can take. And if he takes a good one and actually has a good start to the fight, then it's going to be very good for TODAK.
I totally agree with you here, but also notice that Yums decided to go for Concussive Blast as well as taking the Flicker rather than going for the Sprint. So it's not like he can get out of these really, really tight situations and buy like a whole bunch of time. He's just waiting for these critical moments.
3-man though, up top already. Chikugai is going to be pressured here, forced to recall pretty early on, and he will just respect that. He knows that he can't go for that gold minion anyways, unless he wants to get threatened here. But for the in-game emblems, anything in particular to note out?
No, because I don't think that's the mage emblem for Chikugai, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
So, it's alright. Sorry, it's okay.
It's alright for now. It's alright for now. But look at the bottom side, right? Just a lot of pressure towards Edward.
Edward so far still doing quite okay. So for both teams, it looks like they're showing their face and then they're like, can we do this? No, we cannot. So at least for both teams, they're being respectful. Not a lot of crazy kills in the early stages of the fight. For now, Chikugai as well as Owl look like they're doing quite even, though I would say Chikugai is trading a little bit more HP. Now Black Dragon form from Momo looking for Wise.
He found Wise in the bush right now. He does have the Petrify. Wise going to be able to dash away. Minion Fury blocking 2 members up. Now another knockup, but Momo finds the Petrify now onto Wise. The Turtle's still up. Real World Ablation dealing a whole lot of damage, but the sustain is actually there. And first blood goes to Rival. He's looking for more. Decimation is on, but Wise is able to sustain back up with the Appraiser's Wrath. Young with the flicker out with a racing attack. Fade away from Yue, finds the double. TODAK once again will lose in the early game with Wise having more pressure on the Turtle, but they know this information. No retribution on Wise. Can Moon look for the steal? He cannot. Wise gets it. Venus looking for the knockup. Moon knocked up, forced to flicker out.
Honestly, super close coming in from Yums. He could have survived if he was able just to get his foot, just one more pixel to touch that brush and Barak his passive once again. I mean, the idea was definitely there, right? Momo wanted to jump its back, hopefully trying to slow down Yue and maybe put them low enough for Rival to kind of finish them off one by one.
Another thing is, he almost hit level 4. If he hit that level 4, he would have survived. And now, Oh My Venus sees Yums as well as Moon. So far, this Minotaur is getting punished quite a lot, but so far it is going to be quite okay.
Even the Power of Wildest committed, but look at this. Wise, Psycho, Fredrin locking him down. Minion Fury to take him out. Real World Manipulation as well. Put all the ults and the kitchen sink down below. Solo kill from Owl. Torn apart memory.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. That's not what you want to see. Blunder after blunder coming out for the side of TODAK, but this could be a repeat of game number 2. Who knows? Tough to say, but you're going to have to keep your hopes up. So far, so good for Blacklist International, right? You can definitely tell by their movements. They're not looking for these big invades. They're just making sure that the river line is going to be safe. Oh, what's going on in the mid lane?
Moon is going on in the mid lane. He's getting completely ganked and shut down this game. 0, 2, and 1. Rival forced to just soak in all the mini waves in the mid lane, and TODAK are just falling behind. Chikugai now with Zaman Force. It might be another solo kill as the Torn Apart memory comes through. Oh my god! So much damage. Wise. He's looking for the Appraiser's Wrath stacks. Rival and Yums are there to back him up. Will give him enough space to clear out the mini waves, but so far, Blacklist 3,000 gold lead already.
Okay, guys, you know, I said it's going to be a bloodbath. I say it's going to be a brawl. Not like this. You know, I thought it'd be a little bit more even for now. 6 kills to 1. TODAK has not been doing quite good in this trade. And Yums, he's really just tanking everyone. He's trying to delay. I don't know what's going on here.
I think he's trying to bait the abilities, and he did do that! Momo finds a Petrify, the Furious dive, but Venus is still able to escape from Decimation. Now Moon stealing away the Mutant Fury. Momo, the Black Dragon form will fall! Yue picks up a double. The Appraiser's Wrath comes through. Blacklist have withstood the chaos. and they're able to punish.
Beautifully played by Blacklist. They're making sure that their low members flicker out right at the very end while the rest of the members try and body block Rival from getting even remotely close. Keep in mind, the decimation has a limited range. It's not very, very long. And more importantly, there is a slight channel time. So if timed right, he can technically, it's a bit of a gamble, right? Rival could technically follow them along that flicker, but if done early, you won't have the space and time.
TODAK's got to slow down a bit, get some farm, get equal levels, because even looking at levels here, you guys about to hit level 7, but Owl is already level 7. Yums keeps on going on, and look, he's taking way too much damage, man.
Forced to commit the flicker here early. Again, 5th minute in the game. But it does give some more space for Chiku, guys. He didn't know a lot of members were down there. Now they can actually slow the tempo down. But with a 5,000 gold lead, with a turret already taken on this Brody, remember, this is Owl on the Brody. He understands completely how to snowball in this game by getting these turrets, and Blacklist seem to understand that as well. They're already rotating him down below. If this turret falls, that's so much map pressure that Blacklist can use to actually even invade in the enemy jungle.
Look, right now I'm looking level difference so much. Even Venus and Yums, there's a level difference here. So TODAK again, they're going for my Venus. I don't think that's a very great idea, especially Chiku, guys, is actually being denied a lot of the minions, and now Moon has to flicker away, but Edward is there.
Final slash. Moon again, 0, 3, and 1 now counting. Blacklist International have completely read out what TODAK wants to go for. Even Momo here in the mid lane forced to again soak in those minions, and yes, Blacklist are playing the siege perfectly with the Brody, playing towards the Brody, giving him space, and now with this big snowball, I can only imagine what one torn apart memory can do to the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's going to absolutely shred here, but Blacklist International at least have identified the movements coming in from TODAK, because again, even if Chiku guys were to suppose go to that top side, they know for a fact that Momo is covering, and especially these big choke points, to feed that information. It is a good way to kind of cover for Chiku, but it's not the greatest for anybody walking back into the mid lane. That's why Momo was such a prime target.
It's funnel. They're doing a funnel right now. Chiku is going to be on the purple buff, giving it very early in the 7th minute of the game, despite Rival already being behind. He's still trying to go for that. Now, what does this mean?
This means, again, you gotta slow things down, because you're really looking for Chiku guys to carry the game, but the thing is, it's kind of not great just because Athena Shield as well as Radiant Armor are a thing. I don't know, in this kind of situation, TODAK might still be able to win the fights, but they really gotta make sure that they put into consideration the level difference. Edward's level 10, Momo is level 9. Unless they catch Blacklist slipping, it's going to be very difficult.
They're splitting Blacklist up. Edward, good read on Rival, just bringing him back right now as the turtle will actually be ignored. They want to go for the first Lord right now, understanding that Chiku has been doing the same thing. He's just been constantly splitting, so they don't actually want to go for the turtle. They're just going to go for the Lord that has just spawned.
And more importantly, as time goes on, rather than looking for these neutral objectives, actually Blacklist looking for these kills might be very, very worthwhile, right? Because at the end of the day, as much as Chiku wants to go and split push into the side, if he doesn't reveal himself, and more so if the housekeeping has been done right, taking out 3, arguably the most ideal situation for members from the side of TODAK, making it obsolete for you to try to go for these back doors.
Right now, looking at the situation, I don't always see Harif split pushing, so we'll have to see if Chiku is able to use that well. The Lord is Blacklist. They're thinking about it, but at this point of time, it kind of feels like maybe not too worth it. But no, they are starting the Lord right now, and look at TODAK's positioning. It doesn't look like it is going to be a good position for them to actually fight this.
I don't even think they should contest at this point, right? I mean, 6,000 gold lead. Game number 2, they tried to contest with a 6,000 gold lead, and they ended up just having to back away, and that's exactly what they do right now. They try to go for a turret down below, splitting up the map just like Lafel said in game number 2, but now the overworld manipulation, that immobility field as well. Momo forced to use the Black Dragon form as they go for the defense here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Chiku in the bottom lane right there might be forced into a 1v1. Torn apart memory though from Owl. Beautifully placed, the fadeaway, and yes, two guys takes the fight, has the Purify now with the Zaman Force as well, but cannot win in the 1v1 against Edward. Chiku, the shielding! Oh, so close, but Agent Zero takes the dub.
Oh my goodness, that was way too close for comfort. One single dodge made such a difference to not get the reset on the demon marks now. For the defense, it's going to be rather weak without Chiku. And more importantly, when it comes down to wave clear overall, even Moon is significantly behind. He's not strong enough to one-shot these waves by himself.
I gotta say that's a level difference. Because again, one level difference. If they were equal levels, Chiku might have won that.
I think it's also just the Purify. I really wonder why Chiku didn't utilize the Purify there in the skirmish to try to, you know, cancel out some of these stuns coming in.
I think it was already too late, right? He was already hit by the big ticket items. He was hit by the final slash. Wait, hold on.
Rival brought back by the team by the final slash right there, but the real world manipulation does give TODAK a lot more to say when it comes to these defenses high ground. So they're going to be able to defend for now. Only the two base turrets, or two tier 2 turrets on the side getting picked off.
Okay. Things have been going on pretty okay for now for Blacklist International. 9.2. They need to make sure that there's no holes in their attack. No opportunities for TODAK to come back.
Final slash again, bringing Rival back. That's a lot of resources committed with the Minion Fury as well. With the Flicker inside, Chiku so holding on to that Purify, and look at Wise! With the Abraser's Wrath is able to find a kill back, bursting Chiku, guys. Edward, final slash, again. Moon brought back to the team. One more hit, UN finds it. Owl takes down the top side. 4 members down, make it 5. It's a wipeout from Blacklist International, and they do it quicker, faster, more efficiently this time. 11 minutes and 12 seconds.
11 minutes and 12 seconds is all they need. Congratulations to the agents. Blacklist International will be first seed coming out of their group, and unfortunately for TODAK fans, they won't get knocked out, but taking the second seed means they're less likely to try and achieve top 4.
Here's the thing, now I kind of feel like TODAK, this could be a wake-up call. Now they understand the strength of the competition. We're gonna have like, what, 2 days between now and the knockout stage? I kind of feel like those 2 days has to be utilized well by TODAK because, again, the third draft, it was quite, I would say all 3 drafts were a big risk.
48 hours to utilize for all teams to figure out how they're going to start playing against their opponents, and not only that, fix their own gameplay. Let's keep in mind that the draws will be happening later on, but we're going to be throwing it over to our host up on stage. Mickey, please take it away.
Blacklist! Okay, can you please come here? Here. Come here. Over here. Okay. Some lane ho I Blacklist Moi Mao! Okay, so we might have an interview. So the first question is to Wise, okay? So what do you think went right for your team in the series? Is it the draft or gameplay?
I think it's the both.
Both. អញ្ចឹងគាត់គិតថាប្រហែលជាទាំងពីរតាំង draft ផងតាំង gameplay ផង Okay, so the next question is still you. In the knockout, you might be paired with FIMP, EVO's Legend, or Burn X Flash. Which do you want to face more and why?
Yun lang, tulad nung sinabi ko dati, wala naman akong gustong kalaban. Pero as long as malabas namin yung ginagawa namin and tama yung ginagawa namin kahit sino, okay lang.
Wise says that it doesn't matter. He'd like to face any of them. What's important is they play the game that they practice and they just want to enjoy the rest of the tournament.
អូអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាប៉ះជាមួយនឹង team មួយណាក៏បានដែរប៉ុន្តែអីដែលសំខាន់គាត់នឹង try to practice more train more ដើម្បីការប្រកួត MSC ដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹង So the next question is to Edward. Yes. Okay. So you mentioned in the media the day interview that TODAK plays a lot of unpredictable hero. How did Blacks decode them?
Yun nga, in-expect na namin na may ilalabas silang bagong hero and ayan, nag-prepare kami nag-prepare kami ng para yan.
They prepared for the exotic picks. They expected it they expected it and they prepared for it.
គាត់ expect ហើយគាត់ក៏បានរៀបចំទុកជាមុនហើយដូចគ្នា So the next question is to your idol. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, so the question is, how do you like Phnom Penh, Cambodia so far?
I actually like it a lot. The people here are very supportive.
Oh yeah.
And I can feel it right now. Okay, so thank you so much to our Cambodian supporters.
Okay អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលតែងតែ support ជាមួយនឹងពួកគាត់ហើយគាត់ក៏បានឃើញឥឡូវនឹងដូចគ្នាដែលមានការ support Blacklist ចា Okay, last question is to your idol also. Oh my goodness. Final word to your fan here in the hall and across the world.
Of course, first of all, thank you so much to people who are supporting Blacklist International, especially here na sobrang nag-effort pa na lumipat dito to Cambodia to support us. And to all our Cambodian fans here who are watching in the venue, thank you so much. And to all our supporters who are watching online, yan, thank you.
Okay អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលតែង support គាត់រហូតដល់ឥឡូវហ្នឹងគឺយកខ្លាំងមែនតើអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏នៅតែ support គាត់ដូចគ្នាសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅតែបន្តការ support គាត់ Yes ជាមួយនឹង Blacklist សុំសម្លេងហោឲ្យគាត់មួយមក Okay, so now the interview is done, so let's pass the floor to the caster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radamiki, once again up on that stage. She is crushing it on these interviews, and especially with Blacklist International. Great words coming in for the Queen as well as the King themselves. An interesting way to play the game coming in from TODAK, but as was expected for a lot of the agents out there, a 2-1 at the end of the day.
It's great to see, again, the Cambodian crowd just giving so much support to both of the teams, and especially Blacklist.
The baby's not having a good time. They're like, no.
Blacklist won, it's fine. It's fine.
The timing, the timing.
Maybe the baby wanted TODAK to win.
No,
What a weird baby.
No.
Shout out to the baby again.
Shout out to the baby.
Love,
Shout out to the
respect.
baby.
We're just having fun, you know?
We're just having fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the next generation is going to be looking back at this and being like 13-3, by the way. 13-3 out of nowhere.
Weird flex, but, you know.
Weird flex, but okay.
Weird flex, but okay. But let's look at our MVP of this match. Up on your screen, it's Oh My Venus on a Minotaur. 2-0-11, coming away with a perfect game.
The Queen. I mean, what's there to say, right? Usually, the main criticism to Venus is hero pool. Estes, supportive healers, Mathilda coming in. Now, she's even coming in with a Minotaur.
I mean, again, Minotaur has a heal, so, you know.
You're right.
Right?
So,
Yeah,
technically,
still
support / tank. That's what he's listed as, right?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but a lot of people have been like very hyper-critical on my videos. Like, man, the Queen can't find these engagers. No.
Here's the thing. I kind of feel like if the Grok can heal someone, Venus might use it. I'm just putting it out there, okay?
Hey, honestly, with the new emblem system coming out, who knows? Anything could be technically a healer to a certain degree, but let's look at the heat map and the coverage that we are seeing from the Queen in her kingdom.
Honestly, full on in the riverside, making it so that puts a clear line that's like, okay, this is the line and you do not cross it. If you do cross it, you are gonna die. And we saw TODAK died quite a bit.
Yeah, and especially the punishment on towards Hume's side, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that he was playing. Well, there are a lot of questions as to the pick in general, but these early interactions from TODAK, they have not won a single early turtle fight.
Actually, I have a very interesting thought after seeing this game.
What is that?
The Minotaur wants to engage, and usually the way you engage is with the flickering. But TODAK was the one that engaged, so they did the Minotaur's job. The Minotaur just had to wait. All right, you're all clumping up. I'm going to use my Minnow and Fury and use my Flicker to survive.
I think they tried a lot of times as well. I mean, in the second turtle, it's the most visible. Earlier, we saw the Hilda tried to actually bait it out. The initial engage just to bait it out. But the thing is, I don't think Hilda can actually do that here. The fact that, you know, you're up against a utility jungler from the start, usually you have an assassin in the enemy jungle, that's why you pick up the Hilda, and then you get a significant lead to do that against the Minotaur.
I suppose, but at the end of the day, you're both correct, right? The Minotaur didn't necessarily have to use the flicker all the time. If you get aggressive and go back into playing that traditional front to front, it's even better because then Oh My Venus doesn't have to waste the battle spell, right? Saves time or can force tempo upon your opponents. Walking away from this match at, wow, not 11-12, but 11 minutes, 11 seconds, 17-2 against TODAK.
One more kill TODAK got, maybe they could have won. They need at least 3 kills. But again, like I said, in terms of the itemization and everything, I legit feel like Oh My Venus is not known to be the engager type, so the fact that TODAK engaged first is kind of like doing Oh My Venus's job. Like, me as a Minotaur, or let's just say I'm an Akai, I want people to be
engage.
between me and a wall. So if they're positioning themselves between me and a wall, I just have to press my ult. I don't have to use my first skill. I don't have to use Retribution or anything. I'll be like, you're kind of doing half of my job for me, so that's great. Keep doing that.
So TODAK, we're setting up for Venus.
Exactly.
Did they want to look tantalizing and bait it out maybe for a re-engage?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that, yeah.
At the end of the day, levels is power, naturally, right? And it's not just about the items, it's just making sure that you are going toe-to-toe evenly. Like what you mentioned before, when Chuku guys was going up against Edward in that 1v1, that one level difference could have been what made the difference.
We can bring that up, but honestly, I need to bring up the fact that, you know, just individually, I feel like TODAK are not performing to the level that Blacklist International are, because Chiku guys in lane, again, with a Harith up against a Brody, a Purify built in, an all-in hero up against the Brody was losing 1v1, right? And even the Yuzhong, a lot of people consider the Yuzhong to be a good matchup against the Arlet. Momo losing in lane. I think just these individual matchups are not going well at all for TODAK, and it ultimately made them so far behind to a point where, again, 1 level lead. The fact that Edward had a 1 level lead shows you how much better he was in lane.
Yeah, but I think that was clear already in game number 1, that they are just not playing up to the standard of Blacklist International. And I think even for Edward, I think the most challenging was game number 1 when he was fighting Joy into the Arlet. And even then, it was like, okay, that was the most 50-50 we've seen thus far. And then the rest of the match was just continuously smashing up his lane. Even for Owl himself, like Chico had a lot of tight moments and ended up getting punished for his own blunders.
Actually, yeah, again, they gotta brush something up. Is it mental? Like, are they tired or something? It's definitely something that they have to pay attention to, because again, in this MSC, you don't have a lot of opportunities to move forward. If you lose, that's the end.
Single elimination knockout stage, remember, and now that they are in Pool 2, they will be faced off against the top teams from one of these groups, or Group A, B, or C, right? Because you can't meet Group D anymore.
That is true. That is true. No double eliminations. It's all or nothing. But guys, what do you think of the cast's predictions so far? The Mirror Curse, the LaFell Curse, Wolf being in layover from Malaysia to Cambodia, all of this coming into play, or do you have your own viewpoints that you'd like to share with us? If so, don't hesitate to make your own guesses in our MSC Guess event. You can find the event in the esports channel in-game, and you can cheer for your team, and you may get rewards with 1,000 MSC coins.
Just 1,000?
Just 1,000, because you can use those coins, and you have to redeem the 2023 MSC Avatar Border, emotes, or even the most valuable reward, the new epic skin, the Atlas Rune Sentinel, so don't hesitate now.
We actually got a taste of that Atlas skin earlier
Right?
from Flux Impunity, and it looks good. It looks so good.
So crisp.
You're a roamer. You play it.
I play it.
How do you
I have it.
You have it as well?
Yeah,
Already?
Day 1.
Oh, fair enough.
I bought
He's a
it.
pay-to-win kind of dude.
I mean, here's the thing. I got the diamond, so I got to flex, man.
Okay, so that means 2 people currently on the broadcast has it. We need to catch up here, Miracle.
We really do.
Let's have a look at the updated group stage standings. In Group A, Echo sitting on top with 5 games already played, with overall dropping only 1 single game over to Flux Impunity sitting in C2. In Group B, it's RSG. Who would have thunk? The Singaporeans rise to the top as EVO's Legends will be right under them in C2.
Perfect run, by the way, for RSG in Group B, where a lot of people thought it's going to be EVOS and Phoenix. It's going to be Phoenix #1, EVOS #1. That was the only argument pre-MSC.
Looking at Group C, we have Onyx also with a perfect run, but Burnax Flash just behind them. They're dropping only 1 match beforehand and still making it to C2. Group D, Blacklist coming up strong, very similar to Echo with the game wins and game losses, and TODAK in C2.
Here's the thing. As a Malaysian fan, looking at everyone from Seed 1, Yeah, I don't want to fight against any of those.
Exactly. Now that's why first seed is so important, especially for Group D here. Earlier, it was the last match as well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, knockouts group draw seedings. It will be later on. We will have that, but this is how it's going to go. First seed will be drawn from second seed opponents, but cannot be within the same group. So, for example, Echo cannot draw Flux Impunity.
Yep, so they only have 3 other opponents to take on. And I am praying so very hard that TODAK doesn't get matched up against RSG, because every time a Singaporean fights a Malaysian, it's never a good time for either one of the regions.
So you'd rather TODAK meet Echo Onyx?
Sure, why not? Why not? As long as it's not, it's not the Singaporean.
Like I said, none we want to face. But either ways, the knockout draw will be happening right after this. It won't be a live stream, but not to worry. All of the team's representatives will be here watching the draw as well. You guys make sure, pay attention to the social media postings, because it will be posted up very, very soon. Again, I kind of feel like the most important thing is Seed 1 won't meet Seed 1. It has to meet Seed 2, and they won't meet each other in the same grouping. So at least the saving grace is thought I don't have to place against Blacklist again.
Thing is, ladies and gentlemen, they chose Mirko and LaFell to do the group, to do the knockout stage draws. So I don't know how this is gonna go. I don't know what's gonna happen. I have notoriously actually given Indonesia so many bad matchups in the past.
Hey, look, let's calm down here. The fact is the Mirkers and LaFellkers were not exactly in play today, maybe like midway through, so maybe only one person gets a bad matchup, but at the end of the day, MSC is powered by Munton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. MSC 2023 would not be anything of this grand scale here in Cambodia without you guys. With that being said, this is going to be our sign-off here from Gideon, Mirko, and as well as LaFell to say goodbye to you guys for now until we show back up into the knockouts. We're going to be throwing it over to Harada Mickey up on the big screen.
Okay guys, so we are done with the group stage of MSC 2023, and we will have a break tomorrow, and the knockout stage will start on June 15. So don't forget, on Thursday, see you guys on that. So don't forget to follow on LBB social media and the official channel to find out about the knockout bracket later today. Don't forget guys, click the follow now. Okay, so on behalf of Munton, our sponsor and the production, I would like to thank all of the fans that come to the arena, as well as those of you who watch it on the broadcast. Thank you so much. And okay, we hope that you will continue to stay tuned in for the remaining day of MSC. So until then, this is Harada Miki. Goodbye. See you. Bye.
To build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time. heaven, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is this match. As we are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A, see the world. Mission to conquer. S